Reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. So stop playing with our money, get us our money.
So did you know that Africa is a place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it a place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher.
We make niggas disappear like that trying fucking you. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm the shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I'll spread a little room. Deal? You can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them Sooners.
I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face.
You can have it in the Franklin or Washington. Powder on my nose, celebrity, yeah, I'm popular. I'm keeping the blow, I gotta go, I'm making a mob move. No, everybody can't do what I do. I'm a nigga from the streets and run with the beast. There's a pimp from the east, that's Oakland, nigga. I'm a nigga that's a creep and gotta roll deep, cause I carry big heat while I'm smoking, nigga. Stop getting super high, you acting all funny. You be off that sawdust cut, plain dummy. Funny nigga, I laugh cause I've been watching. Locked up, out now, still niggas be talking. Get your money, yeah, powder for a rich nigga. Powder off a brick, on the bitch, I'm pimp, nigga. Making money, I'm fast, just like a money counter. I got bricks, but love to keep the powder in the dollar.
I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face. I'll never be invited to the president's place, but get indicted just for trying to keep my residence laced. I'm excitement eating bison on the Liberty Saint, and that's a yacht out the dock with cocaine in our place. I pour a 5 in a pop, sipping lean for the chase. Word cup will knock you out like a brick to the face, but this coke will wake you up like a clip in your face. I'm getting stoned on the stove, turning kicks in the base. Real niggas show me love when I visit they states. Gave us drugs and guns so our visits were safe. Mother, turn the club up when I enter the place. If you test the thug, that'll be the end of your life. We the illest niggas cause we remember the life. 2001, we was sending them ice. Stuff the young boys up, then we sent them on flights. We got back with the guap and bought whatever we like. I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face.
Well, just cop me some blow, time to give it a taste. Sniffing grams of that clam off the president's face. Us blacks came a long way, you see the president's race. Surveillance cameras and hammers control my president's state. 30 bands in my pants, finna get it connected with my hammer on his ass and make him give me the rest. Major coke, just make a quote and I can get it for less. I'm catching Christian bodies to Illuminati pay their respect. I've been patient trying to make it, now I'm finally free and digging deep, trying to find me every time that I speak. I looked at everyone around me, now I finally see the bigger picture's getting richer, not just grinding for sneaks. We was all young and dumb, even shot at the least. Now I'm scared my son having bad karma for me. Until then, I'm in my bins while I'm thumbing through cheese. You really appreciate the come up when you come from these streets.
I buy some blood and it better be great. Salt on you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face.
What it do, what it do, what it do? It's your host, Vino the Most. Back for another classic in the book of the SGI Talks. And this chapter right here is Venezuelans in the world react to the USA takeover of Venezuela. And Pan-Africans panicking. That shit be crazy that these niggas be the most pro-black niggas. These niggas be preaching the pro-black, but acting like these niggas scared of white people. It's 2025, we going live. These niggas hopping out the car. These niggas hopping out the car. Now these niggas don't want to be Americans no more. It's going down. It's fit to go down. These niggas rather for the people that come from the other side come take over. Knowing that them niggas don't even fuck with a nigga. Them niggas want a nigga from the other side to come in and take over, knowing that them other niggas don't even fuck with a nigga. And the blacks in America and some of the wealthiest people on earth. Matter of fact, if I was in position of a Navy SEAL, one of those motherfuckers where a nigga like me can be a pirate, I'm going down there to go get established too and be a big boy in the game. This right here is supposed to be historic, and it looked like we supposed to take over all that because they trying to band together. So it looked like we finna take over all of that, and we gonna see what's up. I'm gonna go on and do another little breakdown. I had heard some things about this dude right here, about how he, you know what I'm saying, I guess he don't fuck with the black people. I guess he was having some problems with the maroons around the area and was trying to, do bad things. I gotta kind of look into it. I heard Robert Lee Ford come through drop top Honda Accord, spinning some game about it. So I'm gonna have to take a look into that. Niggas is mad because America making moves and niggas is in America. I'm trying to tell you, these niggas is, when I pointed out a couple of months ago, with these niggas with this seditious behavior. These niggas need to get, a lot of these niggas need to get hit with seditious behavior. Cause it's showing up. It's showing up on these platforms. And they'll backdoor nigga. They'll backdoor the Americans for somebody coming from the outside for a job, for a paycheck. Knowing they people's in their building also. But these niggas so fucked up about America, these niggas gonna throw everybody on the bomb, thinking they doing the right thing. But these niggas giving it up to another power that's more fucked up than these niggas. At least we got these niggas fighting for people's rights, trying to go help the people. People don't even want that. Seem like that a lot of the Venezuelans that's in the Americans is happy about the situation. Seem like there's some people down there that's not happy about the situation. So I guess it's 50-50. But it gotta be a reason that people down there is happy that people coming in from the outside moving motherfuckers around. So something had to be right. But I understand motherfuckers gonna rep their turf and be like, well shit, we don't want nobody else coming in and doing nothing. We got this. But you gotta understand that shit, it looked like that the USA really put niggas on to where they can be in a position to ball. Now you trying to go take the ball over here to these other people that we ain't even, you know what I'm saying? That we having problems with, and you call yourself trying to be a big boy in the game. You call yourself trying to do it pig like us, but nah, it ain't going down like that. And a lot of black people don't like this talk. They say, "Oh, you supporting white supremacists? Are you supporting white people? Anybody else coming through here is white, nigga. When the Spanish come through, nigga, they looking white. When the Russians come through, nigga, they looking white. When the Arabs come through, them niggas just marking they white. And when the Asians come through, you already know what time it is. Ain't none of these people black. None of these people got no good history with black people. And it's like I say, the black people in America is the most successful black people in the world. But they saying you're getting it with the devil. And some black people saying we need to just shut it all down. Fuck all this shit. They done did too much. I say, nah, man, we doing good business. I feel like we doing good business and it's going in the right direction, especially with President Trump. He getting shit established and making sure ain't no bullshit going on, because here lately, it been a lot of bullshit going on. Motherfuckers say, what it got to do with you? Oh, it's affecting the family. It's affecting neighbors. It's affecting the city. It's affecting the state, the counties. Now we got some dumb shit going on to where some states is gonna tax you for your tips and your overtime when they didn't put in a play to be able to help the people as far as getting more money in their pocket. Now we got certain Americans. Most of these niggas is Pan-Africans. And these niggas deciding on that type of thinking and that type of ideology on the fact that they in their feelings about one person that they don't even know and never met. And I find that shit goofy as hell. And it's like I say, I'm an American born into this American shit, going back to the 1700s with the FBA. And a lot of other people repping it like that also. But it seems like it's a wedge in the community. You know, I know some people just don't like the funk whenever it's going down. Some people gonna get out the car. But when it's going down, you know what I'm saying? That's almost like some Buster shit. So you know it's going down, but you ain't gonna help. That's what I'm saying. You allow motherfuckers to come through the back door, and you like, well, shit. All right, well, shit, nigga, we in the neighborhood. We on the block. We getting into it with the neighbors on the block. But other niggas come in from a whole nother neighborhood, come into. I ain't fit to let these niggas get on the neighbors, even though I be getting on them niggas and shit be going on. Niggas be having our thing, but I'm not fit to let nobody else get on the nigga. And that's how I look at this. We done came to the point in 2025, nigga, where we just Americans. There ain't no fuck shit going on, even though a lot of fuck shit happened in the past. But what I'm saying, it's a lot of fuck. The same fuck shit that happened in the past over here is going on in all these other places that these world powers got going on. They citizens ain't got the freedom like we got. And that's why everybody's trying to find their way over here. Because within these other powers, it's fucked up. Now, I'm not saying we all good and everything good with us. But what I am saying is that we in a better position over here than anything else. And I don't know why niggas wouldn't fight for that. If motherfuckers just trying to come through and change it, or motherfuckers just trying to undermine and trying to wiggle somebody else up in here to be able to try to get at the culture. And they say, oh, nigga, you talking about white people. You talking about saving white people. No, I'm talking about saving the culture. Nigga said, nigga, fuck this culture, nigga. They enslave the people. Whoop, whoop, whoop. These other niggas is trying to enslave you, nigga. You see the Asians, these niggas got these niggas in sweat factory, these niggas enslaving these people in the careers right now. Nigga, it was just not too long ago, niggas seen a motherfucking report where a kid had motherfucking escaped from like a camp. These people been having people there for generations, working like a slave thing. And the dude had, like the little boy had told on his mama for stealing some food because he thought he was doing the right thing. And they got her killed, and that messed him up. Cause he like, damn, I thought I was doing the right thing. Cause they say do the right thing. So he told on his mama, thinking he doing the right thing. They done killed his mama. He didn't escape from this old man. That shit was crazy. That shit in like South Korea, North Korea, or something like that. They got all type of crazy shit going on. They got Africans in chains and trains going to the Arab countries. And you see what the motherfuckers over there in Russia doing. Them niggas don't allow them niggas in Russia to do shit. What's up, man? Do niggas want to be living like all that? Because them is the world powers that's coming through hollering at niggas. And saying, nigga, if we don't do it, if we don't come through and be like, all right, man, y'all niggas need to go on and fuck with us because these other niggas around the corner is doing some goofy shit. We need for a nigga you to be down. Niggas ain't trying to be down. We gonna get them niggas up out the way, nigga. Fuck all that other shit, nigga. Fuck all these niggas' feelings. Oh, man, it ain't right, man. We shouldn't be going over there. Nah, niggas gotta play offense because these niggas is coming through. These niggas is trying to come through, and niggas gotta be on point. And this shit get way deeper, man. This shit gets deep, man. But yeah, man, the Pan-Africans the only ones giving niggas pushback. They keep coming with these democratic points. They keep coming with these points that niggas be hearing on in the news. And it's like, man, it's coming from the media that's saying stupid ass shit. But they only saying it because it's going against the establishment. But it seems like it's just going against Trump, which he is anti-establishment. He ain't got no ties to the government, nothing like that. He's just a businessman, probably on some lobby shit, but he ain't got no family ties within government. He the first one to put it down like that. And doing it in a major way. And motherfuckers ain't liking that shit. Motherfuckers saying, he hyping up these other white boys and boosting up their confidence. These niggas acting like they scared of these niggas. These niggas scared of a confident white boy. Nigga, it is what it is. It go down, it go down. And just like I say, man, I know shit ain't always all gravy over here. Niggas been fighting to be comfortable over here and still gonna continue to be fighting to be comfortable over here. and doing what we got to do to make sure that we all right. Because, nigga, we making the world feel like it's all right. They take every story of ours to apply to theirs to get justification of whatever they trying to do over here. So niggas done already set the bar and set the standard on how the world is interpreting that and saying, well, we want a society like that. If that happened with them, we should be able to have a better life over here. But then you got certain people that's at the top of these certain countries that's family ties, and it seemed like, you know, it's 50-50. I don't know, it could be 60-40, it could be 70-30, but we're going to look into it because this Venezuela thing is definitely something interesting and it's definitely historic. Niggas is definitely watching history right now, and I'm trying to be tuned in. I'm trying to be locked into this story. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that this is you know what I'm saying? I think that this is yeah, man. But we got Nicolas Maduro Moros. And I thought his last name was kind of curious. I don't know if it got something to do with the Moors. If he tied into some black people on that end. I could be reaching. But I thought his last name had some type of black connection because of the Moors, and how they be kind of using that terminology down there. But he definitely a boss, but they got him for a narco-terrorism conspiracy. So that means people snitching. Got cocaine importation conspiracy. Niggas is telling conspiracy to use and carry machine guns and destructive devices and furtherance of a drug crime. And furtherance, man, people is telling on him. That means that it's a lot of communication going on when they using these type of terminology. So he either got people on robot or it's a everybody or somebody got him on robot and they gave him up. But Pan-Africans is panicking. They say, well, shit, nigga, we next. They say, nigga, the black people, they first to handle us. Panic. They not first. I don't think they gonna handle us. Niggas say we ain't part of the team. We part of the team, nigga. We Americans. This niggas within the army, on the Navy SEALs, on the Guardians, on all this shit. FBA. And we all born into this over here in America. Yeah, it's like I say, it ain't always been always good, but it's the best thing going in the world as far as a system, programming, getting bread, being comfortable. If you ain't got your shit together, you can be uncomfortable. You come over here and be comfortable. You see people coming over here and being comfortable, just crossing the border, comfortable. Don't want to go back. So make sure that you're pulled up and rolled up. You know, I'm glad that you showed up. To comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Now this was to be a flock of videos of how the Venezuelans in the world is reacting to the USA taking over Venezuela. We finna just run through it. I ain't dropping the link or nothing. We finna just sit back and peep gang.
And now we are going to listen to statements of two sergeants who were injured during this terrorist criminal attack. Let's listen.
¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Francisco.
What is your name? Francisco Machishanga. They attacked us, and when they wanted to park in our unit, we were not going to allow it. We went in so they could leave because they could not park. They're parked in a unit. They take our unit and we can't. You defended the unit. We defended the unit because they wanted to park in the unit. When the helicopter was going down, we had to act because if not, they would take our unit.
Y ustedes estaban distribuidos en toda la unidad.
And you were distributed throughout the unit, distributed throughout the unit. And at the moment, what happened? At the moment, the helicopter went up again and left. The helicopter had already left. They saw that there were people that shot from several places. No, we can park, and they left.
¿Cómo te sientes como militar?
How do you feel as a military man and as a Venezuelan? Proud to defend the homeland, and I say it on the ground here, it's okay. But with an arm, yes. Yes, punch it, it doesn't matter. I say it on the ground. Defend the homeland. Donald Trump says that he's going to govern Venezuela. Govern? Why? We are free. Simon Bolivar freed us all. That's why Venezuela is free. And we Venezuelans, the military, more than anything, we are here on our knees. And we are not going to allow any kind of that to come to try to govern. We are free people. And we are going to do everything to defend the homeland.
¿Qué pasó?
What happened? I heard the explosion. I heard a whistle. It was just a whistle. For a moment, I didn't hear a helicopter or anything like that. And when I ran out, I took out my two goggles. And when I put it on my shoulder, a bomb fell next to me. I don't know. And I flew away with a soldier, Sergeant Wilfredo. He was conscious and took us out. We were unconscious and we were injured too. Where were you? In UNEFA. In UNEFA, near La Carlota. And what we felt was the impact.
¿Dónde estaban ustedes?
En UNEFA.
En la UNEFA, cerca de la
And when I got up, everything was torn apart. Everything was torn apart. The bugs, everything. Everything. And I went down to ask for instructions for my commander. And where were you? Here. I have a scar here. On your leg? Yes, I have a scar here. What do you think about this?
¿Qué piensas de esto?
About this attack? I really don't understand why they do this. We, Venezuelans, we are here to move forward, but we are the sons of Bolivar and Chavez. We will move forward little by little. And you are firm? Yes, I am firm. I am firmer than ever. Because this is not done. This is not done. I even wanted to stay in my position. But they told me I had to come here because I was injured.
Now we're going live once again with our correspondent in Caracas, Madeleine Garcia, who has more updates regarding how Venezuela has been unfolding and how situations have been unfolding following this attack against the country. Let's listen.
Uno de los misiles. Allí,
one of the missiles, there was 87 old lady that is wounded, that is now in the hospital.
Su mano tiene golpes en el
She has some beat in the hands, in the head. Yubisay Suarez. Also, another people that from this residence that was killed amid this bombing. When there was an evacuation, the family were evacuation. There live about 16 families. What happened in this moment when there was about 2 a.m. in the morning? We are with Alejandro Suarez, Alejandro Martinez. Alejandro live here in this parroquia. He's by my side. Alejandro, you were telling me that you were playing dominoes. When you saw the helicopter, what did you see? Well, we were just having a good time, and we saw the helicopter, and we heard the first explosion, and the building collapsed. So people were running. Neighbors were afraid. At the back we are seeing these buildings, these apartment buildings. What happened in those apartments? Like what we were showing the image. That was where the rocket entered. Positive. You told me that your best friend lives over there. What happened in that? He lives in the second floor. He was working. In the house, there was only his father. His father just went down to the floor. And the rest of the apartment, what do you do? Some people were wounded. How many wounded do you see? 4 people were wounded. 4 wounded people. And one of the ones who died, the lady from the second floor, because she lived alone. And she bleed away. And we run just with the camera. There are another apartments because of the expansive wave were damaged. Let's for a moment, Alexander, what else do you see? For you, just to tell, what do you feel like Venezuela seeing the situation?
Literal. Considero que no se trata de un partido político.
I consider
no se trata de si somos rojos.
It is not if we are red, blue, or green.
Como están haciendo todo fuera del
or what are doing or inside the country celebrate. This is not a triumph. In a world there is no winner. In this moment, well, we are afraid about this. People from La Guaira, there are people are afraid.
Pero también estamos viendo que esto, como tú dices, no se trata de rojo, de verde, eso es, nadie sabe.
Exacto.
It is not red. This is Venezuela. There is Chavez people. This is Venezuela. All we are Venezuela. And we are all going to be affected. Well, we are facing a monster that you were playing in peace because Venezuela is a peace country. We have shown it. They immediately ran to help, to assist people that were over there. But I would like to show you what happened in front of our residence. Come, Alejandro. Come along with me. The houses that are in front were also hidden by the all windows were broken by the wave. They are now cleaning the house so that they can just sleep inside. The destruction of this, the impact of that bomb that fall in this residence. We are not speaking about military zone. These are homes that were impacted. They are gathering just the garbage and the rubble. What happened when you heard this explosion? I heard a small noise first, and with the wave just took me to the wall. It broke the doors, the windows. So the part of the stairs collapsed. Alejandro was telling us it's not about, this is about Venezuela. This is not for parties. I love my nationality, but this kind of thing for me affect me a lot because I am coming from abroad. I'm coming from the fire in Ciudad Juárez. It is something like so the bad things are pursuing me. So I had problems over there, coming here, problems again. Clearly, I don't know what is going on because we can understand what is going on. It was a surprise. It was time for sleeping. I have 4 years, a baby, 4 years.
Sí, nos agarró de entrevista. ¿Cuál es su nombre? Bianca Infante.
What's your name?
Bianca. Bueno, si nosotros seguimos
We are
Marcela,
telling you, Marcela,
los vecinos cuentan,
about what neighbors are saying, what neighbors are, they are speaking about two helicopters.
Se sentían o sea, a medida que pasaba un helicóptero, bombardeaba, pasó el otro,
Whenever
bombardeó.
one began to bomb and after the other began to bomb.
Como 12, 13 explosiones.
We hear about 12 or 13 explosions. This zone, it is where the anti-air defense is, and it's where also they impacted bombs. In fact, there was some objectives that were hidden over there, here in La Guaira, in the port, as we have said before. This is La Guaira, and this is a very important state. And here there is the airport and the main port from Venezuela. We will keep on informing you what is going on in this country.
Venezuela is denouncing a series of attacks from the United States targeting different places, putting at risk its civilian population. That is part of the official statement of Venezuela that you see now on screen. Once again, Venezuela denouncing the U.S. military aggression on its territory. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates, and denounces before the international community the extremely serious military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America against Venezuelan territory and population in the civilian and military localities of the city of Caracas, capital of the Republic, and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, especially Articles 1 and 2, which enshrine respect for sovereignty, the legal equality of states, and the prohibition of the use of force. Such aggression threatens international peace and stability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and puts the lives of millions of people at serious risk. The objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, in an attempt to forcibly break the nation's political independence. They will not succeed. We continue reading the official statement of Venezuela. After more than 200 years of independence, the people and their legitimate government remain steadfast in defending their sovereignty and their inalienable right to decide their own destiny. The attempt to impose a colonial war, to destroy the republican form of government and force a regime change in alliance with the fascist oligarchy will fail like all previous attempts. Since 1811 has faced and defeated empires. When foreign powers bombarded our coast in 1902, President Cipriano Castro proclaimed the insolent foot of the foreigner has profaned the sacred soil of the fatherland. Today, with the spirit of Bolivar, Miranda, and our liberators, the Venezuelan people rise again to defend their independence in the face of imperial aggression. The Bolivarian government calls on all social and political forces in the country to activate mobilization plans and condemn this imperialist attack. The people of Venezuela and its Bolivarian National Armed Forces in perfect popular military police fusion are deployed to guarantee sovereignty and peace simultaneously. Bolivarian peace diplomacy will file the corresponding complaints with the UN Security Council, the Secretary General of that organization, CELAC, the NAM, demanding condemnation and accountability from the U.S. government. President Nicolás Maduro has ordered that all national defense plans be implemented at the appropriate time and under the appropriate circumstances in strict accordance with the provisions of the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the Organic Law on States of Emergency, and the Organic Law on National Security. In this regard, President Nicolás Maduro has signed and ordered the implementation of the decree declaring a state of external commotion throughout the national territory in order to protect the rights of the population, the full functioning of republic institutions, and to immediately move to armed struggle. The entire country must mobilize to defend this imperialist aggression. Similarly, he has ordered the immediate deployment of the Command for the Integral Defense of the Nation and the organs of direction for integral defense in all states and municipalities of the country, in strict accordance with Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. Venezuela reserves the right to exercise legitimate defense to protect its people, its territory, and its independence. We call on the peoples and governments of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the world to mobilize in active solidarity against this imperial aggression. As Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez Frias pointed out, in the face of any new difficulties, whatever their magnitude, the response of all patriots is unity, struggle, battle, and victory. And the region are already expressing their condemnation of these attacks. And now we see on screen President of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. Cuba denounces and demands urgent action from the international community against the criminal attack by the U.S. on Venezuela. Our zone of peace is being brutally assaulted. State terrorism against the brave Venezuelan people and against our America, homeland, or death. We shall overcome. We will win. That is the closing of this post by the president of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel, one of the strongest voices in defense of sovereignty and independence for the Latin America and Caribbean region, one of the strongest voices against the interference of the United States in the region as well. Of course, historically, Cuba has maintained that position. Cuba has been one of the strongest voices condemning all the escalation of aggressions against Venezuela for the past months as well, since the administration of Donald Trump has been threatening and maintaining constant attacks at the coasts on international waters, but constantly threatening the government and the people of Venezuela with false accusations, threatening and hinting into possible military acts against the Venezuelan territory. And in that context, Cuba has always been a voice denouncing this possible interference. Today, we see that Venezuela is denouncing a U.S. military aggression. Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez, he also stated, "We strongly condemn the ongoing military aggression by the United States against Venezuela. The bombings and military actions against Caracas and other locations in the country are cowardly acts against a nation that has not attacked the United States or any other country. This was the most recent post by Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez, who were saying again, Cuba, one of the strongest voices, not only in defense of the zone of peace that is the Caribbean and Latin America, but also in defense of the region as a region that needs to be free from U.S. imperialist interference. Cuba, with its historic denunciations of the U.S. blockade against the island as a form of constant attack against the Cuban people. In this case, it's one of the first and most prominent voices denouncing this new form of direct attack with military aggression. The network of intellectuals, artists, and social movements in defense of humanity. The network of intellectuals, artists, and social movements in defense of humanity raises its voice before the international community to condemn the military aggression carried out by the government of the United States of America against the people and sovereign territory of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in the early hours of Saturday, January 3rd of 2026. This armed attack on Venezuelan territory and civilians constitutes a crime against peace, a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter, and an existential threat to the sovereignty of all peoples. It is not merely an attack against Venezuela, it is an attack on the fundamental principles of nations' self-determination. It is a colonial strike aimed at establishing a precedent for armed intervention to plunder resources and subjugate people's wealth. It is evident that the ultimate purpose of this offensive is the usurpation of Venezuela's strategic resources and the annihilation by means of weapons of the political independence of a sovereign nation. This network denounces that this is a brazen attempt to impose through a colonial war a change of government that subjects the country to imperial interests and local oligarchic sectors. In the face of this assault, we reaffirm our conviction that, as in Venezuela's 200 years of independence history, the unbreakable will of the Venezuelan people and their right to self-determination will prevail. Venezuela's history of resistance is eloquent, from the emancipation struggle of the 19th century to the defense of national sovereignty against blockades and threats in the 20th century. The people have demonstrated their ability to confront and overcome empires. Today, that same dignity inherited from Bolivar and the liberators rises again to repel the aggression. We express our full support for the Bolivarian government's call for popular mobilization and for all social forces to reject this imperialist attack. We call on the Venezuelan people and their Bolivarian National Armed Forces to unite and fight in defense of the homeland, and we endorse the declaration of a state of external commotion as legitimate actions to protect the population, safeguard institutions, and organize the comprehensive defense of the nation. We recognize Venezuela's inalienable right, protected under Article 51 of the UN Charter, to exercise legitimate self-defense. In the face of the armed aggression, we make an urgent call to people's artistic and intellectual communities, social movements, and governments in Latin America, the Caribbean, and worldwide to activate militant and effective solidarity with Venezuela. This is not an isolated attack. It is a blow to the sovereignty of all peoples and a dangerous precedent for humanity. We must organize global protest, critical intellectual debate, and political pressure to stop this predatory war. As Commander Hugo Chavez taught us, in the face of difficulties, no matter how great, the response must be unity, struggle, battle, and victory. Looking at statements from Vladimir Padrino Lopez, let's listen to the statements at this moment. For now, the barbaric of these forces that have profaned localities of Fuerteventura in Caracas, Aragua, and La Guaira, also targeting with missiles that were targeted from the helicopters, combat helicopters. We are going over the information in the face of the we elevate the most firm denounce before the international community so that the government of the United States is condemned in flagrant violation of the UN Charter and international law. The community is rejecting the presence of these international troops that are sowing death, grief, and destruction. This is responding to the greed for our natural resources. They have spread false lies about narc terrorism, and they are seeking a regime change at the hands of U.S. imperialism. We are calling for our inalienable right to self-defense. We are called to defend with dignity. That is why at this hour, we are calling to the tradition of our liberators. We've been attacked, but they will not win over us. We will have a block of resistance. Our calling is peace. We are extending our unity in defense of what is ours. We will find the strength to resist. And this imperial attack is opening us to a situation to maintain calm, because desperation is an ally to the invader. We will not succumb to the panic that the enemy is trying to sow. We'll demonstrate to the world what we are made of. We'll be resilient. We'll maintain our calm in the face of obstacles, and we are putting in force all our plans of defense. And in accordance to the Constitution of Venezuela, the law of exception, we also are backing the decree of the state of commotion in all the territory, and we are abiding by the mandate of the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, and our commander-in-chief. We are deploying all our capacities for the integral defense of the nation, the reestablishment of order and peace. We are operating in all the national territory in perfect military, police, and civic union through the massive deployment of all means in land, air, and sea. This all for the integral defense with the purpose of consolidating all our powers to face imperialist threats, forming one block of battle. History is calling upon us. The cry of Bolivar is resounding in every corner, and victory is ours because dignity is with us. We will win. But the homeland, who also continues to say the imperialists may bomb cities, impose criminal sanctions, and unleash war, but they will never be able to murder the history, the dignity, nor the sovereign will of the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. The words of Manuel Zelaya, the former president of Honduras. A key part of this regional unity, who was also target of imperialist actions against his country as well. January 3rd of 2026, we are looking at the statement on screen. It has taken place, this incursion by several U.S. helicopters that have attacked several points, strategic points of the city of Caracas. Once again, we are giving the information of this most recent statement. This is from the anti-fascist journalist movement. The military invasion was initiated, and after this, there is no doubt that the response through a statement has signaled that the government was marked by the government of Venezuela. The response needs to be civic unity, military, police, and civic armed struggle in the face of the aggressors. The statement of this anti-fascist journalist movement goes on to say that Donald Trump is a criminal that only has as an objective the appropriation of the natural resources of Venezuela and the destruction of the transformation project, the revolutionary project, in order to install a puppet leader that would serve the interests of imperialism. We continue looking at the statement. The fascist opposition is celebrating this aggression against its own homeland next to the oligarchies of imperialism and the governments that are servants to the United States that are hushing this military invasion of a brotherly nation. The United States is the only one responsible for the murder of Venezuelan citizens that could take place as a result of this invasion. In the face of this situation, we express our solidarity with the Venezuelan people, with the revolutionary government headed by Nicolás Maduro. And to end off, the statement says that peace is the highest good of the peoples, and the United States has broken this. The community, the international community, and the international organisms must reject these criminal aggressions. In these circumstances, Bolivar's homeland needs to know that we stand by them. Going to listen to Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. This city in which the liberator was born, and the city was attacked. And in the face of this brutal attack, we at this moment do not know the place in which the president Nicolás Maduro is, along with his wife. So we are demanding President Donald Trump approve of life of President Nicolás Maduro and also the first combatant Cilia Flores. President Donald Trump had warned of such an attack. And the first thing that President Nicolás Maduro said to President Donald Trump was that the people would go to the streets and all the plans would be activated so that in perfect union, military, popular, and police, all the plans would be completely activated by this decree signed by President Nicolás Maduro of extreme commotion. We demand the respect to international law. We condemn this complete brutal aggression against our people that have given the life of militaries and that have given their life for this land and that have taken the life of civilians in different points of the attacks in the states of Miranda, La Guaira. So the instructions are very clear. The instructions of President is to activate immediately. And this is what the chief of the Bolivarian Armed Forces know, and the people that is organized in militias, they know it, and the citizenships know it, that in perfect union between the police, the military, and the people, we need to go out in defense of our homeland. No one is going to go across and against that right of our liberator and the hero of Simón Bolívar. The people need to activate to defend its own natural resources, and the most sacred thing that a homeland can have, its right to independence, to future, to a free homeland with no external tutelage, with no any type of colony. We are the sons and daughters of Bolívar, and we demand, and these are my final words, we demand a proof of life of President Nicolás Maduro and first combatant Cilia Flores. This is a very clear message for our homeland, for our people. The president had already seen this because he knew what they were capable of doing, crossing these red lines, threatening the authority of a peaceful people. And it's within us, and that is the call that I'm doing, a perfect national union. All the life forces of this society need to be activated to guarantee the independence of Venezuela. No foreign government can give orders to Venezuela. No external forces can come and tell what we need to do, the people of our liberators. So these are the established instructions of President Nicolás Maduro to our people, to the Bolivarian Armed Forces, and all our organisms, citizen organisms. In this moment, Venezuela is calm. It's digesting a military aggression of this nature that, of course, has gone against our sovereignty, our peace, our tranquility, and that has murdered innocents from Venezuela. Now we go to live images from Caracas at this moment as the people are mobilizing. This is Anzoátegui. As the people are mobilizing in defense of the homeland, we are looking at images of the people in the streets. Let's recall that the latest instructions, direct instructions from the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, was that all the civic organizations, the people, the national armed forces should mobilize in defense of their homeland. And at this moment, we are seeing on the streets the situation of the people taking to the streets to defend their homeland. Let's listen to what they're saying. We have the conviction that we are going to win. It's for the sons and daughters of Bolivar to face this aggression, and as Bolivar did this, we are going to win. Diosdado Cabello, at this moment, let's listen.
Las instalaciones eléctricas contra la revolución bolivariana y contra
against the Bolivarian
que inclusive no tienen nada que
revolution.
Es un ataque contra Venezuela.
We're listening to the statements of Diosdado Cabello, Ministry of the Interior, Justice and Peace. Let's listen to what he is saying. The people is ready for any situation, to any circumstance that pretends to go beyond those coward attacks. In that fusion that was installed by President Nicolás Maduro to guarantee the peace and tranquility of our country. And from here, from this beautiful place, so you can trust on this leadership of the high officers from the military sectors. So let's not make this easier for the invader. We are standing firm. We are not going to make this easier for them. This is the first battle, and we are giving it here together with the people. And they think that they are going to tarnish the image of the Venezuelan policeman and soldier. We have survived so many attempts. And even anyone here knows what they need to do. The organizations have made public their complicity. We have bombs that have fallen upon buildings. We have bombs that have targeted civilians. And that massacre. And here, the inside the country is in complete tranquility. They've tried this. And they maybe thought that the people would come out defeated. And that's not what's happening. So we're all here, we'll be here all night. We're here doing our job. Everyone here is doing his job. Venezuela knows what they need to do.
De las primeras amenazas. 28 semanas. Y concretaron un ataque artero, vil, contra un pueblo que dormía.
Against the people This was a cruel, brutal attack against the people that was sleeping. So this is a call for political organizations to denounce, to reject, to be also on alert. We are not going to fall into the provocation. Let's be certain that in the end, the people of Venezuela will be victorious. And in the end, we will conquer. During the night of the 3rd of January of 2026, military forces of the United States have executed a series of armed, brutal attacks, unjustified and unilateral, that consisted in the bombing of localities, civilians, and military localities in the cities of Caracas, the capital of the Republic, and also in cities of the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Additionally, special troops of the United States were executing attacks in different points of the national territories with helicopters and planes as well. This flagrant act of aggression, premeditated and recognized and also published by the government of the United States, as it had been warned by the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, flagrantly violates the dispositions of the paragraph 4, article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations, that establishes that the members of the organization in its international relations would abstain from recurring to threats or the use of force against the territorial integrity or the political independence of any other state or any other form incompatible with the purposes of the United Nations. The treacherous military attack from the United States takes place against a country that is in complete peace. The criminal and unjustified attack has no precedent in the over 200 years of our Republican history, with the grave and repulsive exception of the attacks that were perpetrated by the United Kingdom, Germany, and Italy against the Venezuelan coasts in 1902. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has never broken its peaceful and international tradition, but the United States have ratified with this grave attack its condition of being the largest international aggressor during the last 2 centuries in our region. The letter continues to say, Excellency, what started 4 months ago as a police fantasy has now shown its true colors. It's a colonial war to destroy our republican form of government, freely decided for our people, and impose a puppet government that will allow the plunder of our natural resources, among them the largest reserve of oil in the world. The United States of America always employs the lies to fabricate wars. It's an international tyranny imposed with the propaganda of death. The recent past shows this. In the face of these circumstances, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reserves the inherent right to self-defense in virtue of Article 51 of the UN Charter, with hopes to protect the population, the sovereignty, and the territorial integrity. In virtue of all of the above, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is requesting in its good offices that, in correspondence with the agreement of the UN Charter, the Security Council will summon in an urgent manner an emergency meeting in which the acts of aggressions that were perpetrated from the United States against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela be discussed, to condemn the aggression of the United States against the people and government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, to request the cease of all armed attacks from the United States against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and the establishment of the needed measures for the government of the United States to respond for the crimes of aggressions committed against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Lastly, I respectfully request that the present communication, of which an identical copy has been transmitted to the General Secretary, be brought to the attention of the member states of the Security Council and also published as an official document of this organ. This was the letter from the permanent representative of Venezuela to the United Nations, Samuel Moncada, directed to the now president of the Security Council. Now we go to our correspondents in Venezuela at this moment, as our correspondents are taking testimonies from the people in the streets in Caracas. Let's listen.
Una persona que se hace pasar el pacificador del mundo y lo que busca.
These are people that are posting themselves as pacifiers, but they are promoting an attack against a country, against the sacred homeland of Bolivar. And besides, we have the worrisome news that the President Nicolás Maduro Moros, legitimately elected by the population of Venezuela, we repudiate before the international community this situation, because today it's Venezuela, but it could be Colombia, it could be any country from the region. And the President Nicolás Maduro, elected by the majority of the population, has been targeted, and we want to continue to reiterate to everyone in the world that this is a violation of the international law. And today, January 3rd, we are showing before the world that we are being targeted just because our people and our government do not recognize the capitalist order that they are trying to impose. That is why we are calling on everyone who are patriots to come here to the streets to demand the constitutional order and the proof of life of President of the Republic, Nicolás Maduro Moros, and First Combatant Cilia Flores. Because we have woken up to an international attack, but also to a president being kidnapped. So we hear, and Venezuela has always been a country that has led these victories. And they have bombed strategic places, and we have woken up with our president kidnapped, and they are violating the UN Charter, and we are calling on the peoples of the world, and we will be here until our president Nicolás Maduro Moros comes back. We will win. Those were the words of one of the people here that have come to this place in order to express the repudiation to these attacks on the skies and territories of the Venezuelan capital. He was also the Minister of the Interior, Justice and Peace, Diosdado Caballo, was also speaking just recently. First of all, of the situation right now, also that the police and military officers of the country are in force, all the allied forces of this nation to continue to fight for the nations. Those were the words of Luis Blandón. Continue to listen to what is happening in Venezuela. The constitution that guides the guarantees, and here in the state of Aragua, we are guaranteeing the peace and tranquility. So from here, we need to say that this is very clear, and we are rejecting the aggressions of the U.S. empire that for over 200 years have caused suffering to the people of Latin America, and in this case, Venezuela, a series of attacks, very hard attacks, and we are going to continue to defend the homeland, sovereignty, and every military millimeter of the territory. We firmly reject the situation. We want the proof of life of our president, and we are here wherever the revolution was born and wherever it will be maintained. We go now to the main prosecutor of Venezuela, Tarek William. Let's listen to what he is saying. This cowardly attack of the imperial enemy against the civil targets of our homeland, showing that everything that has been said by our president, Nicolás Maduro Moros, on what could have been an imperial threat is now becoming terrible attacks. We have had mortal casualties, an attack made in the most coward forms, trying to tarnish the spirit of the Venezuelan people. As president of the civic power, we continue under the leadership of President Nicolás Maduro Moros and First Combatant Cilia Flores, and ask for the proof of life, and I make the U.S. government personally responsible for any circumstance that could occur to our president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros. I want to remember what happened to regarding the kidnapping of our leader, Commander Hugo Chavez, when the people went out to the streets and we got that victory, and everyone was astonished of the heroicity of that people. at that moment. I want to remember and vindicate that moment, that historical moment where there was an arbitrary decision, because with that hope and with that strength, we'll not only go out to the streets in order to ask for a proof of life for President Nicolás Maduro Moros, but also the complete following of the rule of law. I continue to denounce these massive violations in the face of the world. I ask the United Nations to pronounce themselves. Where are the human rights organizations? You need to stand up for the situation. There are mortal casualties, and they've kidnapped the President Nicolás Maduro and the first combatant Cilia Flores. So we go to the streets, we remain calm but alert. They are trying to send fake news to demoralize our people, but quite the contrary. We are going to the streets, we are on alert, and we will win. At these hours of the morning, we will show to the world that we are the sons and daughters of Simón Bolívar. Go back to listening to Tarek William Saab. This has violated all international order. Venezuela is a victim of what has happened in the Middle East, of what has happened in Gaza, in Syria. As with different planes and using different targets, they have targeted the civilian population, and this has not been targeted by the international authorities and organizations. As the president of the civic popular power, I call on all organizations linked to the United Nations to denounce this terrible attack against a brave people, the brave people of Venezuela. So we summon all international organizations so that they will denounce this attack and also demonstrate on the streets against this attack. So the public ministry is taking a step forward for the homeland, for peace, and we denounce on the people an attack that has no precedent in Latin America. Venezuela will resist and will win, so the people can count on the public ministry to win in this battle. World responses to these most recent attacks. In this case, we have Representative Jim McGovern stating in his social network X, without authorization from Congress and with the vast majority of Americans opposed to military action, Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. He says, we don't have enough money for health care for Americans, but somehow we have unlimited funds for war. These were some of the latest reactions.
Now we are going to listen to statements of Carmen Melendez, Mayor of Caracas. The criminal and vile and fascist attack of imperialism, of U.S. imperialism against our nation, without a doubt, a barbarism, is showing the supremacism of the U.S. to seize our national resources and strategic resources. As a rebellious country with a maximum loyalty, we rise up in arms. Caracas, the rebellious Caracas, the insurgent Caracas, the place birth of Simon Bolivar, is raising its voice and prepares in a perfect military people and police fusion for the defense of sovereignty of our right to live at peace. As we were instructed by our President Nicolás Maduro Moros, we have activated all of the committees and subcommittees, maintaining the strictest respect for our Constitution to defend peace, order, and tranquility of all of our cities. We are calling to all of our people of Caracas to mobilize in protest, in resistance, in active resistance against the terrorist aggression, and we unite ourselves in the call made by our Executive Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, and in which we are demanding proofs of life of our President, constitutional President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, and the first combatant, Cilia Flores. People of Caracas, we are calling to all, everyone, to the great unity and loyalty. All of us maintain peace. Do not allow that our communes and in each and every one of our parishes spread the false rumors. We are demanding to stay in unity.
Loyal always, traitors never. Us, we will prevail.
Listening at this moment to statements of the governor of the state of Miranda. At this moment, let's listen. The security body. How is this Miranda state at this moment? Yeah, surely. This criminal aggression of the United States against our homeland, our Venezuelan homeland, and the state of Miranda, of these 1950 kilometers of this that this state has, are in constant vigilance and in the face of any circumstances that comes, always present to mobilize the people in each space of this territory. 21 municipalities, 55 parishes, 4,314 communities that are also present in every space to preserve peace, to preserve tranquility of our people. In this instance, this people is fusion in the military and police and popular powers, and we are on foot. We are in this Petare parish as well. The biggest parish of our country is present here to defend peace of the Venezuelan people. And once from this place, we demand that there are proofs that our President Nicolás Maduro and the first combatant Cilia Flores are alive at this moment. Always we need and demand the immunity of the people of Venezuela and call as well for the tranquility of our people. And we are deployed to strengthen our unity, our peace in the Miranda state. So all of this gathering of the people, all of these military forces and police forces integrated to preserve the tranquility of our people. Governor has been denounced, not just by the vice president of the country, Delcy Rodriguez, but also sectorial vice president, and also Minister Diosdado Cabello and Minister Vladimir Patrino of these aggressions on behalf of the U.S. We were listening as well to the government and also the international bodies are denouncing this attack that was denounced in a reiterated way by President Nicolás Maduro for the past months, and you as well, and the people of Venezuela are demanding the end of this aggression. For sure, we have lamented these circumstances. President Nicolás Maduro Moros also, from this instance, we demand the people and the government of the United States proves that our president is alive, and also to all international bodies to condemn this aggression that has been perpetrated against the people of Venezuela. And we say to all, the whole world, the whole planet, and the people of Venezuela that here in this fusion, we are going to prevail, and we are going to triumph, and united we will prevail. Governor, also a particular situation regarding also it was when Commander Chavez also suffered a coup. The people went to the streets as well to defend Commander Chavez. And what are you doing now in the Miranda state? We are demanding the return of our President Nicolás Maduro and the first combatant Celia Flores. We are deployed throughout the country, throughout the Miranda state, to demand the return of our president. And from this place, we are going to keep on the streets, taken to the streets, to demand the return of our president, Nicolás Maduro. This is the demand made by the governor of the state of Miranda, and also the mayors of the Sucre municipality as well, the president, and also the different bodies, security bodies of the territory, also the Bolivarian armed forces, and the popular power is activated in the over 4,000 communities that the Sucre municipality and the Miranda state have, as well as the rest of the country, are demanding the proofs that President Nicolás Maduro is alive, and also the first combatant Celia Flores, and we are going to keep mobilized on the streets. This is the information that comes at this hour from Miranda state. The parish of Petare at this hour. Let's listen. The president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, the people in a perfect fusion, popular military and police, at this moment is here in the Great Wall of Petare. Very near from here, there was one of the attacks perpetrated against the homeland of Simón Bolívar. We are speaking now to the leader, Maria, that as the people is demanding and saying that the women of Petare and the whole country to be at the forefront, women of Venezuela, we demand to President Donald Trump to send President Maduro back, and also Celia Flores, first combatant of the country. We want them to return to their country. We know what they are capable of. They are genocidals. We know what they are capable of. They don't care about families. They don't care about anything. We were surprised. We didn't know this would happen, and we men of Venezuela are going to remain on the streets. We are going to remain on the streets until our president and Celia Flores come back to our nation. In this country, we are used to face all of the wars imposed by the US, and this is not going to be the first one nor the last one, so we are prepared for this. We want our children, we want our people, and last night what happened in this country was disgusting. Was what they did, have no mercy from God, and we demand to the International Criminal Court as a woman, and all of us are going to demand this from the right or the left. It doesn't matter. We want our president back, and we need to respect our democratic and sovereign nation, that in a president that was constitutionally elected by the people's vote, and we need for them to respect our right to live. It doesn't matter. Come here, and we are also going to speak at this moment to community leader Maria. What's the call that you are making here? We have a considerable amount of people, but the whole country is attentive to the to our broadcast, and what do you suggest to those women that are also on the streets throughout the nation in the defense of the country? First of all, as a woman, I also have a daughter in Venezuela. I demand Trump to speak up, and also we demand women of the world to go to the streets and also support Venezuela, majorly the vote of women. And in this election of President Nicolas Maduro, we are also organized, we are working, we are producing for the country, we are developing our economy to move the country forward, and we are not going to allow this undignified treatment. And we are people of peace, we are people, working people, and President Nicolas Maduro is also working hard, a hard-working man, and we demand all of the presidents of the world to support us, to come out, to defend truth, to not remain silent, because Venezuela, as you know, is peaceful. Go to the streets, repudiate this criminal action, this murderer action. Trump is a murderer, and we as Venezuelans are peoples of peace. And as a Venezuelan mother, I demand that our president is back to the nation. We demand to President Nicolas Maduro was defending our constitutional mandate, and we want him alive, because Venezuelans are going to defend Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, and we are not afraid. We are not going to bend our knees. We will never move backwards after this imperialist action. Listen very well. Here is the people on the streets. We are on the streets, and we are going to remain on the streets, because we're going to defend peace always. Is the conscience, is the reflection of women of Venezuela that at this moment.
We are here in Portuguesa. They can count with the people's power, the military police, and the police power, which has been activated to guarantee the peace of our territory. And we also want to say from here to our commander president that you can count with the people of this state together, united and loyal to you, loyal to our institutions, to the defense of our country, and to tell the people of Portuguesa to remain calm, to remain tranquil. From early hours, we have been gathered here, activating all the integral defense organizations for this municipality. And we also want to tell to Venezuela and to the empire, you made a mistake. You made a mistake with us. Welcome. Is it like this, Governor? Of course it is. To tell once more to our brother president, the team that is with him, that from Portuguesa, we are here willing to do anything that is necessary. We have, as our general already said, all our structure, our organization, all our mayors, all the government structure is available, and the people, the people's power is going to be on the streets telling the Yankee imperialism that we want peace, that they made a mistake, because in the end, the commitment of Portuguesa is with President Nicolas Maduro, with the homeland, with Venezuela, and we will prevail. The line of the General-in-Chief, Rafael Urdaneta, we tell the world that we demand the release of constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro Moros, and his wife, Celia Flores. We denounce the vile aggression against the homeland of Bolivar, this cowardly attack, illegal attack, that violates all international laws. The same way we denounce that at this time, across the world, information is being falsely created regarding the reality of peace in the Bolivarian Republic territory. We ratify our loyalty to the Bolivarian Constitution in power since 1999, and that these people defended in all the electoral polls. Likewise, from this indigenous land, loyal, we are going to defend peace and our right to exist as a nation, free, sovereign, independent, in perfect popular military police union, because Zulia is and will always be a land of loyals. Long live the homeland. Long live Nicolás Maduro. To victory always. Loyal always. Traitors never. Here from Bolivar, the people are being deployed in the different territories, the different squares, the parks, the communities. Today from here, we demand a proof of life of our undisputable leader, President Nicolás Maduro, and of our first combatant, Celia Flores. Men of work, loyal men to the Venezuelan homeland, to the tricolor. The homeland is not negotiated, it is defended. Today we make a call to the people to maintain peace and to remain calm, but we stand strong in the defense of the homeland and of course of our sovereignty. Peace is the territory that we must defend. Love, family, and that is why today we are here deployed in different territories, making a call, demanding the proof of life of our leader, a loyal man, sovereign man of this Venezuelan homeland, our constitutional president Nicolás Maduro, and our leader as well, the first combatant in the name of women, Celia Flores, from the Bolivia state, in perfect fusion, military, civic, and police of all ethnics. We are here together and we always say, loyal always, traitors never. The homeland is defended. With Nicolás, we will prevail. With Nicolás, we will prevail. We will prevail.
There are no destabilization actions within Venezuela. They are actually demanding the respect of the sovereignty, the respect for the people of Venezuela. Let's recall that this has been a deathly criminal imperialist attack on the people of Venezuela that also targeted residential areas. And as President Nicolás Maduro recalled on so many occasions, bombs make no concessions. That is why the Venezuelan people has remained in the path of defending peace, because of the consequences of actions like this one. This has been also the call of the Venezuelan people as a whole. And at this moment as well, let's recall some statements of President Nicolás Maduro that he referred to while speaking to Spanish journalist Ignacio Ramonet a few days ago. He said the US have worked very hard to create a new narrative, narco-terrorism, but at its core, it is the same thing they have always done, create a pretext to kill hope. Remember, for example, he said that in 1954, they accused Jacobo Arbenz, the democratically elected president of Guatemala, of being a communist because he implemented a modest land reform. They provoked a coup d'etat and a military intervention in Guatemala and overthrew him. Decades later, they had to apologize and they had to admit he was not a communist and that they made a mistake. Also, the history repeats itself years later. In 1964 in Brazil, they did the same with President João Goulart. And again, decades later, they had to apologize. Also in 1965, they did the same thing in the Dominican Republic with President Juan Bosch. They accused him of being also a communist. They invaded the country with about 20,000 US Marines and also OAS forces. And many years later, again, recognized that Bosch was a true Democrat and that the invasion was also a mistake. Also, as the whole humanity remembers with great sorrow, in 1973, the same script in Chile against President Salvador Allende followed, but the same belated apologies. Outside Latin America, they applied the same criminal formula in Iran, for example, in 1953, they overthrew Mohammad Mossadegh because he nationalized oil. They accused him of being a communist, though he was a Democrat, as all historians now acknowledge. But that crime destabilized Iran and the Middle East up to today. How many wars? How many millions deaths since then? More data and more facts. Since 1989, because there is no more Cold War, they invent new pretexts. Everyone remembers, for example, the lies about Iraq in 2003 concerning the alleged weapons of mass destruction that actually never existed. They themselves eventually admitted it. Today, they have imagined a new narrative that is called narco-terrorism, as false as the previous ones. That is why let's not wait decades to admit a falsehood. Admit it now, and let us avoid pointless confrontations, devastations, and tragedies. We trust in God, and we will always choose dialogue, negotiation, and peace. Those were the one of the most recent statements that President Nicolás Maduro said while speaking to journalist Ignacio Ramonet. And today, there is a huge concern of the people of Venezuela regarding the safety of its president, Nicolás Maduro Moros, that has always been at the forefront of the battlefield. He was never inside a bunker, in spite of the massive and huge amount of money that the US placed on his head. He's been on the streets, he's been always accompanied by the people, he's been dancing, and he's been speaking from the heart to the people of Venezuela in the past few months. In spite of the huge and massive deployment of US military forces in Caribbean waters that were seeking nothing but a destabilization plan and also a regime change in Venezuela without any disguise. Let's listen once more to statements that come at this moment from Venezuela.
Our story doesn't record something that like this ever happening. This is a country with a culture of peace. Our president, Nicolás Maduro, until so far, we don't know where he is. We don't have a proof of life. President Donald Trump has said that they have him captured, him and the first combatant. The people today demands the government of the United States that has claimed responsibility for this criminal action to return the president of the Venezuelan Republic to Venezuela to the people. This is a democratic nation with open elections. Elected President Nicolás Maduro. For a very long time, the US government has pretended to establish lies against President Nicolás Maduro and his government, but the reality is on the streets. The reality of what the president has done in Venezuela, all the good that he's brought to the people, and not the reality of what the US government does, that is attack people that seeks for peace, a path of dialogue, and they want the international law to be respected. So we are here denouncing what is the violation of the UN Charter, and we demand the Security Council of the United Nations to make an urgent statement in the face of aggression, an act of aggression against our republic. We've seen helicopters, planes, drones, and they flew over the Venezuelan territory and they executed actions of aggression against our people. Today we have injured, we have victims of these actions. Therefore, we reaffirm that the people is going to remain on the streets until we see President Nicolás Maduro back in Miraflores, where the Venezuelan people put him through the boat. We do not believe in the lies of the United States. We do not believe in the lies of the mafias in the United States. And of course, we welcome the president of Colombia, all the presidents that have made statements from Turkey, the president of Cuba, and all the presidents that have been making statements that know the reality of Venezuela, which has been under a constant siege in the Caribbean. We saw that they bombed speedboats in the Caribbean, and they have threatened these people with a military action against our republic. That's why today we make this international denunciation, that the peoples come out, that the people around the world take to the streets, and that they know that here there's a Venezuelan people that is supporting democracy, independence, sovereignty of our beloved people of Venezuela, of our beloved Republic of Venezuela, where they want to impose through force a regime change that we will not allow. We are going to remain here, and we're going to stay here across the country because the people today is emboldened in the face of this unjust action, and that's what we denounce. Here is the government acting. We have an armed force that is also acting, the police, which is doing their action, and the people is also on the streets. The people is on the streets demanding justice and the international law to be respected, and that the UN comes out with statements and everyone else. Now Fernandez was speaking precisely with the people which are concerned. They are demanding that President Nicolás Maduro is returned. We're going to remain here very attentive to what is happening in the center of Caracas as people continue to arrive, showing their support for the President Nicolás Maduro, for the government of this country.
Let's continue listening to what is happening over there.
Full loyalty with the Constitution, with the Bolivarian principles, and especially to peace. As governor of Táchira, I will guarantee the peace in this state in any circumstance. And we will not allow internal aggression or external aggression where it may come from. At this moment, we reaffirm our full loyalty to our President Nicolás Maduro, because to doubt is to betray.
Let's listen.
With planes, helicopters, drones, and moreover, an unprecedented incident, the kidnapping of an elected president of the republic, a president that was elected by the Venezuelan people, and it was acknowledged like that by the presidents of the United States, the commitment of this criminal act, an action that has nothing to do, goes completely against the principles that reign over relationship among nations and government, with complete disregard to international law, and a complete disregard towards the dignity of the Venezuelan people and the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have called on our people. There was a statement that we read in the early hours. The president said this, the president decreed this, the state of commotion. We have moved on to the phase of armed struggle, and our people are on the street defending the homeland, defending sovereignty, defending independence and the territorial integrity, and also defending our constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. That is why we are here, and we call on the entire Venezuelan people, to all the patriots. Doesn't matter your political affiliation or your ideologies, all the patriots of the Venezuelan homeland has to go out to the streets and defend our sovereignty in all the corners of the country. And as a minister of work, I call on the working class to take over factories and enterprises, to defend production as we have done so far, and to activate all the communal militia units. It's the popular military police fusion in all the spaces of the country to face and defeat the imperialist aggression. We call also to the outside. There's an entire international community paying attention to what is happening in Venezuela. It is like that. Different dignified governments of the world, presidents of Cuba, Turkey, Iran, from different places, they have made statements, especially social movements around the world. They have spoken out. The people we make a call to the peoples for solidarity to defend the Venezuelan homeland. The Latin American Caribbean people knows that this is not only an aggression against Venezuela, it's an aggression against all peoples of this continent at the hands of those that pretend to act as an hegemon, as if we were in the 40s and the 50s. We are in a new century. This is the century of the peoples, and here we will defeat imperialism. Thank you very much for your time.
And in this context, the government of Mexico strongly condemned and rejects the military actions carried out unilaterally in recent hours by the armed forces of the United States of America against targets in the territory of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, in clear violation of Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations. We reiterate, this is the statement issued by Mexico, stating that based on its foreign policy principles and its pacifist vocation, Mexico urgently calls for respect for international law and the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, and for the cessation of any act of aggression against the Venezuelan government and people. Latin America and the Caribbean is a zone of peace, built on the basis of mutual respect, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the prohibition of the use and threat of force, and therefore any military action seriously jeopardizes regional stability. Mexico emphatically reiterates that dialogue and negotiation are the only legitimate and effective means of resolving existing differences, and therefore reaffirms its willingness to support any effort to facilitate dialogue, mediation, or accompaniment that contribute to preserving regional peace and avoiding confrontation. It also urges the United Nations to act immediately to help de-escalate tensions, facilitate dialogue, and create conditions conducive to a peaceful, sustainable solution in accordance with international law. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through the Mexican Embassy in Venezuela, will remain in constant communication with Mexican nationals residing in that country to assist them in any way necessary. Such persons are advised to remain attentive to the information that will be generated in the coming hours, as well as to communicate with the emergency telephone numbers and channels. That was the statement issued by Mexico and shared on social media by the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, that also stated that the Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United Nations textually says the members of the organization in its international relations will abstain from recurring to threats of use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state or any other form incompatible with the purposes of the United Nations. This is the position of the government of Mexico. That is the statement issued by the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum. The position of Mexico has always been one of standing by the importance of non-interference, the need to respect sovereignty, territorial integrity for all sovereign states, and particularly to the member states of the United Nations, as such an event completely violates the UN Charter, and as this one of the most relevant voices in the region in Latin America and the Caribbean to denounce this attack that has been denounced by the hands of the United States in Venezuelan territory.
Desmedido, ilegal y arbitrario que ha cometido Estados Unidos.
Informado la vicepresidenta ejecutiva,
The Vice President, the Executive Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, informed me that we were victims of a cowardly attack by a nation, the United States of America, the government of Donald Trump, who has made a mistake by bombing the capital city, bombing the Guaira port, bombing other ports and other civilian and military installations, triggering damage and victims, and above all, a blatant violation of international law. What is at play here, what is being seen here, is that the UN Charter has been violated in its Article 1, Article 2, in its Article 2, Paragraph 4, which prohibits the use of force or the threat of use of force. We have been warning this in 2 sessions of the UN Security Council. Our Ambassador, Permanent Representative Ramon Moncada, presented all the details on how this aggression was being planned, which is an aggression with the objective to take over the natural resources of Venezuela. Venezuela has urgently requested a meeting for the UN Security Council, so the UN Security Council takes on its responsibility to condemn these attacks, to stop the aggression. This has to stop immediately. It cannot exist under international law, such action. We are in the face of an action that we have not seen for many years in Latin America. This is a criminal aggression and is condemned by international law. And Venezuela will denounce in all international forums and will defend its right to defense and activate all the mechanisms possible. As a fact, in the morning today, I've been in talks with different foreign ministers, with the foreign minister of Colombia, of South Africa, of Brazil, of Burkina Faso, the foreign minister of Namibia, of Belarus. We have received numerous support from different foreign ministries, from Russia as well. We've received calls from everywhere. In the first place, expressing solidarity with President Nicolas Maduro, with the government of President Nicolas Maduro, with the revolutionary government, with the people of Venezuela. But also, a surprise that amid the 21st century, 2026, something like this happened. Such violation in the eyes of the entire world. This cannot be tolerated by any nation in the world. And we're going to exercise all our rights, because we are certain that the Venezuelan people, as we have been seeing it right now, strong, in calm, were mobilized in unity around the constitutional government of President Nicolas Maduro. We will see the whole world mobilizing as well, condemning this action and making legality return immediately to the country. I repeat, we are carried out actions at the United Nations level, which is the organization in charge. Well, foreign minister was saying this in this interview exclusively for a platform as a mechanism for legitimate defense that is going to exercise in the framework of the rulings of the UN Charter. Foreign minister, if you can still listen to me, this point is very important. Do you think this has been a strike against international law? It is a blatant violation of international law. The UN Charter is very clear. All the documents that have been violated and we have been denouncing in these 28 weeks of aggression and threats. We saw the end result today, but it was the only way. The only way that a state can be attacked is under the authorization of the UN Security Council. In this case, we saw it in 2 previous sessions. The UN Security Council has condemned and expressed its concern for this situation if it continued to escalate. Well, today happened what President Nicolas Maduro has been denouncing. So we are in the face of a criminal act, and this crime has to be. Well, we continue to speak with the foreign minister of Venezuela. We are listening to you, foreign minister. Well, the demand, the call that the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has made in relation that we need the proof of life of President Nicolas Maduro. We need the United States, the President Trump, to be responsible for the physical integrity and return immediately the constitutional President Nicolas Maduro Moros and first combatant Celia Flores. We are going to be mobilized. We're going to be demanding and calling international solidarity. We have seen it that is very active. We have received numerous shows of support of solidarity across the world, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and governments of the world. As I said, we have spoken with dozens of foreign ministers, and the condemnation is firm. We must also add that the condemnation is not only coming from the Venezuelan people. Today, as I'm speaking with you, they are on the street demanding the return to the Miraflor Palace of President Nicolas Maduro and the first combatant Celia Flores. It's also statements within the U.S. congressman that are telling Donald Trump that he's violating his own constitution. There was no authorization from Congress, and even so, he still committed this unilateral attack, violating international law, violating the UN Charter, and even the humanitarian international law, which is another point I would like to speak with you. Yeah, evidently there has been a cowardly attack without a previous notice during the early hours to civilian installations where there were civilians. It's a full violation, and it's what the U.S. has been doing. It's what the current government of the United States has been doing, it because we have to sell them apart from the people, because it's not only breaking the international legality and the legality of the United States itself, but it's also because it's attacking without the authorization of Congress. But even more important is that it's doing an action that 70% of the U.S. people has condemned. 70% of the U.S. people has said not to war for oil, not to blood for oil. Today they have shed Venezuelan blood with the objective to take over the oil, and that is something that is not going to happen, because we have a dignified people here that will defend its resources, its spaces with dignity, as we are seeing it right now. We saw the national government in perfect leadership, the military leadership, the police leadership, the political leadership, and the people on the streets, as well as the people of the world is on the streets. This violation of all the rights of international right, the U.S. rights, and also to go against of an entire people that wants peace, as the U.S. people, we believe that is a very serious incident that must be condemned. And we receive with warm heart all the show of support from the world, and we're going to continue to act internationally, because we're going to triumph with international law and with diplomacy, and we will defeat this foolish aggression against the people of Bolivar. For me, sir, we listened to the U.S. President Donald Trump saying that he was not in favor of a regime change, and that he recognized the President Nicolas Maduro when he held that phone call, when he greeted the president as president of Venezuela. What does this represent, this unjustified attack? What is the background? So it was not the alleged attack against drug trafficking groups, that false fight against drug trafficking with the deployment of 8 military vessels in the Caribbean that also carried out extrajudicial executions that are still to be resolved in the current investigation, because they have not been judged yet. Well, what we were saying, it's a complete violation. It has no sense against international right, not only against the people of Venezuela, but also against, and not only against its institutionality, but also against a head of state. Here we are violating the immunity that heads of states have in international law. It is a very serious precedent. It's a precedent that puts at risk all democracies, all political systems of our America and the world. I mean that this, by if the world tolerates that a head of state that has immunity is attacked illegally, we are going to be opening the doors to a system that permits constant violations of legality and puts at risk the system as we know it. What could begin here is a situation that could be very, very complex. That's why we have received all the shows of support, and we are certain that we're going to achieve victory, because nothing can overcome international rights. President Trump himself, in his statements, with lots of ambiguity, we know that behind this attack there is not a single other reason. There is no motive that is not the intention to take over the natural resources. Precisely when President has sent a message on January 1st to a call for peace, for dialogue, for diplomacy, well, this happens. We are on the side of peace, but we are also going to be firm defending our revolution. and the aggressors, which are currently in the U.S. government, which will defeat. Allow me another question for Mr. to end this interview. What can you expect from the role that can play China? That in earlier hours, President Nicolas Maduro was having a meeting with the special envoy of President Xi Jinping, celebrating the long-standing relationship between both nations. Also, the role of Russia within the UN Security Council. What is the state of governability in Venezuela right now that people outside our borders might be wondering about that? Well, the great powers that respect peace, that respect international law, they have already expressed their support. We saw a statement from the Russian Federation. We have spoken as well with the Foreign Ministry of the People's Republic of China. Yesterday, precisely as you were saying, President met with the special envoy of President Xi Jinping, who had already expressed his support and solidarity and his cooperation in the framework of the relations that we currently have with China, that we also have them with Russia. And I say again, I spoke today with the foreign minister of South Africa, and I say this because these are BRICS countries. It is to say the global South as a whole is supporting Venezuela, is backing Venezuela, and we are certain that that strength will allow us to truly remain victorious in this situation. In the case of the Venezuelan institutionality, the constitution is very clear. The elected president, the constitutional president, is President Nicolas Maduro's Moros, that must be returned his physical presence in Venezuela immediately by the U.S. government, because this is a violation. What we have here is a violation of international law, and the Venezuelan constitution and all the institutions are working fully. Our Bolivarian armed forces are currently deployed, the police is deployed, the people is deployed, the people's power is deployed, the communes are deployed, everything is active in defense of the homeland, of the sovereignty. And the Venezuelan people must be trustful that the state is strong, the constitution is truly solid, and allows to face this and many other situations that we have made throughout history. I would like to thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister, to give us this interview, this special interview for a multi-platform Telesur. Thank you very much to taking our call. Thank you. Thank you. That was the Foreign Minister Ivan Hill with very specific specification, with news that allows to understand the current scenario that this South American nation is currently experiencing with this criminal attack that the U.S. has experienced, violating all international law, all humanitarian international law, all the norms, and also violating above all the decision of the Venezuelan people after electing the constitutional president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro.
Those were
with placards also. Your name, please. A farmer leader. We are here, comrades, in Miraflores, kneels on the ground, in vanguard. It is necessary that all of us have steel nerve and we defend our territory, because sovereignty is ours. We must all defend our territory in our communes, in our different spaces, and here in the vanguard in Miraflores, defending sovereignty in the land, working, because the work of the farmer does not stop. The harvest do not stop. We need to continue producing. We're going to come up on top of this, because that U.S. empire that dared to put his hands here in Venezuela once more is going to be defeated, because his U.S. people does not agree with what the government of Donald Trump is doing. The U.S. people, the conscious people of the United States, my call is to you: stop the shedding of blood. Here in Venezuela, we will remain firm. We are organized. They will not disorganize us. We all have a task, and we know what we must do. Farmers on the land working, doctors taking care of the sick, families taking care among families. It is the moment of families, the moment of land. It is the moment of sovereignty. I call all you to come here together, hand in hand, together in unity. We are stronger. Let's go together. Let's go workers. Let's go teachers. All together, we're going to come out and defend the homeland, because this homeland is ours. This homeland is for our next generation. It's the homeland of our sons and daughters, and they deserve that we give our life for her, because Venezuela is ours. Venezuela is respected. And this is a call as well to the international organization. Where are you? Where are you? That the homeland of Bolivar, the homeland that has always opened the doors to you for you to make a home, is currently being attacked. Raise your voice with dignity, with the same dignity that Venezuela rose, with the same humility, with the same solidarity that Venezuela stood to extend her arms and tell, here we are, this homeland is ours. This land gives shelter, the land of Bolivar, the land that created liberating armies. In this moment, they try to spoil it. So this call is to the international community. Standing alert. They are not coming here for us. They're coming for the oil, and they're also coming for you. Understand this. They want oil to continue their wars. They want our land to be able to continue to feed wars. They are not an army of peace. They are not. And these people support the only constitutional president which was legitimately elected, President Nicolás Maduro Moros. Is the only that has been elected in this country, that has been voted by his people, that has been defended by his social movements, his women, his farmers, by the producing people, the whole people. In the interiors of the country, everyone is mobilizing to Bolivar squares to provide strong support for President Nicolás Maduro Moros. Remember, it is the time of families, it's the time of land, it is the time, and we will see here compatriots defending this land, because this land is ours. Long live Venezuela.
Let's continue to follow what is happening at these streets with our correspondent, Luis Blandon.
We have a constitutional president that is called Nicolás Maduro Moros, a constitution that supports us. And we also have a project as a country that does not symbolize as a person, a man, but a whole people that today decide to take to the streets to defend its constitutional rights and demand the world to raise their voices, to speak out against this aggression that today the empire dares to do against the Venezuelan territory. Men and women of Bolivar and Chavez, we decide to be sovereign, independent, and we will not rest. We are not afraid. We're going to be on the streets no matter the time. From 2 a.m. we are very active here, willing to lay down our life is necessary to preserve peace and our homeland, which represents the peace of the world. Today was Nicolás Maduro. Tomorrow might be any other president. They are not the owners of the truth. They are not the owners of the world. They want our resources, our wealth, our oil that was given by the universe. And Commander Chavez was very clear. He told us in his message that it was very clear. And they were not able with that because they tried to kill his message, but they were not able because we have a profound love for him. And he has prepared us to be able to defend the homeland in any scenario. Today, stronger than ever, with our broken heart because of what they did to President Nicolás Maduro, but we are convinced in faith and we send this message. We must recall Commander Chavez, unity. There will always be people that would like to take advantage of difficult moment. So we demand unity, strength, and battle in this struggle because we're going to obtain victory. Because today, more than ever, it is our turn, the patriots, the loyals, to defend our homeland. Bombs don't have names or political distinctions. And Diosdado Cabello told us, careful, the tables don't turn. Don't count victory yet, because we still have a constitutional president, and we demand the world that we want to see, and we want a proof of life of a president, and we want him to be returned to us, because we will not rest and we will not return home until we have our constitutional president back in the homeland, who was elected by men and women heroes of independence. And this is a homeland of Bolivar, God, and Chavez, and no one will be able to take us. It's also an important call to the international community of what is happening. The international community, we demand, we ask that they speak out against this and they see the two faces of the coin. Here we have a people of love, a people that is willing to support, as we have done to all the countries in the world, or under the framework of the legality of the international law. We call all allied countries and non-allied countries to speak out against this and see the reality of what is happening in our homeland, Venezuela. And today is President Nicolas, but tomorrow can be any one of you, President, because they think they are the owners of the world. And someone must put a stop to this. Someone must put a halt to this and tell the U.S. empire and tell them you are not the owner of the world. There are peoples, there are governments, there are laws, national and international laws, and we demand all the peoples to speak out against this aggression against Venezuelan soil and directly against our president Nicolas Maduro that became a people. Today, I am Maduro. We are millions of Maduros here today, and we are going to defend the homeland of Venezuela in the name of our president Nicolas Maduro. Thank you very much for your time. These are the reactions. Thank you very much for your time. We continue to listen to the opinion of people here in Caracas after an attack was carried out against this nation. Your name, please. Carlos Sierra, Deputy of Caracas. We're here on the streets defending our sovereignty and our constitution and our president and leader, Nicolas Maduro, and our first combatant, of whom we demand a proof of life. The call is to the whole Venezuelan people to take to the streets, to all Bolivar squares of the country, and all the militias to the trench. In perfect fusion, the countries of the world, we must organize all the social movements, all the patriots, the deputies, everyone that wants peace, everyone that has come to Venezuela knows that this is a people of peace, a working people, to speak out at the international level. All popular communicators, we must denounce this attack, this aggression, this illegal aggression of the president of the genocidal empire, Donald Trump. That's why we're going to be on the streets, and no matter what happens, we will defend our president and leader, Nicolas Maduro. Maduro, you are not alone. Hold on, we are here. Your people is here defending you, and we will not allow ever anyone to take our Bolivarian revolution.
Now we are seeing images from Carabobo. Let's listen.
So, from here, from Carabobo, we keep standing firm and strong supporters of our constitution. That is a constitutional thread. We have laws, we have norms that from here, Carabobo, we respect and obey. And we hope that in the coming hours, we can have the information of our chief of staff, our president, and for all Venezuelans. And we are here. No one surrenders in Carabobo. We are here strong with the mandate that the people gave us, and among all, with the sovereignty and independence of this homeland that enough has taken us in over 200 years of struggle. And we reiterate it here from Carabobo today. Loyals always. Long live to Chavez, long live to Bolivar, long live to Maduro.
In this case, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation reacted regarding the armed aggression by the United States against Venezuela. In this context, the ministry stated, and this morning, the United States carried out an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. This development is extremely concerning and deserving of condemnation. The justifications put forward for these actions have no factual basis. Ideological hostility has prevailed over pragmatic, business-like approaches and over efforts to build relationships based on trust and predictability. Under the present circumstances, it is particularly important to prevent any further escalation and focus on seeking a resolution through dialogue. We believe that all parties with existing grievances should pursue solutions to their problems by engaging in dialogue. We stand ready to assist in these efforts. Latin America must continue to remain a zone of peace as it proclaimed itself in 2014, while Venezuela must be guaranteed the right to determine its own future without destructive external interference, particularly of a military nature. We also reaffirmed, we continue to listen to the statement of the Russian Federation, our solidarity with the Venezuelan people and our support for the policy pursued by the Bolivarian leadership to safeguard the country's national interest and sovereignty. We support the statement issued by the Venezuelan authorities and the leaders of Latin American countries calling for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council. The Russian embassy in Caracas continues to operate as usual under the current conditions and remains in constant contact with the Venezuelan authorities as well as with Russian nationals in Venezuela. At present, there are no reports of injuries among Russian citizens. This was the full statement of the Russian Federation denouncing and rejecting the U.S. attacks on Venezuela as contrary to international law and in violation of the UN Charter. More reactions at an international level. The member of the European Parliament for Podemos, Irene Montero, in her X account, also referred to this situation, stating that Trump bombs Venezuela, the United States is a danger. Either we stop them or they will raise everything. Spain is a country of peace and the government must break all alliances with the USA, starting with NATO. All my support to Venezuela. Once again, no more wars for oil. Once again, another voice in the international community, not only denouncing the attacks, but also linking them to the pursuit of the Venezuelan oil, as many experts, other regional leaders have pointed out. And the U.S. authorities as well have directly pointed out that this is about the Venezuelan oil. One more reaction at the international level, the Secretary General of Podemos, Ione Belarra, through a post on X, declared the following: the U.S. thinks the world belongs to them and that they can do whatever they want to other people. We cannot allow this. I strongly condemn this attack on Venezuela. Spain is a peaceful country. Let's break off relations with the U.S. and leave NATO before it's too late. One more testimony, and among the key topics that keep coming up, not only the denunciation of the attacks as contrary to international law, also the links to what have happened in the Middle East. Some of the Venezuelan authorities said Venezuela is now having the consequences of what happened in the Middle East. Years of the international law being broken time and time again without any consequences at the international level, but also the clarity from different actors in the international community that is what is happening in Venezuela can be repeated across the world, with a power that thinks it can just take any decision regarding any sovereign territory. More information: British former Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn, also on his X account, wrote, "The US has launched an unprovoked and illegal attack on Venezuela. This is a brazen attempt to secure control over Venezuelan natural resources. It is an act of war that puts the lives of millions of people at risk, and it should be condemned by anyone who believes in sovereignty and international law." Those were the words of Jeremy Corbyn. One more denunciation, one more condemnation of this situation, particularly in what it has of just a blatant act against international law. Let's listen to Madeleine Garcia.
In my back, there is a vehicle for anti-air defense, which was impacted by one of the 3 missiles that was launched here at this military base. What you see here is one of the missiles that goes on this vehicle and was completely destroyed. You can see it here. The firefighters are here, this place, trying to collect the trees were also impacted to clear the way, which is along with the highway Francisco Fajardo, so that one of these trees doesn't fall and obstructs the area following these strikes. If we go around here, as you see here, you see 4 buses that were hit, and on the other side is the area where the dorms of the people that fortunately were not here in this place. We are being told there is a militiaman that is currently injured who is receiving medical care right now at a military hospital. It is to say, I repeat again, right now behind me, one missile impacted here. And the place where I'm going right now, 2 missiles struck. We are reporting from La Carlota military base. This is the transportation that usually transports personnel here. Unfortunately, only one person resulted injured and is currently being treated, and we're going to continue providing more updates. The Bolivarian state of Miranda, the people are currently mobilized, gathered here as an expression of protest against imperialism, has represented an aggression, a blatant, vile aggression of U.S. imperialism, President Donald Trump, against the sovereignty, against the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, against the Venezuelan people. And from here, we express our denunciation to the whole world, to the peoples of the world, to the parliaments of the world, to speak out, to denounce as well how today U.S. imperialism violates international law, the UN Charter, the sovereignty of the peoples. But also, we demand with the people on the streets the proof of life of President Nicolas Maduro, of first combatant Celia Flores, who were kidnapped criminally by U.S. forces of the U.S. government in an incursion against our people. 4 states were attacked, were bombed, direct aggression these early hours in Aragua State, Guaira State, Caracas, and the Bolivarian state of Miranda. From here, we call on the people, to all the structures on the streets, communities, our commands in the communities, integral commands, to activate, to be attentive, to be alert, mobilize, aware of the situation that is currently happening here in the country. We also want to call to the communal units of militia, the integral commands that organize, that have their own laws, to the defense organization in every municipality. Everyone knows what must be done. We must activate this chief of staff, the coordination, full communication, and get ready for defense of our homeland, of our sovereignty. The objective of the U.S. imperialism is not other than to steal the Venezuelan oil, to steal our natural resources. That's how they declare it in their doctrines of defense that was published a week ago by the U.S. government. They declare it openly that their main interest is to have control of energy, of resources, and to make of the countries of the continent, of what they call their vital space, well, to have all the puppet governments kneeling and dedicated to their own interest.
In a post on X, the Republican stated, without authorization from Congress and with the vast majority of Americans opposed to military action, Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. He says, we don't have enough money for healthcare for Americans, but somehow we have unlimited funds for wars. Among some of the statements that are pointing at the inconsistencies and also the contradictions of the statements of the Trump administration, who vowed to put America first, but is now heading towards a war not authorized by Congress. More reactions in the sense. U.S. Senator Andy Kim on X made the following statement. Secretaries Rubio and Hexet looked every senator in the eye a few weeks ago and said this wasn't about regime change. I didn't trust them then, and we see now that they blatantly lied to Congress. Trump rejected our constitutionally required approval process for armed conflict because the administration knows that the American people overwhelmingly reject risks pulling our nation into another war. This strike doesn't represent strength. It's not sound foreign policy. It puts Americans at risk in Venezuela and the region, and it sends a horrible and disturbing signal to other powerful leaders across the globe that targeting a head of state is an acceptable policy for the U.S. government. This will further damage our reputation, already hurt by Trump policies around the world, and only isolate us in a time when we need our friends and allies more than ever. That was one of the reactions, again pointing to the inconsistencies in the Trump administration and its take on foreign policy and war. More reactions in the sense, the Senator Ruben Gallego stated, "I fought in some of the hardest battles of the Iraq War. Saw my brothers die, saw civilians being caught in the crossfire, all for an unjustified war. No matter the outcome, we are in the wrong for starting this war in Venezuela." More expressions of the rejection from the United States to this war. This had been expressed before, not only by Congress representatives, both Democrat and Republican representatives, but also from the people of the United States, who deeply rejected a new war across the borders of the United States. More reactions. United States Senator Tim Kaine on X wrote, "If Trump really cared about addressing drug trafficking, why did he pardon a guy convicted of bringing 400 tons of cocaine into America?" Making reference to the recent pardon of Honduran former president and the inconsistencies, the contradictions, once again, a discourse that was using the fight against drug trafficking as a pretext, but continued to show that the United States had no problems with proven drug traffickers, even when the data did not show and actually contradicted the fact that Venezuela had anything to do with drug trafficking going into the United States. The United States administration had no problem dealing directly with proven drug traffickers. The president of Brazil, Luiz Ignacio Lula da Silva, also rejected the United States attacks on Venezuela. In a post on X, the president wrote, "The bombings on Venezuelan territory and the capture of its president cross an unacceptable line. These acts represent a grave affront to Venezuela's sovereignty and yet another extremely dangerous precedent for the entire international community. Attacking countries in flagrant violation of international law is the first step towards a world of violence, chaos, and instability, where the law of the strongest prevails over multilateralism. The condemnation of the use of force is consistent with the position that Brazil has always adopted in recent situations in other countries and regions. The action is reminiscent of the worst moments of interference in Latin America and Caribbean politics and threatens the preservation of the region as a zone of peace. The international community, through the United Nations, must respond vigorously to this episode. Brazil condemns these actions and remains available to promote dialogue and cooperation." To look at some of the international repercussions, and we were saying before that the different repercussions and reactions from the different governments had to do with the support that the countries were showing Venezuela. In this case, the foreign minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, stated that he had received the support of his Brazilian counterpart by saying, "I had a telephone conversation with the Brazilian foreign minister, Mauro Vieira, who expressed his strong condemnation of this unprecedented criminal military act against our people. We also sincerely thank him for his expressions of solidarity." Hundreds of Cubans will demonstrate this Saturday at 10 a.m. in Havana to condemn the actions of the United States against Venezuela and to support the legitimate government of Nicolás Maduro, who was targeted by the United States. The mobilization was called by the Cuban executive at the emblematic José Martí anti-imperialist platform in the capital. In this regard, President Miguel Díaz-Canel also described the U.S. aggression as a criminal attack and a violation of Venezuelan sovereignty. Let's recall Cuba has called on a march in support of Venezuela. Let's recall as well that among the main topics and calls that has been made by the Venezuelan government and authorities has been for the international community to continue its denunciation at the international forums, the UN Security Council, denouncing and also demanding accountability from the United States.
Go with our correspondent, Fortaleza Sur correspondent, Madeleine Garcia, to have more updated information of what is currently happening and what has happened in Venezuela in these early hours of Saturday. Let's listen.
Continue in the aerial base La Carlota, and the expansive wave of one of the missiles of the U.S. that impacted in the defense tank here, together in the dorms that are diagonal to this tank, and that expansive wave destroyed doors, windows, and also in the dorms there was military personnel that fortunately was not injured of this bombing, but we are sharing the images that I can have in this precise moment. I am walking on the glasses of the windows that were completely destroyed. The doors are down. I continue walking to show what was left of this place. This is one of the windows of one of the dorms. We continue walking, and like this I can tell you and share with you how was this area left and where the military personnel leaps of the aerial base of La Carlota of this place. This is one of the rooms. Observe how it was left in this moment. This is the window, the place, and we continue here. This is another one of the dorms. There were some were here, others were on permiss leave because it is still December holiday, so we're going to continue telling you some of the information from here, from La Carlota. 3 missiles impacted in this zone, 1 in the tank of defense, 2 out of here in the garden in an area that I'm going to show you next. But this is the information at this hour and in this moment from the dorm rooms. The report is that one of the militiamen that was injured and it's being intervened in the
looking at and hearing from these testimonies from Venezuelan territory.
Due to all our instances of public health and attending also to the family members of these victims, it has been a systematic attack, very coward, while these people were sleeping and the population of Catelamar, they're impacted one of the expansions of these explosives, leaving victims in a building where men, women, and children decided there is a violation of international law, of the UN Charter, of all of the agreements, the international agreements that could exist on peace, and there they left victims. Likewise, the historical center of our city has been attacked, and from here, from where we are in this house in Quisquana, impacting some warehouses of the port of La Guaira. And look very well what I'm going to announce. They're so cruel in this attack that precisely the warehouses where over 10 missiles impacted was stored were medicines, especially medicines to attend our patients, the patients that suffered from dialysis, because it is the cruelty what characterizes the imperialist fascism. Still, as a government, we're guaranteeing strategical reserves for our patients to continue having life guaranteed and the health in our centers of public attention of the state of La Guaira. Likewise, it has been attacked some military units of our state and civilian unities, police unities, both in Carmen de Uria and in the west of the state, in the parish Catelamar, where has proven like this the flagrant violation of human rights of the civilian population, the flagrant violation of the UN Charter, and like this, we want to express it to the world. They believe that with these actions are going to coward these people. On the contrary, they do not know our history, and even worse, we are joining to the demand of our dear Vice President Delcy Rodriguez of demanding a faith of life of the constitutional president Nicolás Maduro Moros and of the first combatant of this country, Celia Flores. We demand to the cover to those who act in the early hours of the day, those who are under the technology to carry death and cruelty, to give us the faith of life of the leader of this Bolivarian revolution and the combatant Celia Flores. We demand, as the governor of the state of La Guaira and the president of the organ of direction of the integral defense, if the Yankees believe that they're going to make us covered with all of this, may they know that already Chavez and even Nicolas Maduro had prepared us for this. How many times did we not self-convoke here for these exercises? 28 weeks of psychological and cognitive war, of permanent aggression that these people have resisted. 28 weeks threatened, but 28 weeks where we also prepared ourselves. And I want to do a calling to the people of La Guaira and of Venezuela. Let's have trust in the high political and military commander of the Bolivarian Revolution and the loyalty of the men and women that are in uniform that are to guarantee the peace of this country. In the state of La Guaira, we have the Otis already deployed all of the defensive territorial system. As we studied and practiced so many times, they're deployed to defend the homeland because we do a calling to peace. The Venezuelan people, as our constitution says, is a deep lover of peace. But the same way we're lovers of peace, we are lovers of freedom, of sovereignty, and we love the right to the self-determination, and that is why I have instructed the deployment of all of the weapons of the Republic at this moment here in the state of La Guaira to guarantee the protection, the defense, the sacred right to peace that our people have to live in tranquility. As governor, I make the commitment together with the mayor and the police chiefs that accompany me with Jorge Reza to guarantee the efficient giving of the public services. Our hospitals are working, commerce is going to work adequately, transportation, the public services, electricity. That is why we are here as a government and as an organ of direction of integral defense. That is why I want to do a calling to maintain ourselves in alert, but with calm, nerves of steel, as we were taught by our maximum leader, Nicolás Maduro. This is the moment to prove what we're made of. The men and women they are, and the circumstances that present themselves. Today, we have been presented with exceptional circumstances in the Republican history, and we have been victims of a cruel attack, vile attack, asymmetrical, coward attack of the imperialism of the United States of North America. And here we are. Do you know why we are here? Because we are convinced that we're assisted by the historical reason that we are on the correct side of history, and we have a dignity that is so big as our desire to defend the sacred homeland that we have been born in, of protecting our people and our home and the right that they have to live in peace. It is the time of the Venezuelan patriots, men and women, you that listen. It is the time of the patriots. This transcends any political party. This transcends the differences of colors, of beliefs, of religion, social classes. Here we all united in the yellow, the blue, and the red, with our 8 stars that forged our liberators 200 years ago, and that today, more than ever, January the 3rd, I remember Chavez in 20, when looking at us in the Poliedrum of Caracas, he said that we were the best generation that has passed through this land in the last 500 years. I thought in that opportunity, thought that it was an exaggeration of Commander Chavez, but when years passed and by living these historical moments, simply Chavez saw the future, and Chavez looked and saw that this generation is the one that will accomplish definitely the defeat of the Yankee imperialism forever, for it to be a multipolar world, birth, a world of balance, of respect to international law. There we see the smoke that is coming from the warehouses of medicines for our hospitals, that with a lot of effort, Nicolas Maduro has managed to buy to attend all of the patients that assist to our public system of health. But the same way that we look at that smoke, it burns in our hearts. The sacred flame of Carabobo, the sacred flame of love for our people, for the Venezuelan homeland. Here we have no cowards, compatriots, and I do a calling in this moment to all of the organs of direction of integral defense in each community, in each UBH, to preserve peace, the calm, the tranquility. Here you have people of La Guaira, a government in unity, in popular unity, military unity, and police unity, filled with courage, with love, filled with tenderness for our children, for our sons and daughters. That is, at the end, what inspires us to the sacred defense of the homeland. That is why I'm going to ordain a deployment through all of the streets and communities of these states to guarantee the peace, and to all the communities of the audience, you know what we have to do. We are in the third scenario of our plans of defense. Let's activate already the defensive system of the territory. We have practiced it, we know it by heart. Each one knows where they have to be, the trenches that they must occupy, and the actions that with bravery they must do, and preparing ourselves for this scenario that is being happening, and for any other scenario, because we can do it, compatriots. Here we have a brave people, warrior people, worthy people that are going to do of this land a land that cannot be penetrated. And we beg to God Almighty, as Christian that I am, we beg to God Almighty, brother, to deploy his sacred shield on this Venezuelan land, for God to protect this people that is faithful to him, that believes in him. And I invoke the Holy Spirit to bless each home, each family, and of course, as the saying says, we beg to God, and with God praying, with the stick hitting, and the homeland building, constructing, and guaranteeing. So with this official statement, we decree our absolute backup to the high command, political and military of the Bolivarian Revolution, to all our national leaders from here, from La Guaira. We already activated the OTIs La Guaira, the defensive territorial system, and to the people, confidence in your government and faith in our Lord Jesus Christ. God bless La Guaira, compatriots.
Let's continue. We'll have more statements of what people write on the streets of Caracas, of Venezuela, of what they're saying about what is happening. Let's listen.
We denounce and we demand to the government of the United States a faith of life of the first national ruler and his wife. This action constitutes once again a flagrant violation to our Constitution, the laws of the Republic, and to international law, especially to Article 1 and 2 of the UN Charter that says the respect to the sovereignty and the judicial equality of the states and the prohibition of the use of force. Today, we denounce before the international community this aggression that has as an objective to take power of the strategic resources of Venezuela, and in such sense, we do a call to unite the efforts in guarantee of peace and stability of Latin America and the Caribbean. Likewise, the Supreme Court of Justice, in exercise of the judicial framework, national and international, that is in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, backs the powers, the public national powers, and especially the executive power in the development of all of the actions and judicial mechanisms to demand the condemnation of such acts. The judicial power once again unites the people of Venezuela and joins them in defense of the independence and the sovereignty of our country. Today we reaffirm our commitment with life with peace and with justice.
A statement by the American Association of Jurists that issued a statement condemning the illegal aggression against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela by U.S. military forces. The statement begins with, "The bombing carried out by the United States has no valid legal basis in contemporary international law, and it constitutes a flagrant violation of the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of states." The association also expressed it important to note that the objective of appropriating and controlling Venezuela's sovereign natural resources has been expressly recognized by President Donald Trump himself, which demonstrates the imperial, colonial, and contrary to international law nature of this armed aggression. The AAJ urges the United Nations General Assembly and Security Council to intervene immediately and adopt the necessary measures to end the aggression and prevent an escalation that seriously compromises international peace and security. Consequently, the AAJ calls for demands for the immediate return of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the immediate and unconditional cessation of armed attacks, and full compensation for the damages caused by the United States. We are having also now more reactions coming from within the United States itself. We have, for example, Congresswoman Rashid has just posted on X and said Trump's illegal and unprovoked bombing of Venezuela and kidnapping of its president are grave violations of international law and the U.S. Constitution. These are the actions of a rogue state. The American people do not want another regime-change war abroad. This is something that also has been resonating in different authorities. Within the United States, we saw different people denouncing, from congressmen, both Republicans, Democrats within the United States, denouncing that this action is completely illegal, that the Congress of the United States never gave its approval for the attack. We must remember that, and that Trump is violating not only international law, but the United States laws as well, as the Congress is the only one allowed to approve any kind of military action. But not that's within the U.S. laws, but also in international law, the only organization, multilateral organization that is allowed to approve an invasion of some kind of a third country is the United Nations Security Council. And of course, as we have seen from the previous two meetings that took place at the United Nations Security Council with regard to this topic, these actions was completely denounced and condemned. But the United States decided to carry out unilaterally, as empires do, Trump's illegal action to attack the sovereign people of Venezuela. Now, the president of the European Council also took to X recently to denounce these actions. And Antonio Costa, the president of the European Council, he posted a tweet saying, "I'm following with great concern the situation in Venezuela. The European Union makes a call to de-escalate and to a resolution based in a framework of international law and the consecrated principles of the United Nations Charter. The European Union will continue to support a peaceful solution, a democratic solution, an inclusive solution in Venezuela. We trust in the efforts in coordination with the member states to assure the safety of European citizens in the country." This is a statement coming from Antonio Costa. In a way, we could expressing the European Union's concern of what is happening in Venezuela. But as we have seen coming from Europe, there's been a lot of silence, we could say, coming from Europe, and they are being very timid, as we see it here as well in the post that Antonio Costa, the president of the European Council, just made. They only express their concern, but they do not condemn, they do not denounce the illegality of the actions that just took place early in the early hours of this Saturday, the blatant criminal aggression committed by the United States against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Continue listening to one of the testimonies over there.
Pueblo que día a día sale a construir la patria a pesar de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales. Hemos puesto el corazón para nosotros elevar los niveles de producción y tener ese crecimiento económico. Caracas y Venezuela se están haciendo cosas importantes.
They're doing very important things, and that's what bothers the U.S. empire.
Nosotros no somos colonia,
we are not colonies. We are free and sovereign. Thank you to our liberator Simón Bolívar, that not only liberated Venezuela, but also other brotherly countries of our America. We are men of freedoms, men and women of liberties. We are not people that conquer and attack people to plunder their oil and their resources for the consumption of the USM people. And it's not for the people, it's to continue to promote war and sell weapons. How did Caracas experience that military attack with bombings to strategic points here in the capital? How was that experience? Well, we come in a very objective manner without falling into provocation. The people attentive and alert constantly. And today we are here to continue to move in with strength. People came to the streets to support and to demand the proof of life of our president, constitutional president, Nicolas Maduro Moros, and our first combatant, Celia Flores. And here we are, accompanying some ministers that are currently here at this time. And we are here, the people united, one single people. There are no distinctions here. We know our homeland, our sovereignty. We know everything that we have achieved. And above all, we know what our heroic working class, sovereign working class that every day works to continue building the homeland and turn the homeland into a powerhouse. And it's not a game. The clock itself says that Venezuela had the greatest economic growth in the continent. And that's what the empire doesn't like, that we have an alternative model, a model of peace, of a policy that goes beyond sovereignty, which is to satisfy the necessities of those that need it the most. With the arrival of our commander, Rafael Chavez Frias, I call also to the countries in the world, also of Latin America, that may suffer these actions as well. Yes, of course, our call to the working class around the world to take to the streets to protest against this vile crime in full violation of international laws and international agreements. Today is Venezuela. Tomorrow may be other brotherly countries of Latin America where they have sought some other alternative of government to be able to satisfy the necessities of its people. That's why Venezuela is the beacon, the vanguard in the world of this model that we have, a successful model, a model where we have economically grow in all aspects as well, in social, in cultural as well. Venezuela with a great identity and with great patriotism. Thank you very much for your time. We continue to listen to the opinion of the people. Your name? You came here. What is the call you make to the international community? Well, we, the women of Venezuela, are making a call to all Latin America and the whole world that loves peace to join in this struggle that we are carrying out in the streets. We demand the return of our president who was kidnapped. He is the president that we elected here freely. That is why we are demanding his return. Here on the streets we will remain until we have an answer, and we call on Trump to leave us alone, to leave us in peace. We are men and women of peace. We just live Christmas celebrations in freedom, happily, and you come here to spoil the holidays, to kidnap our president. Well, here we are, the Venezuelans, the men, the women. We are here on the street demanding you that you return our president. Thank you very much for your time.
A los que se encuentran acá, los caraqueños, esta bandera, ¿qué representa para ustedes?
Esta bandera es la dignidad del pueblo. Aquí estamos el pueblo, salimos a las calles.
So we went to the streets. We are here defending our president that was elected. The people came to the streets and defended our President Nicolas Maduro. The face mask has been taken off with this alleged cartel of the suns. They come here for our resources. We demand President of the United States to return our president, the president of the people, the son of Rafael Chavez Frias, the working president, the hard-working president that we are here on the streets demanding as well. All of those puppets of governments of Latin America and Europe that are playing with President Donald Trump. Please, we demand with total respect and dignity, return our president back home. The president that the Venezuelan government that is leading the vanguard of Eternal Commander Rafael Chavez Frias, his son, Nicolas Maduro. And here we are, all of us in a brotherhood. This is the people of Caracas, of Venezuela, of Latin America, of Palestine as well. We are here defending our president, Nicolas Maduro. We want peace and tranquility, but we want our president, Nicolas Maduro Moros. Here we are in permanent resistance with our knees on the land. Thank you very much. Your name? Fredis Gonzalez Peralta. I am from the generation of the 60s, 70s, 80s. We fought back in that era when I was a young boy, and today many of us are also militiamen, and we are called militiamen, but we are willing to remain on the streets with whatever armament is necessary to defend this revolution. And we know peace is necessary, but also we are here willing to put up a fight as we performed during those years of struggle in our country. That is why we're on the streets asking, demanding for the president to return to the homeland. Press, thank you very much. So we are here, Marina, in the center of Caracas. Many people are here with us to express his support for President Nicolas Maduro and their feelings. Nancy Villegas condemning this imperialist attack, murder attack, saying that we are a sovereign country. We voted for President Nicolas Maduro Moros and we decided to be free, and we are not a colony of anyone. And we say to the government of the United States to go there and put order in his country and let us live at peace with that massacre of people, of children, of everyone. Now we are saying here we need a proof of life on where is the president and where is his wife. The people and the country is at peace, but we are on the streets. We are in an active resistance. We are people who are on the streets demanding for all the countries to pronounce where is Russia, China, where is the ALBA. Everyone must react and support President Nicolas Maduro and say to Donald Trump to go to back home to make orders there in the United States. This is the feeling of the people. We are listening to the statements of the people. Sergio Girasales, look, brother, I think opposition and imperialism underestimated these people. They do not remember that in policies that is the syndrome of Frankenstein. They are creating a monster. The monster is going to turn on them. As a humble people that we choose an elected President Nicolas Maduro as our president, democratically we demand that President Nicolas Maduro returns to the country, and also proof of life, and the people has the right to defend the president they choose. And we demand the pronouncement of the allied countries, but this could happen and at a domino effect, and they could go after those allied countries as well. Nicolas needs to be back. That's the slogan for Nicolas to return. Also speaking to a young Venezuelan that is also offering his remarks on this bombardment. Here we are seeing this scenario that was painted by the government of the United States, led by Donald Trump. We are on the streets, and we are not going to return to our homes until President Nicolas Maduro is back to the homeland. You are not going to put a government that you want here. We elected Nicolas, and Chavez led him to us. And the leader of the Bolivarian Revolution, the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Revolution, is Nicolas Maduro. We, after these actions, these imperialist actions against the Pacific people of Venezuela, we're going to triumph, and we are going to triumph because we are the sons and daughters of Bolivar and Chavez, and we have been defending peace for many years. And now that you believe you are the police of the world, put ourselves on our knees. We are not going to allow that. And you are kidnapping our president, Nicolas Maduro, but you are attacking a whole country. The Commander Chavez said that he left Nicolas for us. We choose him. He led this homeland, the country. He has accompanied the people throughout the difficulties, and we are not going to leave him alone. We are going to accompany him on the streets until President Nicolas Maduro is back to the homeland. We are not going to accept any other government because we choose the government of the Bolivarian Revolution led by Nicolas Maduro. Thank you. We remain here on the streets speaking to the people. Your name, Iván Ledesma. This has been a day of many indignation for Venezuelans, especially in Caracas, that suffered an attack on the evening of this Saturday, in the early mornings of this Saturday. The moment has come of loyalty. What we have said in so many occasions, loyals always, traitors never. Today our president has been kidnapped by the genocidal government of the United States, by the president of this genocidal government, Donald Trump, and from here, from Caracas, the one that is always triumphant, we raise our voices on behalf of the Venezuelan people, on behalf of all revolutionaries, on behalf of the true patriots, for a leader to be returned to the country, elected democratically through participatory democracy. That is why we demand to the countries of the world, to those who maintain logics in the world, to also raise their voices, because our leader has been kidnapped, our president, and we are going to remain on the streets until they both come, Nicolas and Celia. We remain here with the people from Miraflores. I saw you come here with a protection. How would you describe this environment? I'm coming from the parish of Caracas, and I can see patience in the Venezuelan people, but also we are in a situation that we are demanding the United States to return President Nicolas Maduro to the country, and also on behalf of the Venezuelan youth, we are going to keep resisting, and we are going to be on the streets of Venezuela until President Nicolas Maduro comes back to the homeland. We have another young man from Caracas that has come to express his indignation for everything that happened today. Tell us what motivated you to come here. I'm from here, from Caracas, and what motivated me to be here is my homeland that was violently attacked, that my president, the one that I voted for, was kidnapped, and we have no proof of life of our president. Our country has been bombed. We feel a total indignation of people, of a youth, of people that were following our day-to-day life on a Friday evening. We are awakened by explosions, and today we are here demanding in Miraflores a proof of life of President Nicolas Maduro, demanding that Venezuela be respected, the international law to be respected as well, that have been violated by the government of the United States. And today we are going to remain on the streets, present, to show to the world that Venezuela wants its president back, and Venezuela wants to be mobilized and wants to be part of this Bolivarian revolution, because we struggle so much for this, and we are going to keep struggling because of this, because this is not over today. Thank you for your time. Another young woman from Venezuela. I saw you are devoted of Saint Jose Gregorio Hernandez. What's your message to the world? Well, the Venezuelan youth is very indignated of everything that happened with our president, Nicolas Maduro, but also it is outraged for everything that happened at the early hours of Saturday. The people, those who ask intervention for a country, do not know the dimensions of their wishes, and they must think today that a missile has no name, a missile has no political position and stance. When it falls, it devastates everything on its path, and we are here to ask Donald Trump for a proof of life of our president Nicolas Maduro, and also for violence to stop everything that is doing.
Companion First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Cuban Communist Party, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, and other members of the presidency. Companion Orlando Manero, Extraordinary Ambassador of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in Cuba. Dear sisters and brothers, Cubans and foreigners that accompany us, In the early hours of today, we knew of the coward and vile attack done by the government of the US against the sister republic of Venezuela. This aggression, this military aggression, is not an isolated fact. It is an escalation in the long economical war, media war, and diplomatic war, and more recently of military threats with the objective to submit a sovereign people and destroy through force a project of independence and social justice as the Bolivarian Revolution. The character of this military aggression that is ongoing transcends the Venezuelan borders. It constitutes a direct attack to the pillars of living and international law, an assault to the aspiration of building a zone of peace and to the self-determination of our peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. This action reflects the law with which the administration of Trump operates. The bombings on Caracas and other Venezuelan states prove who are those who take care, and the extrajudicial killings, the kidnappings, and the piracy in the Caribbean prove who operate as international mafias that are organized. The systematic violation to human rights with which they treat the migrants prove the fascist nature of the government that occupies the White House. The armed aggression against Venezuela is an explicit expression of the application of the Trump corollary of the Monroe Doctrine on our peoples that pretend to take power of the natural resources of Venezuela and of the region. Facing these atrocities, our solidarity with the heroic and brave people of Venezuela, and that is unbreakable. For it, facing this tribute, we denounce the intervention, the imperialist and fascist intervention of the government of the US against the sister republic of Venezuela. Our Americas is not the backyard of anyone. We back firmly the declaration of the Vice President of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, demanding the government of the US a proof of life of President Nicolas Maduro and of his wife, the companion Celia Flores. We convoke urgently to the mobilization of the world for peace and unity facing the imperial threats against our people. We call to all the organizations of solidarity, social movements and defenders of peace and worthy people to pronounce themselves and denounce the military aggression ongoing and to exercise all the possible pressure to stop the impunity with which the government of the US acts. Venezuela today is the cause of humanity. Supporting our brothers and sisters in Venezuela is to defend our right to peace. Long live the homeland of Bolivar and long live the Bolivarian and Chavez Venezuela down imperialism. Long live the solidarity between the peoples. Homeland or death, we will prevail. Dear companion Diaz-Canel and the companions of the presidency, and Maneiro, ambassador of Venezuela in Cuba, great friend and great companion, this decayed empire of people that knows itself condemned to be dissolved and does not accept the multipolar world that is being imposed, that allows itself to violate all international legality and all the civilized norms of co-living, directly assaulted in the early hours today the sister nation of Venezuela and kidnapped its legitimate president. This empire allows itself to violate all of the limits they pretend the world to believe. Their lies, the lies have been a permanent weapon against Venezuela, against Cuba, and against the peoples. In this case, against Venezuela, they have done true monstrosities in the so-called kingdom of the after-truths, which means the lies. They pretend the world to believe their lies and accept the barbarism as something that is inevitable. Today, from Cuba, in the early hours of today, our First Secretary and President Díaz-Canel made an urgent calling to international community to stop this very grave military aggression. There can be a worthy person in this world that doesn't denounce through all of the ways that they have this infamous act. We have to touch and we have to knock on all of the doors for truth to circulate on this sinister plan to take the wealth of Venezuela. We have to stop the forces of hate, the forces of war, of fascism, defend the right to peace, to sovereignty, and to life, to justice. This is what today is being faced in Venezuela, the forces of hate, of war, of death, and the forces of sovereignty, of dignity, and of life and justice. Fidel said, speaking of Vietnam, a phrase that I have repeated and it is known by Ambassador Mareiro regarding Venezuela. For Vietnam, we're willing to give even our own blood. Today, Fidel would say that for Venezuela, we're willing to give even our own blood. The Cuban people learned to love Bolivar through Martí. The Cuban children listened in the words of Martí to speak of Bolivar through La Edad de Oro, that magazine that was turned in an essential book in the formation of many generations of Cubans, and then through Fidel of its brotherhood with Chavez, Raúl Díaz-Canel, and even the President Nicolás Maduro. This barbaric act is produced when it is starting the year 2026, the year of the 100 years of Fidel. Let's evoke in this dark times the word and the example of Fidel. Cuba and Venezuela, one single flag. That slogan was repeated many times by the Cuban delegation that participated a few days ago in the Assembly of the Peoples for the Peace and the Sovereignty in Caracas. I had the honor of participating in that event, in that delegation, and effectively, Cuba and Venezuela are one single flag. We are one single flag, and today we demand from this anti-imperialist tribune that accumulates so much history that is vibrant, so much history of resistance and of victory of our people. Today we demand for them to liberate President Maduro and to retreat the imperialist military forces of the Caribbean. Peace must return to the sister Venezuelan. Peace must return to the Caribbean. Long live the Bolivarian Revolution and the Cuban Revolution. Cuban men and women, today the president of our national hero, Jose Marti, our more president ever, when he said that the empire wanted to extend its claws through the peoples of our Latin America. In these moments that we are reunited in this solidarity act, condemning the barbarism. There's Venezuelans in some places of the world that are being joyful through what happened, and we have to recognize that there's also Cuban people against the homeland in certain parts of the world that are threatening with that Venezuela first and then Cuba. May they not be mistaken. The homeland is not to be played with the revolution is not to be played with the dignity of the Cubans is not to be played with, or our independence that has taken so much blood and sacrifice. The humanity has to raise their voices and tell imperialism that we are in the 21st century and that the world is not governed as a Wild West people through gunshots. There's a lot of dignity and patriotism accumulated in our peoples to allow them to come and run over us. It is the time for the people that love peace in the world beyond any ideology to raise their voices. For those who respect international law to raise their voices, international organizations. This cannot be a world where chaos reigns. We call to all the decent people of the world to condemn this arbitrary act that has been committed against the brother people of Venezuela, and may no one have doubts. The bombs that were sent to different cities in Venezuela did not ask who was the Chavistas and who weren't where they. The reports have said that it has cost the lives of innocent people, men, women, and probably children. It is what can happen to any people that does not take care. It is what can happen to any people that shades it. What can happen to any people that doesn't maintain their unity. That is a price that has to be paid. That is why we ratify today the solidarity with our brothers of Venezuela. We condemn barbarism, but also we ratify Cubans the support of our revolution to the ideas of Fidel, of Martí, and of Díaz-Canel. And we reaffirm that those who want to take these people, they will have to come prepared to face the resolution of the Cubans, to the dignity of Cubans, and to our will of defending our homeland till the last drop of blood. Long live the Bolivarian Revolution, long live the Cuban Revolution, and long live our peoples of America. Down with imperialism. Homeland or death, we will win. Down imperialism. Down imperialism that is genocidal, immoral, and fascist. Brothers of Venezuela and of all our American citizens of the world, Brother Maneiro, Ambassador of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in Cuba, compatriots, our Commander-in-Chief, Fidel Castro Ruz, analyzing the dangerous behavior of imperialism in its devastating movements forwards of the Middle East, said over 20 years ago, and I quote his words, "Never all of the nations of the world were under the power and the whims of those who lead a superpower with a power which seems to have no limits, out of which philosophy and political ideas and notions of ethic no one has the minimum idea. Its decisions are practically unpredictable, and the force and the capacity of destroying and killing seem to be present in each one of their pronunciations. It seemed like those words were said to qualify today the brutal attack of military force of the U.S. against Venezuela, and the unacceptable, vulgar, and barbaric kidnap of our brother, the President Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Cilia Flores. Cuba condemns and denounces those actions as an act of terrorism of state and criminal assault against America's peace zone, a violation of the sovereignty of a nation that is a symbol of independence, dignity, and solidarity, and an unacceptable attack to international law. No, imperialists, this is not your backyard nor a territory in dispute. We do not accept or recognize the Monroe Doctrine, nor kings nor emperors. The land of Bolivar is sacred, and an attack to its children is an attack to all of the worthy children of our Americas. And as it was referenced by Abel, for Venezuela and for, of course, for Cuba, we're willing to give even our own blood, even our own life, it can only be called coward, criminal, and the attack in the early hours to a peaceful people and noble. And it is an act of terrorism of state that was treacherous, and the way it was exercised in an arbitrary way, and abusing of the military supremacy for the mandate of a foreign boss, and an expression of fascism, or better said, of neo-fascism that is pretended to impose and install in all of the humanity in these times. That is why the threat is not only for Venezuela, the threat is against humanity, and it is sustained in the doctrine that is fallacious of peace through force. This act of terrorism of state that just happened in Venezuela is a scandalous walkover on international law, the military aggression to a nation of peace that does not threaten the U.S. and the kidnap of a legitimate and elected president, with sovereignty by their people, that indignated. And that is why we are here. Those who are indignated, there can be silence or acceptation of that act of terrorism of state only comparable to the crimes against humanity that are committed by Israel in the Gaza Strip. These early hours we have been the witness of a chilling confirmation. The most fervent follower to the Nobel Peace Prize is in reality the biggest threat to the peace in the continent. Its attack on Venezuela breaks with the stability that has characterized for years our region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Those who celebrate the terrorist and fascist act, as Gerardo explained, that the U.S. has just committed on a sovereign nation of the continent, can only do so from hate that is in their judgment. No one that is informed at the minimum can ignore the grave implications of such criminal acts for the regional peace and of the world. That is why it's urgent for international community to mobilize, articulate itself, and coordinate the denunciation of this flagrant act of state terrorism and the illegal, immoral, and criminal kidnap of a legitimate president to cause a regime change of its someone outside of the Venezuelan people had that right. The objective is not our brother Maduro, it's not the Venezuelan military, it is not even the lying narrative of drug trafficking that they sustained with cynicism for weeks and months. The bandits of the worst species, as Marcos Rubio. The very dark objective of the imperialism desire is Venezuelan petroleum, it's the earth and the natural resources of Venezuela. Only the cynical and the cowards can close their eyes and ears to the declarations of Trump and his sidekicks that barely a few days ago recognized without being ashamed that what they look for are the wealth of Venezuela, riches that have been promised to them without no limits. The candidate to the empire, and there's already the news that she's going to be supported to be the president of Venezuela. The objective is also to turn off that place of resistance to imperialism and defense of regional integration that is the Bolivarian Revolution from the arrival of Commander Chavez to the presidency of the heroic nation. The revolution of the Bolivarian Revolution has proven to be a process of the masses, of deep popular roots that we have no doubt will go out to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, and their president, as they did in April of 2002, facing the coup instigated also by the US empire, the one that has never abandoned the attempt to take over their land. The United States don't have moral authority nor legal authority of any kind to take out of the country through force the Venezuelan president. But the United States is the responsible face of the world of the physical integrity of Maduro. We are joining the call of the Venezuelan authorities that demand a proof of life of Maduro and Celia. They have been creating the false accusation of drug traffickers against the Venezuelan government for months, and they have been incapable of presenting one single evidence. They have not done it because such evidence does not exist, because such practices doesn't exist, because it all responds to a narrative line that looks to justify this indignant act of state terrorism that they just committed. From their own federal agencies, analysts and investigators of the US have been offering opinions and information that estimate the false story of drug terrorism, that show that those accusations against Venezuela and the president are lies. It is very indignant that Trump, Rubio, and their sidekicks do not care about the truth. Those who should be condemned by tribunal court that is anti-fascist and international should be them. The fascists that are today in the power positions of the US learned very well from their Nazi references the principle that a lie that is repeated 1,000 times can be turned in a truth. But the truth will impose and the peoples will defend it as in the past. They defeated the fascism. Nor the Venezuelan people, nor the US people, nor the international community believe in the group of lies that they have been building. They're not times for middle inks, they're times of definitions and of taking a position facing the fascism and the imperial barbarism. To close the lines, people of America, let's not let the giant of the 7 lands pass. Let's not forget what we warned decades ago in imperialism. We cannot trust not even a little bit like this. Nicolas and Celia are of Venezuela, and they must be returned to the Venezuelan people. that elected and claims for the legitimate president. Down imperialism. Down imperialism. Down imperialism. The united people will never be defeated. Cuba and Venezuela, united we will win. Homeland or death, socialism or death, we will win.
In this scenario, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov held a telephone conversation with Venezuela's Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. Sergei Lavrov expressed firm solidarity with the people of Venezuela in the face of U.S. armed aggression. In this scenario, Lavrov stated that Russia will keep supporting the policy of the Bolivarian government to protect the country's national interests and sovereignty. The official spoke against further escalation so as to find a solution via dialogue. During the conversation, the parties expressed mutual commitment to bolster a comprehensive strategic partnership between Russia and Venezuela. Also, in this context, Ivan Hill also informed that he had telephone conversation with Colombian Foreign Minister Rosa Villavicencio, who expressed the solidarity of the Colombian government and people with the Venezuelan people in the face of the current criminal and illegal attack by the United States. As a member of the United Nations Security Council, Colombia has requested an emergency meeting to enable this body to take immediate action to stop the attacks on Venezuela's territorial and political sovereignty. That was the message that the Foreign Minister of Colombia sent to her Venezuelan counterpart, expressing their support. Also, Venezuelan Foreign Minister Ivan Hill received a call of solidarity from Namibia's Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Selma Ashipala Musavi. In this regard, Ivan Hill emphasized that she informs that President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah said is aware of the events and categorically rejects the criminal, vile, and illegal military attack that has been perpetrated against the people of Venezuela. And more on this international show of solidarity at the foreign ministry level, Foreign Minister Ivan Hill also reported that to have received a strong expression of support for Venezuela from South Africa's Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Ronald Lamola. He has unequivocally condemned the disregard for international law evidenced by the United States' unilateral and criminal military attacks against a sovereign people. On the other hand, the Foreign Minister of Venezuela also reported to have received a call from Karamoko Jean-Marie Traoré, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Burkina Faso, who expressed his firm support and solidarity with Venezuela, its people, and its government following the violation of Venezuela's sovereignty. And also from the American Association of Jurists, the AAJ, the issue also in this context, in everything that is happening, the issue a statement condemning the illegal aggression against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela by U.S. military forces. The statement begins with the bombing carried out by the United States has no valid legal basis in contemporary international law, and it constitutes a flagrant violation of the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of states. The association also expresses it is important to note that the objective of appropriating and controlling Venezuela's sovereign natural resources has been expressly recognized by President Donald Trump himself, which demonstrates the imperial, colonial, and contrary to international law nature of this armed aggression. The AAJ urges the United Nations General Assembly and Security Council to intervene immediately and adopt the necessary measures to end the aggression and prevent an escalation that seriously compromises international peace and security. Consequently, the AAJ calls for demands for the immediate return of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the immediate and unconditional cessation of armed attacks, and full compensation for the damages caused by the United States. These are some of the reactions coming from different foreign ministries across the globe in different continents, expressing their solidarity and their support for the Bolivarian government, for the Venezuelan people, and for everything, and for the President Nicolas Maduro and first combatants We are going to continue to listen live to new statements coming from Venezuela. Listen to the people that are on the streets.
Today, seeing the countries, the poor countries, what was said by Commander Chavez, this symmetrical war, the power against the people, against the humble, and it's a coup against all of Latin America, to all of the countries of the left, the revolutionaries, the people, the Venezuelan people, the Latin American people, the peoples of the world. It has been called for us to pronunciate in mass. The US are not the owners of the world to take our richness, to take the peoples, and to take our constitutional president of the Republic of Venezuela. What is the message to the Venezuelan people in this moment? Attention and activated all the political and revolutionary forces, the people in the popular bases, all of the social organizations and cultural organizations with our Bolivarian revolution, our Bolivarian projects we have our knees on the land and the empire has not taken our wealth. We will continue for another 200 years giving our lives for freedom. As our indigenous said today, the Venezuelan people are willing to give their life for our Bolivarian revolution, our homeland, and our sovereignty. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pedraza. Well, Marina is what in this moment the population is feeling, and at my back is still the position that since very early in the morning has had workers, communers, deputies, public workers have passed through here, giving a message of unity, facing what is happening today in the capital of Venezuela and in other points of the country. We will continue being here, paying attention, because these slogans are still up, and while the flags are up, we through Telesur will be here sending this message to all the Latin American population of what is happening here in the capital. We continue with you.
Now we are going to go back live to Venezuela with more statements coming in support of the country.
And if they truly don't take conscience of all of the evil they have committed, everything for power, for the money, that at the time of death they won't take anything. I don't know what they're going to take into account after so much damage, so much crime, so much genocide. We have enough with what is happening in Gaza and in Palestine. How can so much damage exist if we as revolutionaries defend the nature, defend the animals, and we are hurt by destruction and we battle with life? The life is what we defend. It is impossible, and we need the return of our President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady Celia Flores, because I voted for Chavez. I have voted for Nicolas, and the people that is here, we voted for Nicolas. The people that is here, and they will have to disappear, all of us as well, because we continue moving forward and we're not going to give up. The homeland is defended. The homeland is not sold, and we are with God, and God is the only one that carries us. The glory be to God. Thank you very much for your words. And here we also have another woman that has come here. Where are you from? I am Gladys, and I want to to return Maduro to us, because he does not rule here. Venezuelans rule here, and we elected Maduro. We do not want any more problems. We are of peace. When we also hit, if they don't give us Nicolas, we're going to set fire. Thank you. Thank you very much to you. And these are the words of indignation that the Venezuelan people is at this moment, through this calling that has been very sporadic here. The people have come through their own volition from several points, even of the state of Miranda, from Caracas, to be able to express the indignation that has been generated by the attack of the US against the people of Venezuela. I have here Carlos Lopez. Thank you very much for your time. How do you see this calling, and how has this moment been the answer of the Venezuelan people? Yes, we see from Caracas, Venezuela, to the world, to America, through Telesur, and for the Venezuelan workers that are throughout the country and deployed. The message is our state is operational. What is the goal to maintain the petroleum, the production, the electricity, to maintain the telecommunications, and maintain the production of foods in any circumstance. And if it's necessary, we have pending the order of Nicolas Maduro, that is in case that there is the alleged a loss of power in Venezuela. We are all going to the insurrectional strike of all of the working class as the last measure. But for now, we have the control, we have the government, we have the people on the streets, and we have the Bolivarian homeland sovereign and independent, and we continue moving forward with the message of Hugo Chavez, the legacy, and with the immense desire and the immense work that Nicolas Maduro has to return to Venezuela. Thank you very much, and Chavez lives. Thank you very much from the Bolivarian Central Socialist of Workers, Marina. The common denominator is that one to maintain to stay in the streets until there is a faith of life of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores, and until it's reinstated again the constitutional order in this country, that is the ambience that is lived from the center of Caracas. But still the people is here mobilized, waiting that in some time the information, the faith of life of the leader, and of course from the government of the US to rectify
to them.
And the return safe and sound of President Nicolas Maduro and the first combatant Celia Flores, the sentiment that is being seen here at this moment, yes, well, this is a sentiment of union, of absolute loyalty to the revolution, to our president, to all that we have built during all these years, to our commander Chavez. Here we have a people that is willing to give their life for us to have sovereignty and freedom, that what our liberators did through the fight for this homeland won't be lost with us here, and we will continue standing for our president. And we ask that our president is returned, please, to respect the UN Charter, to respect all of the international laws. We are an independent country. We cannot be at the foot of the empires that had been in the past, and we believed that it was a different times, the time of diplomacy, of dialogue, as our president said. Let's look for that. Let's not look for war. We want peace, and these people, what they want is peace. Obviously, with all of the feelings that are being had today with the bombings, the people are very aware of what could be able to happen, but still they're on the streets in a manifestation that is peaceful, spontaneous, and that allows that through the signal of Telesur to be able to see that this is the contrary to what Donald Trump wants, that through this peacefully Nicolas Maduro, the president, be returned. How are you also living that solidarity that is being breathed in these streets? Here we are hugging each other between comrades, between patriots, between friends that we are, Venezuelans, men and women. Many of us have not slept during all night with the worrying of our families and what will happen in these hours that are to come, but we are more than ever united in that love that we share and wanting, as I said, peace. We're not here protesting with weapons, or are we getting ready for war? On the contrary, we are preparing for more dialogue to accomplish for our president to continue and to fulfill the mandate of the people. And yes, if change has to be done, it always must be done through democracy. That what the US empire has done is not democracy, it's the contrary. They cannot call democracy to kidnapping a president that was elected by the people, but it's a calling to the UN on that subject. The calling is for them to pronounce, as our foreign minister said, and many of the presidents have also said, that have made pronunciations, an enormous amount of presidents of the world, of here, of America, of Africa, of Asia, that have come and have asked the UN to make a pronunciation and establish some action that allows us to be able to return to a normal state of tranquility. Thank you very much. Thank you to you.
Let's listen to more statements coming from the Venezuelan streets.
Hello, how are you? We're live. The situation is a little bit vulnerable in this moment. I would like your opinion of what they're doing here near Miraflores. Here we are all concentrated, the Venezuelan men and women, that we're hearing that our president, we want our president to be returned. Our president needs to be here with us, women all to the streets to defend our country, to defend our president, our first combatant, Celia Flores. We want her here with us. This that they did this threat, this interference must not happen. We do not want you to return our president. Here we have a lady who has a slogan here. Come here, please. Here we are. Quickly, we see that you have a slogan that says, "We demand the liberation of Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores." Could you talk a little on your motivation to be here in the 2002 when our commander Chavez was here? I was here at the door, and the history is repeated once again. We want the return of our president Nicolas Maduro. That's where our Chavez left in his legacy. Long live Nicolas, and we demand his return. Chavez lives loyal always, and also we say to that government that is mercenary, that is unfortunately ruling in the US against its own population, and it said that they're going to administer Venezuela until the transition. Here, the only transition is the return of the president Nicolas Maduro, but also we say that if that doesn't happen, the public powers are not respected, if what our constitution establishes is not respected, look, never again here the Yankees are going to rule over this country. Have that clear. There's no possibility of you administer anything here. The Venezuelan men and women will return Maduro. Return him. Good afternoon. I would do a call to the people of Latin America. There is not a siege just with Venezuela. This is with all of the people, as Chavez says, this symmetrical war, the power against the people. We have to defend the homeland of Bolivar and the legacy of Commander Chavez. And here we are with our knees on our land. We will continue living our lives. As on April 11th, we do a call to Trump. You can come in here. We're waiting for you. We're not scared. Return our president Nicolas Maduro and our first combatant Celia Flores. They have them kidnapped, but the people will do the fighting. If we have to go there to the US to look for them, we will go. We need them to be returned. What is your name? The youth is here on the streets because we want our president in Venezuela. We will not allow for them to rule against Venezuela because we are not a colony or the backyard of anyone here. We are ruling with our president Nicolas Maduro and no one else. Tell me something. Where were you when the attacks happened? I was in my house. How did you decide, or why did you decide to come here? Because our president is the man of peace, and because I have nephews and I want my nephews to live in peace the same way as I did, not like my grandfathers or my grandparents did when the Caracazo happened. Thank you. I was in the 100 days of Guarimbas, and from here we say, from today, 2026, and we say to Donald Trump that we're not the backyard of anyone here. We are defending the homeland for my grandchildren, and we demand Donald Trump to return our president Nicolas Maduro. Return Maduro. So, brother, here we are live for. Well, what I can say, and this is a call to all the international community, that what is happening here in Venezuela is a coup, and we tell the government of the US for them to return the president of the republic because the people are on the streets. Return Maduro. Well, this is what is happening. We're very close to the palace of Miraflores, and we have someone else here. Good afternoon. What is your name? My name is Manuel Guinness. Why do you come here? Well, here we are, the people, the Venezuelan people, the Chavez, the people defending Nicolas Maduro. And our first combatant, Celia Flores de Maduro. Here we have the people mobilize in the streets of Venezuela, in the streets of Caracas, and we're not going to abandon the streets until we have the return of our President Nicolas Maduro. Today, more than ever, we are defending not only Nicolas Maduro but also the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. All of these people took the oath with Nicolas Maduro, and we are going to defend him on the streets. That is why we are here in Caracas, in Venezuela, because we are with the son of Chavez, with Nicolas Maduro Moros, and with our first combatant, Celia Flores de Maduro. And we took the oath with Nicolas Maduro, and here we are defending him. We're not going to leave the streets until we have the return of our President Nicolas Maduro that was violently kidnapped. What is your name? Tell me, why are you here? Because I do not accept what happened in the early hours of the day here in my country, and Donald Trump just said that he's going to take the control of the country during the transition period, something that we do not accept. We're not going to accept it, because meanwhile the president is not here. The president is Delcy Rodriguez. Quickly, Maria Corina Machado has declared that she is ready to take the power in Venezuela. What do you say? She's not going to take it. We're not going to let her. We're not going to allow it. I do a call to all of the countries of the world to help Maduro, to rescue him, because as today is Maduro, it can be them tomorrow. All of the Latin countries that please support Maduro. That is a good president. Me, as a poor person of the people, I have the thinking that Maduro and Chavez have been one of the presidents that have considered the Venezuelan people, and they have made the nation be respected in the change that opposition what they want. They do not love the nation, they do not love the people, and they just want the US. Here we have Carlos Arellano. Please update us what is happening. Well, firstly, I want to highlight the genuine expressions of the people that are very clear regarding the intentions behind this operation that has been done against not only of President Nicolas Maduro but also against Venezuela. This is an operation that is politically motivated with the objective of controlling the energy and the strategic resources of Venezuela, and at the same time it is an operation to try to annex to other political process and other leaders of other regions of the world, telling them that if you do not bend to the conditions that the US put, this is the destiny that is going to happen. Nicolas Maduro, constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, was kidnapped because he never gave up and he was not bended, because the mechanisms of economical and diplomatic war and military pressure, cognitive war, they did not manage for him to give up before the interests of the US. Obviously, the people that are looking at us through the TV and this live signal are feel impacted through everything that happened. Many people died, many things were destroyed. The president and the first lady were kidnapped, but we have to see more beyond the geopolitical reasons that Trump does this, and I would like take into advantage that we have your presence here, the reasons of this situation and why it should care the world, because as you were saying, it is a mechanism in action to set a very bad precedent against other processes of national liberation and revolutionary that could be developed in Latin America and the rest of the world. At the same time, the concretion of the Monroe Doctrine and its new strategic security doctrine that has put Latin America as its backyard of hegemony and influence, and through this doctrine, excluding the influence they have called bad of China, Russia, and Iran, Venezuela has been a country that has gotten close to these emerging nations, taking into account the hostile position of the US. Venezuela is not a country that is against North America, but North Americans are against Venezuela. This is not a war of Venezuela against Venezuela. This is an aggression of the US against Venezuela. The elections, the legislative elections, are this year in November, and all seems to indicate that Donald Trump is going to lose them. He just also lost the state of Florida. His popularity is under 30%. These are numbers that are illustrated by international agencies beyond Venezuela. It also must be understood that what happens in Venezuela has a key of internal policy in the US. Many factors intervene in what is happening in our country. The US are not inspired by any democratizing inspiration or drug trafficking fights or terrorism. Trump, but at the same time, the internal front is burning on Donald Trump, and he's looking with this measure that is of propaganda, presenting himself as a strong man. We're seeing images of how the people are expressing denunciations of this arbitrary election by the U.S.
Well, we were listening to the statements of the, and we continue to receive more reactions to what has just happened to the U.S. criminal attacks coming from within the United States itself. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett took to X just an hour back and said the following: Trump promised no new stupid wars. Yes, yet he's starting one with Venezuela without congressional approval. People can't afford groceries and millions are losing healthcare, but this is where his focus is. This is unconstitutional and not what the American people asked for. There we are also seeing what we have been reporting on, that from within the United States, as a poll showed, over 70% of the U.S. people do not want another war for oil. They don't want, as the congresswoman just said, they don't want new stupid wars for any natural resources. And as in a way we can analyze this is that, in fact, within the crisis that is currently being experienced in the United States, it's often easy to go to the outside and then justify everything that is happening, find an enemy outside to justify all the ill management that has been committed within the United States. And this is a way to divert attention from the real serious problems that is happening within the United States, as the congresswoman just said, as right now people in the United States cannot afford groceries and millions are losing healthcare and all their social benefits, and yet the focus of the U.S. administration is in taking over the resources of an independent sovereign country. We have more reactions coming as well from the international arena. The Minister for International Relations of South Africa, he posted also an official statement saying on South Africa's stance of what is happening and what just happened. And the statement reads: the government of the Republic of South Africa notes with grave concern the recent developments which were confirmed by the United States. History has repeatedly demonstrated that military invasions against sovereign states yield only instability and deepening crisis. Unlawful unilateral force of this nature undermines the stability of the international order and the principle of equality among nations. South Africa calls on UN security body mandated to maintain international peace and security to urgently convene and to address this situation. As we were saying, the Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa also reaffirming an immediate meeting of the United Nations Security Council to bring an end to the constant U.S. illegal actions and aggressions against the Venezuelan people, against the Venezuelan state, against the Bolivarian Revolution as a whole. Actions that have been denounced, as we are saying, right now they are being denounced by many heads of states, by many foreign ministries of different areas, and social movements across the globe are coming together denouncing the actions that have taken place against the Venezuelan people, against a sovereign nation, as a peaceful nation as is Venezuela. We reiterate that currently the people in Venezuela are on the streets as well, defending their sovereignty, defending their independence, and they are demanding the immediate release and a proof of life of President. We continue to have more reactions coming from abroad. Heads of states of other nations in Latin America also took Twitter to X to denounce the actions that took place early in Saturday morning in Venezuela, the U.S. aggression against the Venezuelan people. In this case, Bernardo Arevalo, president of Guatemala, also took to X to denounce these facts, and he wrote: in the face of the facts in Venezuela, we make a call to end any military action, unilateral military actions, and to respect the principles of the United Nations Charter. Peace and respect for international law is a clear path that we must follow. Those are the statements of the president of Guatemala, Bernardo Arevalo, also denouncing the illegality of the actions that the United States government committed against the Bolivarian people with its illegal criminal aggression against a sovereign, peaceful people in South America, as the Venezuelan people are. As we continue to follow live what is happening, what just happened in Venezuela, well, we continue to follow everything that is happening. We continue to follow everything that is happening in Venezuela. As we were saying early hours of Saturday, the United States committed an illegal aggression against the Venezuelan people, targeting 4 states with bombs and also kidnapping the president Nicolas Maduro and the first combatant Cilia Flores. We continue to have more information coming from a board representative of the penal court in Spain, Enrique Santiago, also took to X to denounce these actions and said Trump has kidnapped a head of state in power and has taken him hostage. It is a war crime. It is a crime that is seen in the International Penal Court statutes. Maduro has immunity as head of state, and the tribunals of the United States must respect it. That's what the Enrique Santiago, member of penal courts in Spain, just said, reaffirming the illegality of what has happened in Venezuela, which is the violation of international law in all its aspects, and the kidnapping of an head of state, which, as we have been denouncing, as we have been saying, the heads of states of government of every country in the world have immunity, and this immunity has been violated by the United States. This violate one more international agreement that they break, and that's why people are currently denouncing everything that is happening, and also denouncing the dangerous precedent that this action sets. Going live with Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who is speaking live right now. Let's listen.
The government of the United States launched an aggression, a military aggression, unprecedented against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It constitutes a terrible stain in the development of the relationships, the bilateral relationships. In that military operation, it was captured the President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady, first combatant Cilia Flores. We had already warned that it was happening in aggression under false excuses, under false pretexts, and that the mask had fallen and only had one objective, which was the regime change in Venezuela, and that regime change allowed as well the capture of our energy resources, of our mineral resources, of our natural resources. There is the true objective, and the world and the international community must know that it's like that. We have called for this Council of Defense of the Nation, where we have the public powers of the Venezuelan state. We are accompanied by the president of the legislative power of Venezuela, Dr. Jorge Rodriguez, the president of the judicial power, Dr. Carila Beatriz, and the president of the moral power, the General Tarek William Saab. And we also have the Minister of Defense, the Chief of DCO, the Vice President of Citizen Security, the Council of Vice Presidents, and the Foreign Minister of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and special guests that we have called for this Council of Defense of the Nation. From this We demand the immediate liberation of the President Nicolás Maduro and of his wife, Cilia Flores. Only President of Venezuela, the President Nicolás Maduro. Here we have the high command, most important of the Venezuelan state, the high military command, the high command of the state, and the Council of Vice Presidents. We have all of the factors, political, of the national power in Venezuela, but also in the streets of Venezuela. There is a people that has been activated in attention to a calling that the President of the Republic had already done, and that he warned if something were to happen to the President Nicolás Maduro, people to the streets, activated military, militant corpses, your working places, activated national armed forces, activated and deployed in all of the national territory, organisms of citizen security activated, all of the national power of Venezuela activated to ratify what by inheritance we are as sons and daughters of Simón Bolívar. As we are due to inheritance, we have the sacred duty of taking care of national independence and safeguarding it, our sovereignty, our territorial integrity that has been attacked in the early hours of today. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is a victim and object of an attack of this nature that has without any doubt a Zionist and hue. It is really inversely was said by our Father Liberator in the letter of Jamaica. The veil has been shredded. We have seen the light, and they want to return us to the shades. These shades have been broken. We have been free, and our enemies pretend once again to enslave us. If there's something that the Venezuelan people and that this country have very clear, is that we will never again be slaves, that we will never be a colony of any empire, whether the hue they have. And I take once again the words of President Nicolás Maduro when barely 2 days ago, publicly in an interview of television, he ratified the disposition of this government of maintaining relationships of dialogue to have a constructive agenda, and the answer has been this aggression that flagrantly violates the Article 1 and 2 of the UN Charter. The President Maduro that has extended his hand to the people of the US, that has ratified as a true chief of state what must be the channels of communication, of diplomacy, political and institutional, of a state, of a true state, of a state that assumes the international relationships for the well-being of the peoples, that assumes the international relationships for the friendship, for cooperation, and for a respectful relationship with international legality, that is Venezuelan men and women. And that is why we call for the Venezuelan people to maintain themselves, to together face in perfect national union, that fusion, that police, military, and popular fusion to be turned into one single chord, and for us to be in the stage of defense of our sovereignty, of our independence, of the nation, for us to be united as a single body to defend our beloved Venezuela, that we inherited from the most greatest man that the universal history has known, the Venezuela that we inherited from Bolívar, from Simón Bolívar, from Miranda, from Urdaneta, from Ayacucho, from our heroes, from the martyrs that have been in the sacred land to defend the dignity of a people that does not give itself, does not give up, and that is never going to be a colony once again of anyone, nor from old empires, not from new empires, nor from empires in decay. We are decided for the freedom what has been done to Venezuela. for one single Venezuelan men and women to be left out, because the extremists who have promoted this armed aggression against our country, the history and justice will make them pay. We have no doubt of that. The Venezuelan people are put them in the place where they belong, the trash of history, and the people of Venezuela are aware with their sacred fire of the homeland on. They're indignated for what is the illegal and illegitimate kidnapping of the president and the first lady and first combatant, Celia Flores. All of Venezuela is activated, and the decree that was already subscribed by President Maduro. Only president of Venezuela. There is only one president in this country, and his name is Nicolas Maduro Moros, and subscribe the decree. We are proceeding in this Council of Defense of the Nation to deliver it to the President of the Supreme Justice Court for its constitutional back in the constitutional room or inside of the constitution. We learned that from Commander Chavez, facing the situations and the coups, facing the sabotage of petroleum. We are ready to defend Venezuela. We are ready to defend our natural resources that must be for the national development. Today, the Venezuelan people in a very high conscience of what it means to have their hydrocarbons and their resources of energy. Well, this Council of Defense of the Nation has been activated and it has been established and waiting for the constitutional room that we hope to meet in the next few hours. It's been said by the president and subscribed by the president Nicolas Maduro, and for all that is ready in that decree of external compulsion to be executed from this moment to our Venezuela, to our people. Here we have a government that has clarity, and I repeat once again from the words of the president, I take them once again. We are willing to have relationships of respect. We are willing to relationships in the framework of international legality and in the laws of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. That is the only thing that we will accept for a type of relationships after they having attempted and militarily assaulted our beloved nation and the capital that saw the birth of our father liberator Simon Bolivar. In National Union, the Venezuelan people will find the path in peace, in tranquility. Those who have to use force and those who have to use violence and going against international legality do not have the reason. We have the historical reason and the moral reason to maintain ourselves firm in defense of the peace, of the tranquility, of the right to the future of Venezuela, of the right to the homeland that the Venezuelan people has, and the right to a future and the social happiness of our people. There we are with our father liberator in Angostura. We are with him in the admirable campaign, and we are moving to liberate the big homeland, and we call the countries and the people of the big homeland to maintain ourselves in union, because what today was done to Venezuela can be done to anyone. That brutal use of force to bend the wheel of the people can be done to any country today. They did it to the people of Bolivar, and have the certainty that the Venezuelan people is wise, is patient, and has the strategical patience, and it will know to find a path for the defense of the peace, of the tranquility, and for the defense of the homeland. Thank you very much.
We're going live with Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who's speaking live right now. Let's listen.
The government of the United States launched an aggression, a military aggression, unprecedented against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It constitutes a terrible stain in the development of the relationships, the bilateral relationships, in that military operation it was captured the President Nicolás Maduro and the First Lady, first combatant Cilia Flores. We had already warned that it was happening an aggression under false excuses, under false pretexts, and that the mask had fallen and only had one objective, which was the regime change in Venezuela, and that regime change allowed as well the capture of our energy resources, of our mineral resources, of our natural resources. There is the true objective, and the world and the international community must know that it's like that. We have called for this Council of Defense of the Nation, where we have the public powers of the Venezuelan state. We are accompanied by the President of the Legislative Power of Venezuela, Dr. Jorge Rodriguez, the President of the Judicial Power, Dr. Carila Beatriz, and the President of the Moral Power, the General Tarek William Saab. And we also have the Minister of Defense, the Chief of DCO, the Vice President of Citizen Security, the Council of Vice Presidents, and the Foreign Minister of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and special guests that we have called for this Council of Defense of the Nation. From this, we demand the immediate liberation of the President Nicolás Maduro and of his wife Cilia Flores. Only President of Venezuela, the President Nicolás Maduro. Here we have the high command, most important of the Venezuelan state, the high military command, the high command of the state, and the Council of Vice Presidents. We have all of the factors, political, of the national power in Venezuela, but also in the streets of Venezuela. There is a people that has been activated in attention to a calling that the President of the Republic had already done, and that he warned if something were to happen to the President Nicolás Maduro, people to the streets, activated military, militant corps, your working places, activated national armed forces, activated and deployed in all of the national territory, organisms of citizen security activated, all of the national power of Venezuela activated to ratify what by inheritance we are as sons and daughters of Simon Bolivar. As we are due to inheritance, we have the sacred duty of taking care of national independence and safeguarding it, our sovereignty, our territorial integrity that has been attacked in the early hours of today. The international community has added and elevated their voices in support to Venezuela from China, Russia, Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia. The governments of the world are simply shocked that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is a victim and object of an attack of this nature that has without any doubt a Zionist and hue. It is really embarrassing. It was said by our father liberator in the letter of Jamaica. The veil has been shredded. We have seen the light, and they want to return us to the shades. These shades have been broken. We have been free, and our enemies pretend once again to enslave us. If there's something that the Venezuelan people and that this country have very clear, is that we will never again be slaves, that we will never be a colony of any empire, whether the hue they have. And I take once again the words of President Nicolás Maduro when barely 2 days ago, publicly in an interview of television, he ratified the disposition of this government of maintaining relationships of dialogue to have a constructive agenda, and the answer has been this aggression that flagrantly violates the Article 1 and 2 of the UN Charter. The President Maduro that has extended his hand to the people of the US, that has ratified as a true chief of state what must be the channels of communication, of diplomacy, political and institutional, of a state, of a true state, of a state that assumes the international relationships for the well-being of the peoples, that assumes the international relationships for the friendship, for cooperation, and for a respectful relationship with international legality, that is Venezuelan men and women, and that is why we call for the Venezuelan people to maintain themselves, to together face in perfect national union, that fusion, that police, military, and popular fusion to be turned into one single chord, and for us to be in the state of defense of our sovereignty, of our independence, of the nation, for us to be united as a single body to defend our beloved Venezuela, that we inherited from the most greatest man that the universal history has known, the Venezuela that we inherited from Bolivar, from Simon Bolivar, from Miranda, from Urdaneta, from Ayacucho, from our heroes, from the martyrs that have been in the sacred land to defend the dignity of a people that does not give itself, does not give up, and that is never going to be a colony once again of anyone, nor from old empires, not from new empires, nor from empires in decay. We are decided for the freedom. What has been done to Venezuela is a barbarism. To block it has been a barbarism that violates all mechanisms of the systems of international human rights, that violates and configures crimes against humanity. For no blockade to pretend to bend the will of this people. We have proven of what the year 2025 was, our people and our workers battling, also businessmen, commuters, the farmers, the fishermen, all of Venezuela united in a single productive concept to guarantee the well-being and the services of our people, to guarantee the food and to guarantee the medicines and to guarantee the essential goods. Well, we are calling to the defense of life, for one single Venezuelan men and women to be left out, because the extremists who have promoted this armed aggression against our country, the history and justice will make them pay. We have no doubt of that. The Venezuelan people are put them in the place where they belong, the trash of history, and the people of Venezuela are aware, with their sacred fire of the homeland on. They're indignated for what is the illegal and illegitimate kidnapping of the president and the first lady and first combatant, Sila Flores. All of Venezuela is activated, and the decree that was already subscribed by President Maduro. Only president of Venezuela. There is only one president in this country, and his name is Nicolas Maduro Moros, and subscribe the decree. We are proceeding in this Council of Defense of the Nation to deliver it to the President of the Supreme Justice Court for its constitutional back in the constitutional room, all inside of the constitution. We learned that from Commander Chavez, facing the situations and the coups, facing the sabotage of petroleum. We are ready to defend Venezuela. We are ready to defend our natural resources that must be for the national development. Today, the Venezuelan people in a very high conscience of what it means to have their hydrocarbons and their resources of energy. Well, this Council of Defense of the Nation has been activated and it has been established and waiting for the constitutional room that we hope to meet in the next few hours, already to back to the decree of external commotion that has been said by the president and subscribed by the president Nicolas Maduro, and for all that is ready in that decree of external commotion to be executed from this moment to our Venezuela, to our people. Here we have a government that has clarity, and I repeat once again from the words of the president, I take them once again. We are willing to have relationships of respect. We are willing to relationships in the framework of international legality and in the laws of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. That is the only thing that we will accept for a type of relationships after they having attempted and militarily assaulted our beloved nation and the capital that saw the birth of our father liberator Simon Bolivar. In National Union, the Venezuelan people will find the path in peace, in tranquility. Those who have to use force and those who have to use violence and going against international legality do not have the reason. We have the historical reason and the moral reason to maintain ourselves firm in defense of the peace, of the tranquility, of the right to the future of Venezuela, of the right to the homeland that the Venezuelan people has, and the right to a future and the social happiness of our people. There we are with our father liberator in Angostura. We are with him in the admirable campaign, and we are moving to liberate the big homeland, and we call the countries and the people of the big homeland to maintain ourselves in union, because what today was done to Venezuela can be done to anyone. That brutal use of force to bend the wheel of the people can be done to any country today. They did it to the people of Bolivar, and have the certainty that the Venezuelan people is wise, is patient, and has the strategical patience, and it will know to find a path for the defense of the peace, of the tranquility, and for the defense of the homeland. Thank you very much to all Venezuelan men and women.
On Saturday, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed his deep alarm over the recent escalation of sanctions in Venezuela. Through his spokesperson, Stefan Dujarric, the United Nations Secretary General warned that U.S. military attacks on Venezuelan territory as well constitutes actions with worrying implications for Latin America and the Caribbean as well. In this regard, Antonio Guterres emphasized that the U.S. attacks set also a dangerous precedent for the international order, and also insisted on full respect for international law and the Charter of the United Nations. This comes at this very moment. Those were statements of United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres through his main spokesperson of this international body. At this moment,
Greetings, companions of Telesur and all the audience. I'm here in the Chinese capital to inform that the government of Beijing has expressed its strong condemnation of the United States attacks on Venezuela, denouncing its bombing and the attacks on sovereignty territories and kidnapping of the President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady of the country. Beijing state that it's deeply shocked by this unilateral military aggression, which represents a serious violation of international law and the principles of the charters of the United Nations. According to Caracas, the attacks, including bombings in civilian areas, damaged homes, and demonstrating an attempt to destabilize the legitimate constituted government elected in Venezuela. China described these events as an act of hegemony that threatens peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean, and reiterate its opposition to any form of military interference in the sovereignty affairs of Venezuela. The Minister of Foreign Affairs emphasized that the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the non-intervention are fundamental pillars of the international order, and Beijing urged the United States to immediately cease its action and respect international law and seek solution through all political and diplomatic dialogue, avoiding unilateral measures that would deepen the crisis in Venezuela. With this news from here, Beijing, the capital of China, we return with you in the studios in La Habana, Cuba.
Also, there are so many reactions that keeps coming as the day unfolds from several parts of the world, but especially from Africa. For example, the African Union made a statement and said the following: the African Union is following with grave concern the recent deployments and developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, including reports of the abduction of the President of the Republic, Nicolas Maduro, and also military attacks on Venezuelan institutions. The African Union, in this context, reaffirms its steadfast commitment to the fundamental principles of international law, including respect for the sovereignty of the states, their territorial integrity, and the right of peoples to self-determination as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. The African Union also underscores the importance of dialogue, of peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect for constitutional and international and institutional frameworks in a spirit of good neighborliness, cooperation, and peaceful coexistence among nations. The African Union also emphasizes that the complex internal challenges facing Venezuela can only be sustainably addressed through inclusive political dialogue among Venezuelans themselves. The African Union expresses, the communique says, its solidarity with the Venezuelan people and also reiterates its commitment to the promotion of peace, stability, and mutual respect among their nations and regions. The African Union also calls upon all parties concerned to exercise restraint, responsibility, and respect for international law to prevent any escalation and to preserve regional peace and stability. This was the recent statement, official statement, that was launched by the African Union at this hour as this day of sorrow for Venezuela and the world unfolds. But it's also a moment of ratification of ideals as well. When the land, the homeland, is betrayed and is hurting, the people are in this context. Let's listen to some more reactions that come from people worldwide. Let's listen. From Chile this time.
They have detained their president of the republic without any questioning to the society, to the government, but they don't have any faculties. They don't have any faculty, any right to take him into prison. They have no right to say what he's saying. If they want petroleum, they have to negotiate it. The United States with the Trump government has an enormous crisis, moral crisis, political crisis. He has attempted to get rid of this crisis with other people. We, the workers, the youth, he becomes like a bird of prey, entering in countries from Latin America and Venezuela. We regret that so many Venezuelans are not being confident. Brothers Venezuela, do not be confident on imperialism because they do not care anything about the Venezuelans. What they want is the petroleum. It is our wellness. Keep an eye on that. We have to be patient. We have to understand that there are 8 million of Venezuela outside because of the economic crisis, because of all the crisis, all the democracy, anything you want. But Venezuela, you are the only ones who have to demand they sent to free Maduro and his wife to bring him back to Venezuela. And then we are going to decide what to do with Venezuela. The only one, the owners of these riches, the owner of the petroleum are you, the Venezuelans. And in Chile, we are calling the workers to be conscious with Palestine, with Ukraine war. It is more necessary than ever because our brothers, Latin America, are the ones that are suffering this attack that Trump is giving with his government. It is justly what happened to Salvador Allende between 1973 with the blockade that they did to the government just to suffocate the people. That's what they did with Chile, and they're doing now with Venezuela. They took many measures, and finally, Chile also had this forced migration. That is why we're here today. Thank you very much, Maria. There are some social organizations here, and they are doing here in front of the embassy of USA, a place who has been very difficult to be around here to do any demonstration against the blockade against Venezuela. I want to say myself if we have time, but this is the place that was called Sencata because we have all these buildings with mirrors. It is for a high society in Chile, and for the first time in year we have seen a car that throws water to reprime the people that have come here to manifestate, to protest. People, it is very difficult just to understand there are some people just making part of this bombing. But in here, we have this meeting with different social movements, movement for peace, that are protesting with posters that came over here, mobilizing to here in support to Venezuela. There are Chileans that live the exile in Venezuela. Thank you very much. I was saying that yes, we have time to show all these posters, all these statements, and this movement.
Those We have also a new statement that comes from the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela at this moment, and it says the following. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is rejecting in the most energetic way the insolent declarations launched by the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, which constitute an intromission, inadmissible interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state, and also a show of profound knowledge of the reality, the political, institutional, and social reality of Venezuela. The people of Venezuela is exercising its sovereignty, and it has a constitutional president, and his name is Nicolás Maduro Moros, with legitimate institutions, with natural resources, with a government that is defending the people's will and also the constitutional order of the country. In the face of the graveness of these declarations and in a strict obey to the international law, the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is going to take diplomatic actions that it considers necessary in the framework of the evaluation of the bilateral relations with the French Republic. In the other side of the world, in the Middle East, they are performing and perpetrating these actions with incalculable consequences for the people of Palestine, for children, for elderly people. And now we are having the same circumstances in Latin America, and also in a clear violation of the maintenance of Latin America and the declaration of Latin America as a zone of peace ever since 2014 agreement in Havana, Cuba. This is what is happening. This is a violation of international law. This is a violation of the right of the people to live in a peaceful and dignified nation. Nothing has been able to stop the thirst of the US imperialist leader, and it is going to have an impact as well inside the leadership of the United States. Let's recall that this action has been repudiated by over 70% of the US population in past months when they were asking different polling in different polls what they thought about a possible military incursion against Venezuela, and the 70% of the population responded, no, we do not want war with Venezuela nor with any country of the world. We are tired of endless wars, and also we are tired of following the dictates of a madness in a madness plot to harm the democracy of a sovereign nation such as Venezuela. This is what is happening. This is more live informations and more live images that come from countries worldwide that are at this moment repudiating all of the actions perpetrated against the people of Venezuela, as well in a complex international scenario as well, in which there are so many worrying circumstances in several parts of the world and now in Latin America. This is not an attack against President Maduro, as he himself said a few weeks ago and insisted as well. This is an attack against Latin America as a whole, and also against humanity as a whole. And also, this is coming in a context in which the whole humanity watched with concern the escalating deployment of US military forces of the US in unprecedented numbers in Caribbean waters, and also that had a death toll of over 100 people in Caribbean waters, most of them young men, and that had also no legal basis, no evidences that they were transporting the alleged drug that Donald Trump said. And there is even an investigation, an ongoing investigation, that that are trying to disclose these extrajudicial killings in Caribbean waters, and this is going to fall on the criminal shoulders of Donald Trump. This is another episode of the US trying to impose their policy in nations, in sovereign nations that are determined not to follow the lead of Washington. And this is the high cost of not bending the knee in the face of the threats and harassment of a powerful imperial nation. And it is also showing as well how this action, this violent action, it is also being supported by all of the leaders and puppet leaders from the extreme of extremist governments, such as the US, for example, of Argentina, the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, who was supporting and also repeating this madness and this narrative that has been installed or tried as the US was trying to install this narrative of alleged drug trafficking and accusing President Nicolás Maduro of leading a narco trafficking gang. So there has been a massive support from international and regional organizations such as ALBA TCP, the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of America, launched a statement recently in which it condemned in an absolute way the war actions that were perpetrated by the government of the United States against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in the early hours of January 3rd, means this Saturday. The ALBA TCP also denounced this military illegal aggression and also demands in an immediate way, the proof of life of President Nicolás Maduro Moros, likewise his immediate and unconditional liberation, and also their absolute respect to his physical integrity, political and moral integrity as well. This fact constitutes a crime, international crime of extreme gravity and of extreme graveness, and also a flagrant violation of the international law in a direct threat against peace of Latin America and the Caribbean. Also from ALBA TCP, this international mechanism ratifies its support to the Venezuelan people, to its Bolivarian government that has demonstrated and proven, and it will keep showing its historical capacity to preserve the internal stability, the social peace, and also the constitutional order in the face of this extreme aggression from abroad as well. This is the statement that comes at this moment from the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of America.
The vice president who is in charge, we are ready for everything. We are being watching permanently till our homeland decided we are going to win. In a permanent vigilia. We really appreciate the international community for their support in these difficult times. I wanted to say to the world that we really appreciate, and we know that we are not alone. Our president was abducted, and we want all the international community know what is happening, how it is being lost, the freedom of the people in Latin America. Today was Maduro, tomorrow could be any president from Colombia, Brazil, Chile, any country from our America can suffer the same thing that we are suffering today, Venezuelans. We are resisting, total resistance, supporting the Socialist Party of Venezuela, to our commanders, to our vice president, wishing that the return of our president, because that's the only word that we can say. It was an abduction due to our natural resources.
Diana Salgado.
Diana Salgado. I am from hydrocarbon movement women. In this opportunity, we are over here in a vigilia for our working president Nicolas Maduro Moros, who was legitimately elected by the people, and to say and to call the international community. This attack hasn't been just against Maduro. This attack has been against Latin America, against the whole people. It has been a desperate attack from President Donald Trump because he knows there is a people falling down in USA, a country in chaos. This is just a picture for the disaster that is living in its pipe. But our people is organized and mobilized in a perfect union, civic, military, and policial union. That is saying to the president, to the USA president, there is no free petroleum for anyone. There is sovereignty over here. There is a resistance over here. There is self-determination here. And there is an organized people in here that is not going to give away our petroleum to USA. We are going to be in here with love. As our president taught us, as our president Nicolas Maduro has been a peace man from the people. This hasn't been a surprise. For more than 28 days, we have been attacked, where all international treatment has been violated, where the United Nations hasn't pronounced, and we demand to the United Nations to pronounce, and to the ALBA people to pronounce, and to Latin American and Caribbean people to make a meeting, an emergency meeting, so that they can make statements about all this attack against President Nicolas Maduro. Venezuelan petroleum is not going to be for free to USA. You are desperate. You are thrown in your own sauce. The biggest mistake is to abduct the president and our sister combatant Celia Flores, who has been loyal to the revolution and to our president.
Muchísimas gracias. Seguimos palpando la opinión de la gente, Marcela.
We are at this moment on the streets. We are listening to statements of the people. Let's listen.
I came from Baruta. Well, as I am disabled, I have not car. I came walking, and God opened the doors. You have came in here to support the president. I came to support the president because I was elected by God to make a prophecy to Maduro, and I will give them later. But God sent us Nicolas Maduro as a president, and he is going to be back. Trump has to give us back, because what God does, nobody can undo it, because he's the one who governs on the earth. And Trump has no power or authority to take our president from here, because God put him over here, and he's a humble president, a president for the poor people, for the ones that need. And nobody's going to take him from us. God gave us this president. Thank you very much.
This is the atmosphere at this moment through the main arteries of the capital and throughout the nation. The image is likely, it is the same throughout the nation. Through the main cities of Venezuela, people are gathering in the main squares of the nation to express themselves, to repudiate as well this criminal action perpetrated by the US and also perpetrated against the integrity of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro Moros as well. This is what is happening. This is the image that has been multiplied throughout a nation that is deeply hurt. We go to Venezuela at this moment. People is on the streets and they are speaking.
The power people. We have to make international demands. Our president, Alejandro Nicolas Maduro Moros, has been abducted. He hasn't renounced. He has been abducted. Set free Nicolas. Set free Nicolas. Our president has been abducted. And wherever he is, Look at me. Look at the people. You are trying Venezuela, as we say in Marina. What you're looking for, respect Venezuela. Respect the people. Respect Nicolas. Don't try to touch a single hair from him. Respect Celia. Venezuela is not a coward. We are going to rescue Nicolas. Nicolas, if you're watching us, here is your people, Nicolas. There is Goliath, but God is Venezuela. Don't mess with him. God is not going to abandon us. Listen, Trump, listen. We are sending this message to you. Venezuela is a peaceful country. Venezuela is a peaceful country. We demand you to give us back right now our president, constitutional president, Nicolás Alejandro Maduro Moros. Give him back Celia too. We are telling you this. Rain, thunder, or lightning. We are going to rescue Nicolás. So we have to cross, even if we have to cross the ocean. If we have to cross all of it, we are going to rescue him. We are going to rescue our president. He's the only one. He's the only one that we recognize. He's the only one that we acknowledge. Don't get wrong, Trump. This is the right people. Don't simulate it. We are not Palestine. We are Venezuela. Don't mess with us. Give Nicolás back. Set free him. Assassin. You are an assassin. This is the message from Venezuela people that are from here.
This moment to the expressions of Venezuelans, women and men who are present in this vigil to reject the aggression of the U.S. empire on January 3rd, in which helicopters overflown the homeland of Bolivar, the birthplace of Liberator Simon Bolivar. What does the population believe regarding these incursions? Let's listen.
Well, my thinking is a message. Since 2023, when I was doing a campaign, when Maduro was making a campaign, God told me, he gave me too many visions, and I couldn't go out from my house to send a message. But in 2023, when he began his campaign, I brought a letter. I was lame, but I was not lame. I was okay. God is using me. And I am trust that now, Trump, I am talking to you. Jehovah, from my swear of my mouth, I'm going to kill you, because that's what you do. To abduct our president, Nicolás Maduro. I am a woman from God. From 2023, I am receiving a prophecy for Nicolás Maduro, our president. For me, it's very hard. When he was the president, when there was all the disgraces that happened because of Corinas, but she's going to be under this word of God also. Let's keep on just listening. God has something big for the president. Let me say this, because it is since the 2023 that I have this. God selected me to give the messages. But we don't have fight against flesh and blood. But God wants the Venezuelan people to begin to pray to Jehovah, to claim to him, because the devil of Trump has no power. He's not no power to kill anyone. So that we are in the hands of Jehovah. I trust in God. That's the same way I am coming from the hills. I am limp. Look.
Venezuelans that are at this point in the heart of Caracas, who are present to give a vigil in rejection of these actions perpetrated by the U.S. We are going to keep listening to statements of the people of Venezuela who want to elevate the message of outrage. Let's listen.
Women and men standing, people on the street, women and men, patriotic ones. We are rejecting the abduction of this president because this is an abduction. He hasn't resigned. He was abducted. And here is his people defending him to the international community. We need more actions because we can do it. We have to respect the constitutional law and the international law. We have a message from here. People are sending a message. You are a kidnapper. You are a violator from international law. Here is the people from Maduro, the people from Chavez, the people from Bolivar. And here is the big movement, women moving, defending this country with our lives. Let's go. Let's go ahead with Maduro.
This is the statements at this hour of the people of Venezuela who gathered to offer a vigil in rejection of these U.S. actions, criminal and illegal actions perpetrated against the people of Venezuela, and in a very premeditated plan that seek to boost a regime change in the country. And the people is mobilizing, the people is gathering and is searching one another to defend Venezuela.
I am a member of the Venezuelan culture from El Coche Parroquia. It is something outrageous. In the 21st century, we have came back to barbarity. It is outrageous that the biggest empire in the world militarily has taken some unilateral decisions to say that he is the owner of the asset of our country. Venezuela, respecting the international law, has never wanted to take some unilateral decision, but has gone to the international organization to ask that find a solution of these problems that has to seize our resources, our petroleum, because they need it fast. And we accept to sell it, but they want to take it for free. That has happened in 200 years, robbing petroleum in the world from some people, from government before. Today, Venezuelan people is demanding to the world, to the governments of the world, to the people of the world, to make an international proclama to set free our president Nicolas Maduro, who was abducted, arbitrarily abducted, against the decision of these sovereign people who elected him democratically with votes, and with vote is that he must be taken away. We have been keeping just victory with Nicolas Maduro.
All of the people of Venezuela and the social movements that are gathering at this moment at the heart of Caracas to denounce, to make a huge denounce against these actions perpetrated by the U.S. government early on January 3rd, and against all of, in a huge surprise for the people of Venezuela in the very early hours in which the people and Caracas and all of the states that were under attack were in total calmness. And
because here are the women from the hydrocarbon sectors giving a step forward through the social movements, women's social movement, rejecting this vile attack against the Venezuelan people and this opportunity abducting just the president Nicolas Maduro. Venezuela has awakened from Chavez. Chavez was the one who opened our eyes. We're not the same in 1810. There was a Bolivar, there was a Paz, there was a Sucre, there is Juana, there is God firstly with us. And to the President Trump, I would like to send you a message and to be clear with it. The oldest book in the world said that the bad one is going to be killed. And we adore Nicolas.
Statements at this moment of more Venezuelan citizens who are repudiating at this moment the attacks against the people of Venezuela that happened in the early hours of Saturday morning, and also that followed with the kidnapping of President Nicolás Maduro Moros and the first combatant Celia Flores in a cruel and violent action in a country that was not at war.
President of the Union Infantur. In this sense, I would like to say to the people that the people's servicing and transportation are in here with the people to say to the world that our president is not alone, that we are going to be on the street as he ordered. It is very important to know that the working class, all it is united in this cause, and we want just our working president back. First, our president here in Venezuela, and then let's what can we do? But we are waiting orders from the major staff to see the action that we are going to follow in this sense. Likely, the working class, it is calling to all the people. This is a word from all the people to defend our homeland. They tried that with our president. We're not going to allow it. If they come later, they're going to come for us if we do not stop this situation. So we call all the whole people to come to Miraflores and support the cause of the Bolivarian revolution, that is the cause of Bolivar, of Chavez, the cause of the people, the cause of the workers in Venezuela.
These are, at this moment, live footage from Caracas. People is activated on the streets, as was called by the government, the Bolivarian government, following the actions, the criminal actions of the U.S. perpetrated against the nation in the early hours of Saturday. The people is on the streets. Let's listen.
Montes, we reject standing. They violate all articles, all constitution, or international threat. He's out of rank. He's wrong of rank. I would like to say a term that you are abusing from a people. You are abusing from a word, and you are messing a lot because there is the people, there is the word killer. Give our president back because I voted for him, and most of the people, more than 6 million of Venezuela voted for him, and we won very clean election to that delinquent, to criminal, Maria Corina Machado. That's why I'm telling Trump, you are a killer, you are an abductor. Give him back. Because we are ready just to fight to defend our homeland.
These were the statements at this moment of the people of Venezuela who are performing a vigil in defense of the safety of Venezuelans, in defense as well of the rights of the people of Venezuela to live a dignified life in their own terms, in also respecting the democratic processes, and also they are being emphatic in one fact. Venezuela has already a president. His name is Nicolás Maduro Moros, and they will not allow the imposition of a new president that was not elected democratically, and either they are going to accept the calling of early elections in the country. This is everything that is happening at this moment in Caracas. We can see the people remain on the streets and they are defending the right to live in a peaceful environment as well. And in this context, also there has been a massive support from international and regional organizations such as ALBA TCP, the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of America, a clear violation of international law. Now let's go to Venezuela, where there is that new updates regarding these events. Let's listen at this moment.
They have to kill more than 8 million combatants for them to take a barrel of petroleum. We are waiting. We are getting ready for it. All people, there are more than 8 million combatants, militia, reserves, and we are united. The state government, policial in just one movement. We have to show that we united at more. Here there is a Venezuelan competitor. Francis ya quería usted. What group? A political team. What do you think about what is happening? I'm watching commemoration who heard Trump's speech. He said that he wants to govern Venezuela. In here, Venezuelans are the one who govern. We want our president back, Nicolas Maduro Modo, and Celia Flores, his wife. We are the Venezuelans that are over here, firm, so that we are demanding our president back. We do not have drugs. We are fathers, parents. We are representing Venezuela. I want that peace. Give me my president back to Venezuela. He is not from USA. He's Venezuelan. United States has nothing to do in here, in Venezuela. That is why Venezuelans are in here, governing this country. That's why, so give our president back. This is the political artisan. Give our president, Nicolas Maduro, back. Not a drop of oil for USA. We demand the Ariane Carrillo. When do you hear that the president was abducted? What do you do? I cry a lot. It was so painful. Because they stained our homeland, Bolivar homeland, Chavez homeland. Firstly, they killed Chavez because they killed Chavez. That's why we're demanding Maduro, our president, back of this republic. He was elected 3 times by the people. We demand you to give Maduro back. Do you feel frustrated? I felt rage, a lot of rage. There was betrayal over there. It is evident that there was betrayal over there. They betrayed Jesus Christ. There was betrayal. Your name. Easy Freitas, I belong to the country sentinels of grandmas and grandpas. I reject, and with a lot of pain, that this president from USA has taken my president, the one who was voted by the people. Here is your people, armed to defend the president of the Venezuelan territory. Venezuela is not your Trump. Venezuela is ours, and our wellness are ours, and our president is ours. President Donald Trump said he is going to govern Venezuela, and he is going to administrate the Venezuelan petroleum. Is there a coup d'etat? They take the head of state, but the state goes on. The people goes on. How come they can come in here to govern if there is people on the street and there is a state, strong state? That is not going to happen, because in here we are armed and we are convinced about what we are. We have not going to wait anyone from abroad to govern our house. That is not possible. So that you are not the president from Venezuela. Our president is Nicolas Maduro Moro, and give Celia back. That is the power of we in Venezuela. Your name, please. Mireya Leal. I am from the political team. There was a chirurgical military operation. They came around 1 a.m. with bombing. Are you afraid about this happen? To do this again? No, I am not afraid about that. That is why I'm here, to defend my homeland, for my kids, for the whole Venezuela. And we want our president back to this country. I am not afraid of anything. If they try to do that again, here we have to go with weapons, and people have to have the weapons. There is the decree that was signed, of internal commotion that was signed for the people to come and defend. That's why clear. That's why this decree was signed. That's why we have to be all on the street. We are here to defend. because our president's name is Nicolas Maduro. He cannot intervene in our country because we don't elected him. We elected Maduro as our president. Here we are then sharing with a very important sector of the population in Careco because this illegal aggression that happened today on the side of criminal forces of USA commanded by Donald Trump. But as you can see, which are here and other people are eager to come here, are going to say the same. The illegal aggression has an answer. As people that are resisting, people that wants to go on with the political process, go back to studies.
We are here to protest for the obvious, the right of people to have a present and a future as independent countries, with self-sufficiency and democracy. Unfortunately, the attack by the US foreshadows a new Monroe Doctrine. We say no. The Greek people are on the right side of history. The new year entered with imperialism. What more is there to say? Another American intervention on the planet, the global bully, the international terrorist.
That is a very big problem that someone as big as the US just went to a small country, no, not a small country, but went to a country in Latin America and decided to act without permission of international law. Is why it's the biggest potency, or like one of the biggest countries in the world with so much power. And the fact that this is happening is absolutely insane. It's crazy to see that countries like these people are like so against what is happening, and then to see my friends from Venezuela and Costa Rica celebrating and like being happy about this is complete. It's such a weird contrast.
Kidnap a president of a nation is morally wrong. What makes Trump any different than Hitler? They have done the exact same things. It's history repeating itself. Donald Trump is an apartheid criminal who is actually trying to call himself a man of peace around the world when he is the criminal launching wars and criminal actions against other nations.
What Donald Trump is doing, he's insulting all the people who serve for this country as I did, because he's misusing our military forces. Our military forces was never designed to be used in the way that Donald Trump is using it now. He's basically using our military as his thugs around the world.
You know, this is an illegal war. He didn't get permission from Congress, and America, we have a really bad record of invading other countries, destabilizing the world, and losing those wars. And so we need to stop this, and we need to save our country, our democracy. And so the way we do that is by turning out, by protesting. That's how we do that. We push back.
And now they say that they are going to govern until they stabilize the country. They are lying. They want the common goods, just as they are doing in the Middle East and Latin America. That is why we have to say Yankees out of Venezuela, the Caribbean, and all of Latin America. We think what they have done is barbaric, regardless of not sharing their policy or what the regime does, because U.S. imperialism cannot take the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean as if they were the backyard of its house to apply its policies and impose its interests.
Now we are going live to Venezuela. Our correspondent there is present and is offering statements and a report as well. Let's listen.
The imperialism is going to use all mechanisms to get rid of the most revolutionary elements inside Venezuela, because the objective is to take over the Bolivar homeland, to become a kind of enterprise at the service of the interests of the United States, to get the petroleum, the gold, to get the whale rants. They are topics that they have been saying, slogans that they have seen for a long time. This civic political unity have to be materialized, have to be understood, that there will be an armed confrontation, just to avoid coming in the Venezuelan territory. with a coward soldier from USA because they know perfectly that in here there is a people organized in communities, neighborhoods that is going to give battle. But please, we must be vigilant because the imperialism has hidden. We cannot present the other part of the face just to be hidden again. Sooner or later, we had to leave this painful moment for Latin America and Venezuela in circumstances, complicated situations, difficult situations.
Fíjate que está
Look,
solicitada una reunión de
that there
emergencia
is a call for a meeting in United Nations. What's your opinion about this mechanism?
Opino que realmente no servirá absolutamente para nada.
They will be useless
Se ha venido observando
because we have been watching how is the action in United Nations is another international organization, not only in the case of Venezuela, but we observe what have been done with Palestine. Palestine is destroyed. There was a genocide over there. What had happened with the responsibles of that genocide? United States, England, the European Union, the Zionist criminals that are behind these actions against the Venezuelan people. It is very important to understand and to observe the enemy, to know how to read properly the enemy, which are the characters, the governments that have expressed the endorsement to that criminal action against the Venezuelan people. Milei government, the banana government that not only export banana but cocaine that he sends to Europe. I am referring to Daniel Noboa in Ecuador, and of course the Zionism, the Israeli Zionism that has congratulated for this criminal action that was carried out against the Bolivarian homeland. What has happened in other conflict? What has done United Nations done? What has done the Security Council done? Because the United States have a lot of power, then I am not confident at all in these international organizations which are in charge to give the back to the criminal policy of the imperialism. That's why you have to add another element that is very dangerous. That is the media apparatus that is acting today brutally to create this disunion to the ones that are defending the revolutionary process. That is very important to be understood from inside the people. The people, you have to say the truth. The people, you have to form in a proper way to know what really happened in the morning of the January 3rd, 2023, and which were the circumstances in which Nicolas Maduro was kidnapped. The truth for us is very important because in that way we avoid the enemy through psychological operations, destroy the ones who form this revolutionary fight. There are other things that we have to analyze.
Today is a painful day for Venezuelans, but also for Latin America as a whole. Also showing now we are going live to Venezuela once more. The Constitutional Chamber of the Supreme Court of Justice is offering statements, is said to offer statements. Let's listen to see any of the updates that are coming from Venezuela this hour. Let's listen.
Nuestro presidente legítimo y constitucional. Por ello se ha decretado un estado de conmoción exterior y ahora nos conectamos de inmediato con la sala constitucional del Tribunal Supremo de Justicia con su pronunciamiento
with this official pronouncing.
Vista la agresión militar
Seeing
extranjera suscitada
the
el 3 de enero
foreign
del
aggression,
2016,
January 3rd, 2026, from which
la República
it was
Bolivariana de Venezuela
aimed the Venezuelan Republic, and that had
el secuestro del
the aim was the kidnapping of the constitutional president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro Moro. This constitutional hall of the Supreme Trial of Justice in exercise and the interpretation faculty that confer Article 335 of the Republic Constitution of the Venezuelan Republic calls necessary to make an interpretation, systematic interpretation to the Articles 234 and 239 of the Venezuela Bolivarian Republic Constitution, with the aims to determine the applicable juridical to guarantee the administrative continuity and the defense of the nation. With the by force absence of the President of the Republic and seeing the situation, exceptional situation, due to the kidnapping of the citizen Nicolás Maduro Moro, President of the Republic, what configurate an alleged impossibility, temporarily impossibility to exercise his functions. In virtue of the before stated and accomplishing with the attribution conferred by the Article 335 of the Bolivarian Republic Constitution of Venezuela, and its maximum and the last interpreter of the Constitution, so like the Article 5 of the Organic Law of the Supreme Justice Trial, this Hall calls its competence and proceed from office to interpret the constitutional precept to be applied, aimed at clear up any kind of juridical nonsense list and to establish the route to preserve the constitutional order in this moment, in this transcendental moment of the country. This maximum appreciate that this fact, public fact, and notorious that happened January the 3rd, 2026, configurates an exceptional situation, untypical and major force that is do not literally inside in the Constitution of the Republic, that is generating a situation that requires constitutional due to the maximum seriousness that threaten the stability of the state, the security of the nation, and the effectiveness of the juridical organization. That is why this hall has considered it very important to dictate in the framework of this cultural and preventive action a measure of protection to guarantee the continuity, the administrative continuity of the state and the defense of the nation, without any implication about the qualification, the juridical qualification of the lack or the emptiness in the presidential side, temporal or absolute, not to substitute the competence of another organs of the states with this kind of procedures, so that what it was said, established, this hall considers that there are elements that indicate the configuration of a situation of the president to be impossible, generally seen in the Article 234 in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela Constitution, and estimate equally that the Constitution in 239 article give attributions to the executive vice president the functions to supply the temporal absence of the president. In the actual state of this urgency and the certain threat, it is imperative and necessary and proportional to dispose cautiously that this function should be done immediately, just to facilitate the preservation of the interests of the nation, facing just the aggression, the foreign aggression that is facing right now. The decision, for the reasons before stated, this constitutional hall of the Supreme Tribunal of Justice, administrating justice on behalf of the Republic and with the authority, decides first, declares competent to know from office or to do their functions by office. The articles 234, 239 from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela Constitution aim to determine the juridical regime to be applied to guarantee the continuity of the state, the government rules, and defend the sovereignty, facing just the force, the absent by force of the President of the Republic. All of this conform with the Article 236.335 and 336.10 from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela Constitution and the Article 5 of the Organic Law of the Supreme Justice Trial. Second, we order that the citizen Delcis Eloína Rodríguez Gómez, Executive Vice President of the Republic, assume, take over, and inherit, and in the condition of in charge, all the attributions, duties, and faculties within the charge of the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, with the aim to guarantee the continuity, the administrative continuity, and the defense, the internal defense of the nation. Third, we order to notify immediately to the Executive Vice President, to the Defense Council of the Nation, to the high military sphere and the National Assembly. Be notified and be accomplished in immediately way, signed and sealed in the session hall of the Constitutional Hall of the Supreme Tribunal of Justice in Caracas, the 3 days, January 2026.
And now we are going live to Venezuela. Our correspondent Madeleine Garcia is there and is bringing our reports. Let's listen.
Del Estado y está en manos en este momento por el ataque de Estados Unidos la vicepresidenta.
The Vice President Delcy Rodriguez.
Esto en vista, recordemos, de los
This
ataques
is
a las 2 de la madrugada.
According to the attacks at 2 a.m. from USA.
Aproximadamente la gente cuenta entre 11
People say that there were about 11 or 12 helicopters that were attacked some strategical places in the capital of Venezuela, and Miranda State, Aragua State, and also in La Guaira State, where we were in before reports. One of the missiles hit a residential zone in the Sublet organization. We could observe the impact of that missile in that residence where 16 families live, around 16 families live. There was a lady that was killed, and she was one leg mutilated, and she bleed out She was 87 years old, another lady. She was in full beating. She has some burns. Behind me, there are some images that we're going to have to show them to you. This is another impact of another missile, very close to the governor offices, the historical part of the city where I am, where there is the hall. Also, one of the target was the place where the anti-aerial defense was. And this is just to say, to make a resume of what we have gathered during the day. We were also seeing the supermarket, the pharmacy, those places where we could see people telling us that they do not agree with what's happening because we cannot be a colony of anyone. One of the persons was telling me, Venezuela is a free country, that if they have kidnapped the country, means that United States is making their doings in this nation. We were hearing during the whole day the testimony that we share in the websites and in Telesur screens from the family of the wounded during this attack to these strategic targets. In some of the spots where battalions in this city, there is a residential zone also. People were evacuated because it was without electricity. They attacked an electrical tower, violating the international law, and in the work terms to attack an electricity pole. It is national security. We're going to keep on reporting what is happening here in Venezuela. And now the vice president, Daisy Rodriguez, is taking over the presidency in the country. It doesn't mean that she's substituting the president because he is kidnapped. So we saw the first images from the USA.
We were just listening to statements of Madeleine Garcia, our correspondent in Caracas. She was assessing all of the aftermath of this deadly attack that has been suffered by the people of Venezuela. She's at La Guaira at this moment, and she for sure is going to keep bringing us more information on everything that has happened and is unfolding in the country at this hour. Now we are going to remain on topic, and also
we have been warning about this in 2 sessions of the Security Council. Our ambassador and permanent representative, Samuel Moncada, laid out details of how this aggression was being engineered. An aggression aimed at seizing Venezuela's natural resources. Venezuela has urgently requested a meeting of the Security Council so that it assumes its responsibility. The responsibility to condemn the attacks and stop the aggressor. This must stop immediately under international law. Such an action cannot exist. It is a blatant violation of international law. The United Nations Charter is very clear. All the document that has been violated, which we have denounced during the 28 weeks of aggression and threats, were consumed today. The only way a state can be attacked is with the authorization of the United Nations Security Council. But even more serious is that they are taking an action that 70% of the U.S. population has condemned. 70% of the U.S. population has said no to war for oil, no blood for oil. Today, Venezuela's blood has been shed in an attempt to seize oil, which will not happen, because there is a dignified people, the Bolivarian people, who will defend their resources, their territory, and their space with dignity, as we were witnessing today. Here, the immunity that heads of states enjoy under international law is being violated. This sets a serious precedent, a precedent who puts all democracies and political systems in our Americas and the world at risk. Meaning, if the world tolerates that a head of states who enjoys political and diplomatic immunity at the international level is attacked illegally, we will be opening the doors to systems of constant violations of legality, one of that endangers the systems as we know it.
In the framework of this international support to Venezuela, in Uruguay, social movements and political forces condemned the attacks carried out by the United States against Venezuela. Social movements and political forces joined the mobilizations rejecting the U.S. aggression against Venezuela and the kidnapping of President Nicolás Maduro, along with first combatant Celia Flores. They also condemned the aggressions against the Venezuelan people and the military bases. Social movements urge respect for international law and Venezuela's sovereignty.
Well, first of all, there is enormous concern, not only about what is happening in Venezuela, but also about the subsequent consequences this will surely have for the Venezuelan people themselves, for ordinary people in the streets, because the costs are always borne by civilians who are not military, and that is what worries us most. In addition, knowing that for Uruguay it will be a difficult stage in 2026, since we will preside over nothing less than CELAC plus G77, plus China, I believe this presents a very complex political scenario for a country that has experienced ups and downs in national policy. And with respect to Venezuela, I believe that anyone who does not understand that they are coming for all of us in Latin America has not understood the historic moment we are living in the world.
El momento histórico que estamos viviendo en el mundo.
Well, beyond knowing the savagery that the U.S. government has against the peoples of the world, we were distressed by the images we saw, but we are also strong and convinced that the Latin American people will rise up and resist this together with the Venezuelan people, for the sovereignty and peace of our continent. That is why we are here at the Venezuelan embassy, coordinating a space of solidarity with Venezuela.
Acá un espacio de solidaridad con Venezuela. Del imperio se torna más agresivo con sus periferias.
The empire has become more aggressive with its periphery, and therefore it intensifies in a brutal way, in some manner consolidating the pulverization of the rules-based world.
Pulverización del mundo basado en reglas. Si el mundo basado en reglas quedó herido de muerte después del genocidio en Gaza,
The rules-based world was mortally wounded after the genocide in Gaza. This action against Latin America is an aggression that also puts most of the country's ambassadors in check. In Mexico, there is a Marine who quickly identifies the danger that Mexico represents today, with respect to the new excursion to appropriate the central geopolitical space for the empire's interests, which is drug trafficking. There is no possibility of being contingent. I believe that the contingent must be one of rejection, condemnation, solidarity, and the actions of today's intersocial mobilizations convening in the plaza.
Las acciones y las movilizaciones, esta tarde la Intersocial, el PCNT, FUBAN, ONAPU, adhiere también el Frente
This mobilization must be the beginning of a series of mobilizations in defense of peace, which is the only way to be consistent in the defense of anti-imperialist peace.
Forma de ser consecuente en la defensa de la paz.
Democrats in Congress, that's for sure. But one of the things, you've already obviously cracked down on these drug boats. You've also cracked down on these illegal oil shipments coming out of Venezuela. The countries that negotiate with Venezuela for that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. We were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set and this was so lethal. This was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it, but we were prepared for a second wave going in.
Mr. President, sorry, Nicole, can I just follow up on one thing? And that was when part of Vice President Vance's tweet about an hour ago said that you offered several off-ramps to Maduro that he didn't take. What did those off-ramps look like?
Well, basically, I said, you have to give up. You have to surrender. And he was close, but in the end, I really didn't. We had to do something that was really much more surgical, much more powerful. This was much more powerful than anything we could have done. This is amazing. And we learned a lot going into. We learned a lot of things, but this was a very important symbol. And I had discussions. I actually spoke to him myself, but I said, you have to give up. You have to surrender.
When did you speak to him?
He was not willing. A week ago. A couple of times, but a week ago.
Mr. President, this is clearly a signature moment for your administration, this military strike, the capture of Maduro.
We've had a lot of signature moments, if you really think
It
about it.
certainly was. Let's add it to the list, one of the signature moments. But what do you say to the people waking up to this news this morning who are concerned that these actions may result in prolonged involvement of U.S. military in Venezuela?
Well, first of all, I say that what we're doing is saving lives because the drug trafficking is so bad. It's gotten so out of control. And, when you think 97% of the drugs coming in by sea, by ocean, by waterway, 97% down. It's almost nothing left. You don't see ships. You don't see anybody. You see very few ships coming in loaded up with, hundreds of bags of fentanyl, cocaine, and everything else you can imagine. It's virtually stopped. And we'll stop it on land. And this was one of the things that we did to stop it on land. We had to do this. In order to stop it on land, this was a part of it. There are other parts and there are other areas, frankly. But what they did is really amazing. And I think it sends a signal. We're not going to be pushed around as a country anymore by these countries where we want to be politically correct all the time. They're killing our people.
Does.
If we had a war, if you lost 300,000 people, in the Civil War, we lost 600,000 people. We lose 300,000 people a year to drugs. And we're not going to allow it anymore with any country.
You said that you were prepared for a second wave, and I assume that you still are. But what does the future look like for the Maduro loyalists who are still in Caracas and I assume have not yet fled or been removed?
Well, if they stay loyal, the future is really bad. Really bad for them. If they convert, there's a conversion factor. I would say most of them have converted. He's had very little loyalty. In fact, I noticed that today that some people are marching on the street waving flags, and they're very in support. They have American flags being waved on the streets. So, I mean, I think he's got very little support. Look, he was a dictator that the people hated. So I don't see a lot of that. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that.
Well, will you, Mr. President, throw your support behind opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, as you recall, won the Nobel Peace Prize and then in turn dedicated it to you for your efforts in pressuring Maduro? Are you going to fully support her to take over to run the country?
Well, we're going to have to look at it. Right now, they have a vice president, as you know. I mean, I don't know about what kind of an election that was, but, the election of Maduro was a disgrace, just like my election was a disgrace. 2020 was a disgrace, and, a real disgrace. Now, 2024 was too big to rig. But what he did was, his was open. I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this. It wasn't a hell of a lot worse than what they did to us in 2020. It was our election was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone knows it. And now it's come out, and it's come out even in the legal form. But it was disgraceful. He had an election that was a rigged election, and the people have no love for him, that's for sure. He had very little loyalty, if any loyalty. He was a dictator who was a tough cookie, and he ran it tough, and the people can't believe they got so lucky.
Mr. President, what do you make of the fact that just hours before the airstrike, there was a Chinese delegation meeting with Nicolas Maduro, and we have yet to hear from China any sort of comment on the attacks?
I know nothing about that, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and there's not going to be a problem. And they're going to get oil. We're going to allow people to have oil. But we can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on, and everybody dying, and it's like it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Could you tell us, Mr. President, a little bit more? Because you're talking about the precision of this operation and the brave men and women. Was this Delta Force guys? Were this Navy SEALs? Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, they're the most highly trained soldiers in the world. There's nobody that has their talent, because it's talent. It's not just bravery. It's bravery. You have to have the bravery, but it's talent. Nobody has talent like this, and nobody has equipment like we have. I mean, everything was pinpoint. They had everything. They practiced. They actually built a house which was identical to the one they went into, with all the safes and all the steel all over the place, and, you know, at the top of stairways and room.
It was Delta Force, sir?
I don't want to say, but I will say this. I'm having a news conference in just a little while, so therefore I'm going to have to get off this line pretty soon, but I'm having a news conference at 11, and we're going to be talking about it. And I will say that I'm very proud to be an American.
As are we, Mr. President. Will we be hearing from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth about what went into the planning and the execution of this incredible operation?
Yes, and General Kane and some other people, they'll be telling you things that we can tell you. We're not going to say everything, because we have things that nobody even knows about. Nobody has even a clue about. And we don't want to talk about that, and there's no reason to. But you'll be seeing a lot of things. So we're going to have a pretty open news conference, and we have to make sure that Venezuela doesn't go bad again. It went bad. You know, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's horrible. Remember, I used to say that if they get elected, the other side, the people that we're talking about, if they get elected in our country, it will be Venezuela on steroids. Do you remember that? I used to say that all the time, Charlie, right?
Indeed.
We would have been Venezuela on steroids, meaning we would have been a bigger version of Venezuela. But the end result, we would have been a failed nation. Had they gotten elected, we would have been a failed nation. So I'll get ready for a news conference.
Real quickly before we let you go, though, can you tell us where Maduro and his wife are right this second?
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So are they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, the Iwo Jima. They're on a ship, but they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out. They went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that. They killed a lot of people. And
a lot of Americans.
Even people in their own country. They killed a lot of people to maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
Well, President Trump, I'm incredibly grateful to you for coming on this morning. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time. We know that you've got a lot on your plate these days, but we're very appreciative, and we look forward to your press conference at 11.
Well, remember one thing, our country now, it's not because of this, but long before this, almost from the time I took office, it's gone so fast. Our country is hotter than it's ever been before. And we had a dead country a year and a half ago. We had a dead country. This country was dead with Biden and with that group of people. And if we had that group extended through Kamala, this country would have been dead. But we had a dead country.
She was the border czar.
Well, now look at the border. We have nobody coming in through the border anymore. Look at that. So, you know, that's right. The border czar. She was our border czar. She would have been worse as a president than she was as a border So anyway, which is pretty bad. Have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
While we continue to watch these pictures, and again, these are coming to you live from Stewart Airport, about 50 miles, maybe 60 miles north of Manhattan. I've actually landed my little plane there, but I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of general aviation traffic in there right now. There's probably a security lockdown on top of Stewart Airport at this moment. Anyway, while we continue to watch the activities of this particular Boeing aircraft, let's bring in retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow and military expert for defense priorities. So, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, tell us about what you think the United States accomplished in Venezuela overnight.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, I caution a little bit of, I guess, just kind of taking a deep breath, because obviously the military operation itself, in terms of just the skill of the troops and the planning at the operational level, the tactical level, was just unmatched. I mean, the fact that we could get in with 150 aircraft and to take out air defense systems and to turn off the electricity to get the president of a country in and out without the loss of any life or any aircraft is just almost unheard of. It's just amazing. But all of the hard stuff still remains, because President Trump was emphatic today during that press conference that he plans on running Venezuela. And he's going to put some of his people, he said, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, we're going to be in charge of a group that's going to decide who's going to be ruling that country. Will the people on the ground accept that? Because he said if they don't, he said there could be another round. So there could be more violence to follow. Whatever gets put on the ground here, will though the people on the ground, all of the power structures that were loyal to Maduro are still in place. So if you want to insert somebody else, will they get the working together with those people, or will you get some kind of insurgency like we saw after the Iraq War in 2003? Many things of that nature, it's going to continue to be decided. And so we don't know where this is going to go yet. And I'm just telling you, historically, when we do regime change operations, it rarely goes smoothly. And I don't know if this one's going to go that way or not. It's just too early to tell.
Well, yes, and it's certainly hard to know how deep the loyalty to Maduro is among those he left behind. So sometimes a strong man, a thug, puts people in place who are there who will do his bidding, but don't necessarily agree with what he's doing.
Well, for sure, that's exactly right, and that's the loyalty only goes as far as they benefit from it. But what we've seen in similar situations, I mean, you can go to Iraq, you can go to Libya in 2011. I mean, it can be really ugly, because when people have power, they don't want to give it up. Moreover, depending on who might come in there, somebody might want to replace them, and somebody who's had power and has access is not going to want to give that up without a fight. So that's why I say there are still so many unknowns about how this could go. And so before we get too excited about the good tactical operation we had today, we need to be sober-minded that there's still a lot of hard work to do and a lot of things that could go sideways.
I have to think that it's awfully strange to be Nicolas Maduro right now. You went to bed last night as the leader of a nation, obviously surrounded in opulence and luxury. All of a sudden, there are loud explosions and probably Delta Force rifles in your face, and you get arrested and put on board an aircraft and spirited out of the country. Tonight, he's going to be sleeping probably in a 6x8 foot gray box. But I guess he can be thankful that he's not going to see an end like Muammar Gaddafi saw, Lieutenant Colonel Davis.
Well, and you have to, that's one of the other evidences that I think that probably there were almost certainly some insider help here, because the fact that Maduro knew that we were coming, that he may not have known the hour, but he certainly knew that it was going to happen, because he's been talking to Trump personally. He's been trying to have negotiations. He sees, of course, all these rehearsals, these jets that have been flying around in his airspace. So the fact that even when he's ready and understanding was not already in a safe location, didn't get there in time when helicopters are landed, after bombs start falling, that just shows that he's, I think, just did not take the normal precautions to get in, or there was some insider information that helped him to not be captured and to not be killed in a firefight like what happened with Osama bin Laden, for example.
Well, and I think a lot of these strong men think that they really are that strong, and that, you know, somebody like President Trump would never dare to try to depose a thug like Nicolas Maduro.
It could well be. I don't know at this point that that's a very smart thing to think. But you see that Maduro was literally dancing around out in the open, not taking any precautions in the days ahead of this. So that alone told me that it wasn't going to be that hard if we decided to go in to find out where he was, as opposed to, you know, like some of these other leaders, like of Hezbollah, for example. Israel finally got the leader of Nasrallah, but only after a long search, because he was very careful to not come out in the open, etc. Maduro was not even trying to hide himself, so it wasn't very smart on his part. I don't know if he just thought Trump wasn't going to come in, or he's just not that smart, but it turned out to be a pretty bad decision.
Lieutenant Colonel Davis, stay with us for just a moment. I just want to reset for our viewers where we are. Our friends at WNYW and their helicopter is flying above Stewart Airport. This is a public airport 60, maybe 70 miles north and west of New York City. A Boeing 757 has just landed there. It is owned and operated by the U.S. Department of Justice. You can see a number of people with what appear to be weapons standing around the base of that aircraft, and where the door is open, a number of people from the DEA, or at least wearing DEA and FBI jackets, ran into the plane. Is this the plane with Nicolas Maduro on board? We don't absolutely have that confirmed yet, but I think you can gather from what is taking place. Well, you jump to your own conclusions, I guess. I'll just say that. At any rate, as darkness continues to fall there, we hope we're going to see exactly who emerges from this aircraft in a little bit. It's obviously getting darker, and they're opening the iris as much as they can in their camera to try to give some light to the situation. We'll keep watching it live as we talk to retired Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. All right, so you said, you know, what comes next is the difficult part, but the president has warned, you know, if there are ne'er-do-wells who want to continue to run the thugocracy in Venezuela, they're going to face another potential strike from American military forces if they don't get in line. Has enough been done, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, do you think, to sort of enforce discipline among any would-be Maduros down there?
You know, that part we just don't know, because there could be certainly some mentality on some of those that may take power. And right now, apparently, the vice president has not taken power, but still says Maduro is the president and she is the vice president, though apparently she's actually in charge. But, you know, will they submit to any further? President Trump said that he talked to Marco Rubio, talked to her and said that she's willing to cooperate. We haven't heard that from her yet, so we'll see if that comes to pass. But, you know, one of the other sticking points and one of the other points of potential problem here is that Trump also said one of our objectives is now to take the Venezuelan oil and to go in and to upgrade that situation. He said it could literally take years. And will the Venezuelan people be okay with that? I mean, we're talking about some of the leaders and the thugs, et cetera. But then the question is, what about the people of Venezuela? Are they going to be okay with their oil being controlled by a foreign entity? And I don't think that's going to be an easy opportunity. Yes, President Trump said that it would help the people, but he also said we would take it. We would take the financial resources. So that's another big problem. There's a lot of legal issues that are involved with that too. But there's also the simple matter of, will the Venezuelan people cooperate, or will they start some kind of an insurgency?
Well, we just had a number of other people wearing DEA jackets head up the stairs and into that aircraft. It's, again, not absolutely clear that Nicolas Maduro and his wife are on board, but you can draw your own conclusions. Lieutenant Colonel Davis, you were talking about the oil and the fact that the president says, you know, we will be selling the oil or paying for some of our intervention operations by way of the oil. A lot of people forget that the Venezuelan government basically stole oil equipment, stole oil operations from Chevron and other American oil companies. In fact, it was considered at the time one of the, if not the biggest thefts in world history. So, you know, if our president says, yeah, we're going to take some Venezuelan oil and pay for the help we're giving them, maybe the Venezuelan people wouldn't necessarily appreciate it, but I think a lot of Americans might.
Well, you know, I mean, we just got to be honest. That's a lot of interpretation about which side of the line you're on there, because the Venezuelans nationalized that, and there was a lot of disputes about what happened in terms of the compensation that was done. It's not like it was physically stolen. Certainly, the companies didn't feel like they got a fair deal. But the question is, though, legally, if you think it was a raw deal, there are legal avenues. But to go in and invade a country and to depose the leader, that's not a really good precedent to set here, because then others may do the same thing, and maybe in countries we don't want them to do it in. So there could be ramifications of this we may not like.
Yeah, well, I don't think the president deposed Maduro necessarily entirely because of the oil situation. I think it had more to do with the narco trafficking that he's accused of and has been legally indicted for since 2020. But I am saying that, you know, you were talking about the oil revenues and who gets them. I'm saying that the American companies who had their oil facilities essentially stolen from them, they do have a legal case, it would seem.
I agree. If there is a legal case to be made, then they certainly should make that. My position is, though, that using armed force of the United States, especially decades later, I don't know that there's a lot of legal foundation for that, because that's a legal issue. And so we're interpreting it and then taking action upon it. And then you talk about the issue of the narcotics. I mean, even by the Trump's own administration, especially their in their first Trump administration, where they listed Venezuela pretty small in terms of the narco stuff that coming into America. Most stuff from Venezuela went to Europe, not the United States. So this has not really protected us that much. It's Colombia, it's Mexico, it's China, it's India, where most of the stuff coming into America are.
Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thanks for your expertise.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
I wonder, Mr. President, I want to ask you, because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something, because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people, and we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. Yeah. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the shot?
No, taking out
I'm not sure.
Maduro.
I'm not sure which is worse. If you want to know the truth, I'm calling you. I haven't spoken to anybody else, because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable, and those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this, and your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
But I meant, why did you make the decision to take out Maduro this morning? And what was Maduro doing when our guys came in on him?
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect. And we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. You know, everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war, okay, if you look. And we had to do it. But he was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space where it's, you know, solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, you know, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
Mr. President, your war on narcoterrorism from our southern border and beyond clearly will save American lives. Moving forward for Venezuela, what do you think is next for the Venezuelan people now that you have removed Maduro so that he can face American justice?
Well, we're making that decision now. We can't take a chance on letting somebody else run and just take over where he left or left off. So we're making that decision now. We'll be involved in it very much. And we want to do liberty for the people. We want to, you know, have a great relationship. I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy because they love the United States. You know, they were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse. It couldn't have been worse. It was a terrible thing that was taking place in Venezuela. But look, tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and drug lords and everything, they sent them by the hundreds of thousands of people into our country. And that is just unforgivable. That's why, you know, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. You know, he was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, and, you know, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs is bad. What he did with a lot of other things is bad. But what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers. And they emptied out their jails into our country. They emptied out, if you think about it, they emptied out all of their mental institutions into our country. What he did there, and every other thing, is unforgivable.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and if you are just waking up this morning, we are following breaking news. President Trump announcing the capture of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro overnight in a large-scale U.S. military operation.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirming Maduro and his wife have been indicted in New York on drug and weapons charges. The couple, quote, will soon face the full wrath of American justice.
It comes after explosions rocked the capital of Caracas and surrounding states. Early this morning, President Trump is expected to hold a news conference from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m.
Lucas Tomlinson joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, where the commander-in-chief has been spending the holidays. Hey, Lucas, what more can you tell us this morning?
Good morning, Doc. For weeks, President Trump had pledged there would be strikes ashore in Venezuela, and that's exactly what happened in the pre-dawn hours, where the National Mission Force Special Operations Forces were launched, likely from the USS Iwo Jima offshore after the Air Department, the jets and helicopters on board had been moved to Puerto Rico. Those forces, the strike force, assaulted Maduro's compound in the pre-dawn hours after those airstrikes from U.S. military aircraft took place in Caracas around 2 in the morning, Caracas time, 1 in the morning, East Coast time. And President Trump posting to Truth Social after Maduro and his wife had left the country. I'll read it. The president posted, quote, "The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro. who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And we heard from Venezuela's leader just a day ago, guys, in a car, of a dash cam video saying he was open to a deal with President Trump. He said he would be open to combating the drug trafficking. Recall for many days now, there have been increased sanctions on Maduro's regime. His regime had been called a cartel, had been sanctioned as a foreign terrorist organization. We'd seen dozens of strikes against drug boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific. And then this morning at 2 in the morning, we saw this dramatic airstrikes, likely from F-22 fighter jets, stealth fighter jets. Also recall those F-35s that have been moved to Puerto Rico, likely taking part in the strikes. We saw B-1 bombers, a flight in the Caribbean just last evening. It's not clear if those also took place. We also, as you can see in the video coming up, dozens of U.S. Army helicopters, likely from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Those are the Night Stalkers. Those are the world's most elite pilots that would have taken the strike force into Caracas to detain Nicolas Maduro. This appears from the American side to be bloodless. It appears all aircraft were able to successfully execute their mission, and all American military personnel, those elite Tier 1 forces from the Delta Force, the Ranger Regiment, and perhaps SEAL Team 6, all made it out of the country in one piece. And let's not forget, this was a showdown between President Trump and Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. And as Elliot Abrams told me a few weeks ago, there can only be one winner, and President Trump doesn't like to lose. And that's what we saw in these strikes, guys.
So obviously for the past couple of weeks, Maduro has been looking out and seeing the most advanced flotilla in world history parked outside of his country. It's probably been a little bit nerve-wracking for him. But obviously the operation, this operation was successful and is over. But I don't think that we're necessarily going to see the USS Gerald Ford pull anchor and leave the region anytime soon.
Doesn't appear that way, Charlie, although it is worth noting that Ford has been at sea for 6 months, deploying back in June. She was moved from Europe to move to the Caribbean, part of what the Trump administration has said repeatedly, and with this new national security strategy, that the focus would be on the Western Hemisphere. We saw in the new national security strategy that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth unveiled at the Reagan National Defense Forum. And you're right, we've seen this huge buildup of U.S. military forces in the Caribbean, the USS Gerald Ford Strike Group, not just the aircraft carrier and squadrons of F-18 Super Hornets, but also the USS Iwo Jima amphibious ready group with thousands of Marines and, of course, dozens of attack helicopters. It's likely those Night Stalkers, the elite pilots that flew the strike force into Venezuela, were based aboard Iwo Jima. We also saw dozens of other warships in the region as well, armed with Tomahawk cruise missiles. And this buildup clearly had an impact on Nicolas Maduro. That's why in that interview, that's why we likely saw him almost pleading to the Trump administration for mercy. And perhaps this operation had been planned for a number of days. Remember, we had the strike in Nigeria targeting ISIS forces on Christmas Day. We've been hearing something was in the works for the past few days, and we hadn't seen President Trump on camera in the last few days. The last time we heard from him was New Year's Eve, Charlie, when a reporter asked him, "What's your goal for the new year?" And the president said peace, Charlie.
Lucas, with Maduro being gone, taken into U.S. custody by the DOJ, it leaves his vice president, who we've only heard from on state TV, saying that they wanted proof of life of Maduro and his wife. Have you gotten any more information on what is going on there? Do we have any indication of what is happening? Will there be a regime change?
Well, President Maduro is no longer running the country, and that statement from the vice president of Venezuela confirmed what President Trump said about Maduro and his wife had been removed from the country. We did hear from President Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi. If you could pull up that statement on X, I can read that for our viewers. Pam Bondi wrote, quote, Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. Now, it's notable, Doc, when you asked what comes next in Venezuela. Senior official who used to be posted at the Pentagon just told me recently that there are 25 to 50 Venezuelan generals that have bank accounts in excess of billions of dollars, not millions, but billions. You have to wonder if any kind of opposition leader like Maria Corina Machado were to come to the country, would those generals support her new leadership or whoever is designated by the Trump administration if they can make that happen in the country?
Well, you know, that's such a great point to raise, Lucas, whether or not these generals would trust someone like Maria Corina Machado, because the Cartel del Soles, Cartel of the Suns, is specifically named that because the epaulets, the sun-like shaped dressing on the generals' uniforms, that's where they got it. The reason why they were given that name is because the military is the cartel. That's what ultimately Nicolas Maduro is being indicted on in terms of running a cartel organization of narco terrorists. You mentioned, though, Maria Corina Machado. Here's a little bit of what she had to say on Fox and Friends. Watch.
I completely trust the strategy President Trump is developing and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. They know very well with whom they're dealing with. This is not a legitimate president. This is the head of a criminal structure that was already defeated in a presidential election by landslide. So they know how to deal with these kind of individuals that are criminals, narco-terrorists. And I believe that Maduro will get a very clear picture of what are his options and what's the future for Venezuela.
What would be your message to Americans who are worried that this could become another costly foreign entanglement for them?
I believe it's exactly the contrary. Maduro started this war. President Trump is ending this war. A transition to democracy in Venezuela will make the Americas, including the United States, safer, more secure, and more prosperous. Because Venezuela, our country, has been turned into that safe haven for all those enemies, forces that want to undermine the institutions of the United States and also kill people in Venezuela and in your country. So we are solving and dismantling a criminal structure that has produced great pain and turned our country, our nation, into the best ally of the United States, a security shield for the Americas, and a huge opportunity for energy security as well. And one thing very important, Rachel, millions of Venezuelan migrants will come back home the day Maduro goes.
So that's what Maria Corina Machado had to say back in November. Is it your sense, Lucas, that at this press conference in just a few hours at 11 a.m., that we may learn more about whether or not the Trump administration is putting its backing behind someone like Machado, or if there's another plan for the governance now without Maduro?
Recall, Griff, that the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, received about 80% of support inside the country. What officials have told me in the past is, unlike Iraq and Afghanistan, in Venezuela, it's a very united country, both politically and ethnically. You don't have Sunni, Shia, Druze, Kurds in Venezuela. It is one people, and they are pretty united. In fact, just a few minutes ago on social media, you've seen people start to take to the streets, yelling out of their apartments in Caracas. It sounds like many of the people in Caracas and in Venezuela are joyful today about Maduro being removed from office in this daring operation led by Special Operations Forces in the cover of night at about 2 a.m. this morning in Caracas. Certainly, this is something we're going to wait to hear from President Trump. Clearly, the Trump administration has game planned this out. This was just one part of the operation. Now it goes into the political realm, and who is going to rule the country, and will these generals allow any opposition leader to do it, or perhaps one of these generals might take over?
That's a great point. Not only are they one people, they also have a history of free markets and free self-governance. Lucas Tomlinson, we'll check back in with you as things warrant.
Thanks, Lucas.
And in the next hour, we will be hearing from Senator Tom Cotton, who was briefed by Rubio earlier this morning, and he'll be joining us in the 9 a.m. hour. Let's bring in Brett Velikovich, Fox News contributor, drone expert, and president of Power US. Great to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us. So first off, just big picture, what do you make of all of these developments this morning?
Well, hey, good morning. I think Maduro just discovered that the U.S. doesn't bluff when it comes to protecting our citizens. I mean, he needed to go. He and his regime were not just drug dealers, they were narco terrorists. And this was enforcement of the law against a dictator who was killing Americans for years, and deterrence for our country at the highest levels. And deterrence doesn't come from simply talk. It comes from bold, swift action like this. And what we just witnessed is Venezuela, the collapse of a regime that survived for years on corruption, fear, terrorism. Maduro didn't just govern his country. He turned a once wealthy nation into a narco-terrorist state. He exported instability across the region, and he hid behind sovereignty while bleeding his own people dry. And I think the explosions last night are just the sounds of justice finally catching up to him and his cronies, who have starved their people while lining their pockets with drug money, illicit oil deals. Now the Venezuelan government knows the gig is up, right? His capture exposes the fragility of their house of cards, which is built on rigged elections, repression, and frankly, the Venezuelan people deserve, better than breadlines and blackouts. And so hopefully with Maduro gone, there's finally hope for some democracy. And cheers to our administration, who just sent a clear message around the world. Criminal regimes that traffic drugs, destabilize the region, threaten U.S. interests, they're no longer untouchable. And so I really believe the proper amount of power was applied here, quickly, intelligently, and it's going to restore deterrence across our own hemisphere.
Yeah, and Brett, with your obviously military background, you're well aware of what must have gone into this operation, which President Trump called brilliant in an interview early this morning with the New York Times. But it does appear that it was quite stunning, quite specific, with precision, and it doesn't appear that any U.S. service member was injured or killed, or that the Venezuelan officials even responded.
Well, I'll tell you what, Maduro is lucky he was captured alive. It's very interesting. We haven't heard about more resistance during this operation, which just tells me, how easily this regime collapsed. Cheers to the president. Cheers to this administration. Marco Rubio, who no doubt was probably the architect behind a lot of this, because this appeared very deliberate and calculated of an operation. You had precision strikes, intelligence-driven operations that led up to this, which systematically stripped the regime of its ability to respond, its ability to communicate, control events on the ground. I don't think this was just shock and awe. This was meticulously planned. It was surgical pressure. By the time this decisive action arrived and occurred and they captured Maduro, his inner circle was already isolated. The command and control was probably fractured. This illusion of power, it just evaporated. And that's what modern enforcement looks like. It's not occupation. It's not nation building. We're collapsing a criminal regime, a criminal leadership, so that they have no options left. And clearly this involvement, this reported involvement of U.S. Special Operations Tier 1 forces, it underscores that this wasn't this brute force. It was a meticulous operation. You had quiet professionals operating with discipline, restraint, executing this mission flawlessly. And that's the difference between projecting strength as a nation and not recklessness. So the amount of precision, the amount of intelligence that goes into something like this, I can tell you, is just incredible. And it demonstrates that rogue regimes can be reached quickly and removed very surgically.
And I'm sure we're going to hear more about what went into the planning of this at 11 o'clock a.m. for the press conference by the president. Brett Velikovich, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Brett.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
We are going to run the country. President Trump on what happens next after a stunning overnight military operation captures Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. Good afternoon. I'm John Scott, and this is the Fox Report. U.S. officials say the Venezuela strike was months in the planning. President Trump says Maduro and his wife are now on board the USS Iwo Jima, heading for New York, where Attorney General Pam Bondi says they will face drug and weapons charges and, quote, the full wrath of the American justice system. Congressman Darrell Issa joins us in moments on this historic move. But first, Madeline Rivera has more from the White House. Madeline.
John, it's hard to overstate how crucial this action is. It has repercussions not just for Venezuela, but for the region overall. And already we're seeing reaction outside of the White House. There is a group of protesters out here, and we can hear them screaming, hands off Venezuela. And as much as the administration would like to focus on the success of this operation called Absolute Resolve, the question now is, of course, what happens to Venezuela? The president says the U.S. will be running the country with a group.
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro.
Republicans and Democrats' reactions have been largely split along party lines. We're now learning the Trump administration will be briefing House Republicans Tuesday at the Kennedy Center regarding the operation. Expect one of the big questions to be whether the administration notified Congress before the attack.
We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days.
And the president says Maduro and his wife Celia Flores are now heading to New York, where they will face those charges. John, back to you.
All right, Madeline Rivera reporting live from the White House. Thanks, Madeline.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
In the kitchen of Latin Dough restaurant in the West End of Toronto, its Venezuelan owners are celebrating.
We had a miracle, and today is a miracle. Enjoy.
The grateful President Nicolas Maduro was captured and removed from the country.
Today, what actually happened was just finally we are free from this tyrant.
The couple moved from Venezuela to Canada nearly a decade ago, among millions who fled their home.
We are grateful that we were able to come to Canada, but obviously it takes a toll on you when your family, you don't see your parents for 8 years.
Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand wrote in a statement, since 2019, she said, we have refused to recognize any legitimacy of the Maduro regime and opposed its repression of the Venezuelan people, adding, Canada calls on all parties to respect international law. Opposition leader Pierre Poilievre, whose wife was born in Venezuela, praised the U.S. for its military move on Venezuela, writing, congratulations to President Trump on successfully arresting narco-terrorist and socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro, who should live out his days in prison.
This is not a government. It's a bunch of crooked, corrupt narco people.
So we say no. Not everyone here agrees with the means used to remove Maduro. Outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto, vocal opposition.
What you are viewing is full-scale use of military to steal the resources on other countries. And they're going to come for Canada. They're going to come for our water. They're going to come for our oil. They're going to come for our potash.
There was no consultation in particular about this decision.
Canada's former ambassador to the United Nations is Bob Rae.
The notion that America has the right to do whatever it wants in the region without anybody saying anything about it is, to put it mildly, problematic and difficult.
But Ana Mendes has hope for the future of Venezuela now.
One of the most beautiful countries in the world, the beaches, the people, the women, everything, the food.
Getting rid of Maduro is a good thing for a lot of people.
But among those who support Maduro's forced removal here, still a lot of questions about what it will mean for their families back home. Sean O'Shea, Global News, Toronto.
Maduro and his wife are expected to make their first appearances before a federal judge in the next couple of days. Following the capture, emergency anti-war protests popped up across the nation. That includes outside the White House. According to the Answer Coalition protest group, demonstrations are being held in more than 75 cities this weekend. That includes here locally. Our Jake Holter joins us live from one of those protests being held today in opposition to the action by the U.S. government. Jake, what have you been hearing out there?
Well, John, the protests have wrapped up, but it was a general feeling of outrage here downtown earlier as people feel that the capture of Maduro is an extreme overreach.
You know, we're not going to stand for this. We're not going to stand for U.S. intervention.
Protests popping up across downtown Portland Saturday after the U.S. military captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro overnight.
It's just hard to believe that he would invade another country, capture the president, take them out.
Peter Parks out protesting with a personal connection.
My wife and I were in Venezuela like in 2004. We've talked to a lot of Venezuelan people. We've visited different workplaces, and I cannot agree with Trump's and his administration's analysis of what's going on there.
This is exactly the sort of international intervention that Trump campaigned against.
Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley experiencing some uncomfortable deja vu.
There are parallels that should haunt us to the action in Iraq. In Iraq, it was weapons of mass destruction, which was a cover story fed to the American people. In this case, the cover story was interdicting drugs.
Merkley claims it's actually about resources.
This is about oil. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world.
President Trump making multiple references to Venezuela's oil in his address Saturday morning.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
Senator Patty Murray from Washington took to X to write, quote, "It is outrageous for a president who is tanking our economy here at home to suggest that the American taxpayer spend a fortune to, quote, run another country while doing nothing to make life better in America."
The amount of people being out here on such a dime like this shows like just how unpopular actions like these are, how much the U.S. people do not want war.
And Merkley says he'll support Senator Tim Kaine's War Powers resolution, which he anticipates a vote on next week. We reached out to advocacy group Venezuela's Voice for Oregon for reaction as well, but did not hear back. John?
Jake Holter reporting live for us tonight. Jake, thanks so much for your reporting today.
We know President Trump's announcement also hits home for some Venezuelan families here in Middle Tennessee. Many in the community still have loved ones in South America. Our Kim Rafferty spent time with these families and their mixed reactions to the strike.
I came to a Venezuelan restaurant in Nashville to understand how the Venezuelan community reacted to the U.S. operation to capture the Venezuelan president.
Yes, it's surprise. It's good.
A long way from home, a group gathers over coffee still brewed from Venezuela, eyes glued to President Trump's announcement.
It was at midnight.
The news about President Nicolas Maduro, something Sofia Igre never saw coming.
I thought like maybe something will happen, but not this. This is, I have no words. The light at the end of the tunnel that we're seeing for the first time in so long, because with the last elections, I think most of Venezuelan people, we lost hope.
Sofia says she left Venezuela in 2023 after college and moved to Nashville, where she found a large Venezuelan community. Her mom moved to Spain after struggling to find cancer treatment back home.
My mom, she is a cancer survivor, and all of the treatment, the medicines were way more expensive.
The announcement brings hope for change. It also brings worry for families Sofia still has in Venezuela.
My father, he is in Venezuela, and in the city that he is, there is no power. And we knew that this could happen too. This is like like the next step. We don't know what's going on right now.
For the first time in years, she believes there may be a change.
This is like the beginning for something that we've been waiting for so long.
Restoring hope for change so she can return and visit. In Nashville, Kim Rafferty, News Channel 5.
Now, the President Trump has said that the United States will run Venezuela. He has removed the head of the regime, Nicolas Maduro, as we've seen, just come down that plane, and now, will be facing these charges. But President Trump has decided to keep the rest of the regime intact in Caracas. Why?
Well, first, Joanna, Fauzia, thanks for having me on. Look, I think that the president wanted to have a limited military operation. This was under the pretense, the removal of Nicolas Maduro was due to the pretense of him being the leader of the Cartel de los Soles, a criminal organization. He was extradited to New York City to face criminal charges in U.S. courts as the leader of Cartel de los Soles. And so that designation as the leader of a criminal narco-trafficking group was the basis by which the U.S. Conducted the operation to remove Maduro, and thereby that's why the operation was limited to Maduro himself rather than others across the regime.
Now, the details of running Venezuela, as President Trump says the U.S. will do so, the details of that are scant at the moment. All he did was point to his Secretary of State, who was standing behind him, Marco Rubio. We still don't know what that's going to look like. Are you able perhaps to maybe sketch out for us what it may look like? What could be the different scenarios?
Well, there are a lot of different scenarios. The president was very careful today to not reveal additional thinking behind what running the country means. Now, a couple of things of what it doesn't mean is this is not a U.S. president like George Bush in Iraq that wants to come in with massive U.S. forces and actually run the government from a day-to-day operational standpoint. We see this from the operation in Venezuela last night. We see this from previous U.S. operations under the Trump presidency, that this president prefers limited U.S. military action to try to achieve objectives. Now, insofar as running the country, there is a whole host of different things that need to happen to run a country, as you know, everything from security to education to water to energy, et cetera. Now, Trump has only referred to the fact that the U.S. will help to get the oil fields running again, and that the U.S. will provide security to ensure those oil fields operate. Now, insofar as the other operations of running a country, there is still not an answer insofar as the degree to which the U.S. will be involved and how the U.S. would be involved as well, especially when there is a reluctance to put U.S. military forces in direct harm's way.
What do you think is the current perception or the current reaction within Venezuela at the moment? We know that Nicolas Maduro ran a very harsh regime. We knew that there had been disappearances. We know that the paramilitary had weeded out his enemies within the society, but he also had supporters as well. So how would Venezuela be perceiving the events overnight?
Yeah, well, talking to Venezuela, I'll say there's a lot of jubilation, of course, in regard to the possibility that today is the beginning of a new era for Venezuela. Today's, frankly, probably the most consequential day in Venezuela's recent history, if not its history in general since independence. And so there's a lot of jubilation. There's also a fear of what might come next when there is such a abrupt disruption in power. And I think that fear is also preventing some people from going out on the streets and expressing their enthusiasm. Yes, Maduro did have a core base of support, but he retained that base of support through payoffs. And those payoffs were going to be increasingly difficult when the economy was continuing to decline. And at the same time, when the U.S. began a blockade of sanctioned vessels that were helping, a shadow fleet of vessels that were helping to transport oil in and out of Venezuela.
You say that some may think that this is the beginning of a new era for Venezuela with the removal of Nicolas Maduro. I wonder whether it's also perhaps a beginning of a new era for the continent itself. How do you think other South American nations are viewing this?
Well, I think it really depends on the nation, right? And I think we've seen words of support from President Javier Milei in Argentina, for example, President Molino in Panama and others. But then, of course, leaders who the U.S. is at odds with, like Gustavo Petro in Colombia, were quick to condemn the U.S. actions. Lula in Brazil questioned the U.S. ability to violate another country's territorial sovereignty. And so there's a mixed reaction across the region, and that just reflects the fact that this is a region in general that is not united around many common stances. As well, you know, with in this year ahead, there are going to be important elections in key countries like Brazil, like Colombia, two countries I just mentioned. And there's a possibility that those new presidents will be much more aligned with the Trump administration on these issues than the current ones.
Well, since this news broke overnight, reaction has begun pouring in. KCHP 41 News reporter Lenita Brooks is live at a protest at City Market Park in downtown KC, where people have gathered to protest military actions against Venezuela. Lenita, what are you hearing?
So right now they are chanting, not a penny, not a dollar, that you won't pay for war and slaughter. Dozens of people, as you all can probably see behind me, have came out today in the cold to protest this war. This protest started a little bit over an hour ago, and they are still going strong. Dozens of people are out here chanting. They have their signs, and they say they are against this. But ironically, the individual that I spoke to today, who is actually a Venezuelan native, says he's celebrating at this moment, and he's celebrating this moment. The Venezuelan native that I spoke to today said he's celebrating this moment, even though the guys out here today say they don't want to see a war.
We want justice.
For Freddie Aguilera and his wife, the new year comes with positive change.
We appreciate all the efforts that Mr. Trump have made for us.
Freddie and his wife relocated here from Venezuela 3 years ago, but majority of their family is still there. That's how they found out news that President Trump had launched an attack on Venezuela early Saturday morning.
I was sleeping. It was like 1:30, 1 o'clock. And we started receiving texts and calls from our families, our relatives, and they were asking, is that true? Is that happening? And said, well, what are you talking about? We turned the TV on and we checked the information.
Informing him that Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro and his wife had been captured in a U.S. operation. The two are charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy. It's something Freddie says is great news due to years of oppression and corruption the country has faced under Maduro's presidency.
They destroyed my country in 20 years. In my country, there is no infrastructure, there is no hospital, there is no medication, there is no food, there is no groceries. Or if you found the groceries, it's too expensive.
Senator Roger Marshall took to social saying, our communities and children are safer at home because of bold leadership like this. Others say the U.S. should stay out of foreign conflicts. Congressman Emanuel Cleaver saying, in part, quote, the president's reckless decision to put our service members in harm's way by attacking a sovereign nation without a coherent rationale or approval from Congress is unconstitutional, destabilizing to the region, and deeply damaging to America's reputation around the world. Freddie hopes with Trump stepping in, this will spark the change the country needs.
He can take control of that delinquency network, and maybe in a couple of years we can see if it's safe to go back. But just like I said, I feel like it's going to be a hard work.
And again, while Freddie is for this, the people here out protesting today say that the U.S. should not be involved in foreign conflicts. We're going to actually stick around here a bit and talk to some people and bring you more updates within the next hour. For now, from the River Market, Lanita Brooks, KSHB 41 News.
And the overnight attack prompted quick reaction from Venezuelans all across the world, including here in our area. And according to the most recent census data, around 5,700 Venezuelans are estimated to live in Philadelphia and more than 13,000 across the greater Philadelphia region. NBC 10 Siobhan McGraw spoke with some Venezuelan activists who say for the first time in a long time, they feel freedom is possible.
Today is the day that Venezuelan freedom and democracy has a light at the end of the tunnel.
Fernando Torres says it has been a day of cautious celebration, though a day that started out in disbelief. When overnight, his cousin in Caracas shared these videos with him.
He called me immediately and his house was shaking because the Chinooks, and he showed me a video, the Chinooks were over his house and they were flying low.
Born in Venezuela, Torres now lives in Philadelphia, a Venezuelan American passionate for democracy. He said the U.S. attack and capture of President Nicolas Maduro brought conflicting emotions.
Signs of relief and signs of nervousness immediately, because what's next? Who's going to take power? If it's a vacuum power, who's going to take over?
Hours after the attack, President Donald Trump said the U.S. is going to run Venezuela until such a time as a safe, proper, and judicious transition can take place.
We don't know what that means. Hopefully more words come out.
We had to play by ear. I mean, we're cautious about what's happening.
Emilio Buitrago is co-founder of Casa de Venezuela, Philadelphia.
We might disagree with methodology used, but you see Maduro out of power is something that, we're hopeful. But again, we have to see what is next, because again, the second in command is used as part of the regime as Maduro was.
A developing situation with still so much unknown. Casa de Venezuela, Philadelphia, along with other groups, are inviting the Venezuelan community here to the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul for a gathering Sunday at noon.
To come together in unity and as a one large community and to pray for the best. I truly believe for the power of prayer.
In Philadelphia, Siobhan McGurl, NBC 10 News.
To invite now in a special interview to Chris Gilbert, who is Professor of Political Studies of the Bolivarian University of Venezuela, regarding the situation we have been informing in the country, and also the kidnapping of President Nicolas Maduro and the first combatant of Venezuela, Celia Flores. Hello, Chris. Welcome to From the South.
Thank you for inviting me.
So, Chris, how would you describe the role of the people of Venezuela following in the hours that followed this aggression against the country? You've been walking around the streets. How would you describe the image of the nation at this moment?
Well, in fact, the streets of Caracas are extremely calm. I should point out, just to back up a bit, we were bombed at about 2 a.m. in the morning, and the bombing went on for about 45 minutes. So most of us have been up since then. In the early hours of the morning, I was able to go out, and like many of us, we went towards Miraflores Palace to defend the process as we've done in the past, to defend the Bolivarian Revolution, to defend the president. And there we encountered a mass of people, a platform in which different people, including the governor of Miranda, Tanya Diaz, different speakers were standing up to defend the country against this really unprecedented aggression, really unprecedented violation of sovereignty that occurred through the attacks on Venezuela. There were approximately more than 7 sites in the Caracas area that were hit. There were both civilian and military lives that were lost. The Higuerote was hit, and also targets in Aragua state. So amid this gross violation of Venezuelan sovereignty, they also kidnapped President Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores. So naturally, the patriotic people of Venezuela, the majority, we went out to defend the government, as we've done in the past, to defend the president, to ensure there's popular control in the streets. And indeed it is. It's extremely calm here. There's a sense, a correct sense, that we are in control, the government is in control of the situation. And it absolutely is not the case that what you hear in the media, for example, Trump and his cabinet of lackeys gave a press conference in which they said they're in control of Venezuela, and that's absolutely false. We had a very good evidence of our own command of the situation through the press conference that Delcy Rodriguez, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, gave at approximately 3 p.m. this afternoon. She spoke with key members of the cabinet, especially Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez and Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello at her side. And she indicated that we need to have the president back, that we were not going to negotiate with this enemy, that Venezuela is not a colony of any country and will never be a colony of any country, and that the key to defending sovereignty, as Nicolas Maduro had told us, was the union of the civic, military, and police, and that would be the way forward. So, and that plan had been activated. There is also diplomatic projects, successful attempts to solicit diplomatic support, which has come in from many countries, countries in the region such as Brazil, Mexico, Cuba, Uruguay, as well as countries in Africa, notably South Africa from the BRICS bloc, Russia, China. Countries have all stood up for this, for Venezuela in the face of this attack. I guess I also feel it's worth pointing out that this is not just an attack against Venezuela. Venezuela is the target right now, but it's a gross violation of sovereignty, and it stands as a violation of the countries and the sovereignty of the countries in the region and the countries of the world, and every country that desires to pursue its own path, to have its own democratic processes, to choose its own leadership and choose its own direction. This is a tremendous slap in the face, and it needs to be resisted by all of the peoples, all of the free peoples of the world.
Also, Chris, in the face of the aftermath of this deadly action and also the threats of a potential second wave of attacks, as President Donald Trump threatened in his last intervention in before the press, how can you describe this decision of the people to remain on the streets peacefully? What lessons are the people of Venezuela giving to the world in this scenario?
Well, absolutely. I don't think, unfortunately, we have to listen to Donald Trump, but we should not believe him. For example, a clear case of that is he says he's in control of Venezuela, and some team he refers to, some mysterious team. He said that some of the team was up there on the podium, near him on the podium, and that this team was running Venezuela. Well, that's absolutely not the case. Here, the government, in spite of the terrible loss of Nicolas Maduro, who we intend to get back, the government goes forward. The chain of command is in order. The military is loyal. And so this is a clear case of Trump simply not saying the truth. Now, he has threatened us with another attack. I would like to say that we're in a very good condition to defend ourselves against any future attack. It's true that they in some sense succeeded in their operation, but it would be very difficult for them to succeed a second time. After all, we're all on alert now. So Trump's threat to attack us a second time, should there not be compliance, is, I think, yet another case of is something we can very well stand up to as a people and as a nation.
Also, from an international perspective, how would you describe the reaction of key leaders worldwide, and also from the international community, the people in several and key cities worldwide that are at this moment on the streets supporting Venezuela?
Well, in fact, that's true. Of course, I mentioned some of the governments. Gustavo Petro came out very early to defend Venezuela, governments in the region. However, it's also important to point out that people, even inside the United States, there are demonstrations in New York City, there are demonstrations in Minneapolis and Los Angeles. Friends of mine from the Anglosphere, I contacted people in Norway, in Australia, and all those people, there are protests against this gross violation of Venezuelan sovereignty in those countries. Peoples of the world standing up for Venezuela in the face of this terrible aggression.
And also, in light of these serious events, what scenarios does the region face in this context, taking into account the graveness of these actions?
Well, I mean, if you just look at Trump's national security doctrine that came out, it states explicitly its attempts to effectively recolonize the region. This has, of course, been a long-standing ambition of the United States. The key reference is the Monroe Doctrine, and especially the Roosevelt corollary in the 20th century, that has effectively said, that Latin America was the alleged backyard of the United States, and that they had a right to police it. Trump has brought his own grotesque touches to it. He claims, bizarrely, that the oil of Venezuela belongs to the United States. Of course, this is absurd. However, it's not. It's really been you could say it's making explicit what he and other people in the United States have long believed, that the Earth's resources belong to them, and that they have some colonial right to those resources. On the other hand, on our side, there's Bolivarianism, that is the doctrine that insists on unity of Latin American peoples, and insists on our sovereignty, insists on our right to pursue our own path. And we are prepared to oppose that idea. And we have done so successfully in the past. So this is a good time for Latin American countries to come together, along with other countries in the world, to hold fast to the ideas of Simón Bolívar, to hold fast to the ideas of Hugo Chávez, those ideas that Nicolás Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez also believe in, which is that Latin American countries have their own destiny, that they should not be dominated by the United States. The United States has no right to exercise any colonial power over our peoples, over our resources, over our governments. This is our business, and they need to respect that.
So, putting the scope back again to Venezuela, for the past decades, communes have been at the very center of the government's actions and also at the center of the preparedness for the defense of the homeland. What role does this communal circuits, these communes, will play in whatever comes for Venezuela in the coming weeks?
For sure. The communes, I should say, are an expression of popular power, a very consolidated, advanced expression of popular power. However, popular power and different organizations of popular power, different institutions of popular power, has been a part of the Bolivarian process from the beginning. And I insist, echoing the words of Delcy Rodriguez. Delcy Rodriguez said that the key to our defending ourselves would be the union of civilians, military, and police. And so this kind of union of the people and the government, the people and the public forces, this is always the key to any war against an imperialist colonial aggressor. This is the key that the people of Algeria used, the people of Vietnam used to defeat a stronger enemy. And that consists in relying on the people, relying on the masses, a war of the whole people against this kind of enemy. So the communes are part of that. The communes, of course, they contribute to the economic sovereignty. They contribute to the popular sovereignty here, the popular political sovereignty as expressions of grassroots democracy. And they also are sites of military preparation. We know that as this aggression began months ago, the communes were sites in which the militias were organized. And the communes are sites of territorial defense. So on numerous levels, the communes are part of our solid efforts to defend ourselves, to guarantee the sovereignty of this country. Guaranteeing the sovereignty of a country is always a matter of maintaining the unity of the people and the government, maintaining open channels of communication. And this government has done that in an exemplary fashion. All you have to think about is the consultas, these popular consultations that have been going on a quarterly fashion over the past couple of years, in which communes come together and choose how resources will be used. This has been a terrific example of how the government can connect with the people and the people can engage with the government and establish this social fabric, if we want to call it that, this fabric of connection that is the real way that a country can defend itself. The real way to defend yourself is integrating the people and the government, uniting in the face of the enemy.
Also, as you were mentioning, and I wanted to ask you regarding the communes and all of the social achievements of this Bolivarian government, do you think that precisely this development of the communes, these social achievements, the construction of a new society of the 21st century could also be behind the real motives of this attack, of this terrorist attack against Venezuela?
Absolutely. Everyone knows that the real reason that the U.S. attacks Venezuela, there are essentially two reasons. They talk, as everyone knows, they offer these absurd claims about drug production and drug trafficking. It's well known by everybody from the UN to the DEA that Venezuela is not a drug producer, and that a very insignificant amount of drugs are trafficked through the country's waters, approximately 5 to 10% maximum, whereas 80% goes through the Pacific corridor. We all know that. So what is the real reason that the United States attacks Venezuela? Of course, there are two main reasons. It's well known that Venezuela is the country with the largest oil reserves, and the United States does not hide its desire, especially under Trump, is not hidden its desire to control those resources. In an absurd fashion, it says that they belong to them. In an absurd fashion, they say that I don't know what notion of international law, what notion of nationhood they manage, but Trump claims that those resources belong to the United States. Everyone knows that's completely absurd. But on top of that, it's the volition of the Venezuelan people to pursue a different economic model called socialism, called Bolivarian socialism, and now called communal socialism. It's this ambition, popular ambition, deeply rooted in the historical desires of the Venezuelan people, desires that reach back perhaps 200 years or more, desires that reach back to the indigenous people, to the Afro-Venezuelan communities that came together to defend themselves. So this is a long-standing project. This is the expression of a popular desire of human emancipation, and it received a very advanced expression as the Bolivarian process developed. Chavez promoted the idea of Venezuelan socialism, received a huge popular backing for that, and the notion evolved, and it tended towards this project, the communal project. I believe that the communes are an extremely advanced and progressive, ambitious way of advancing towards socialism. They allow people to exercise control over their own territory. They allow people to exercise control over their own production. They allow people to exercise government on a local level. And so this is this essence of a participatory democracy, a protagonistic democracy that really is the essence of socialism. So of course, the United States does not like to see an alternative model put forward. Of course, their worst nightmare, you could say, is a country that has, on the one hand, large natural resources, and on the other hand, the ambition to pursue its own path forward, pursue its own path according to a sovereignly chosen model. So, of course, these two things together are represent something the United States has a difficult time tolerating. But I should say tolerate if they must. I think the Venezuelan people have decided to be free, and we've decided to resist, and we've decided to pursue our path. Everyone knew, Chavez said it would not be easy. It has never been easy. There have been attempts to carry out a coup d'etat against this country, basically since the inception, since day one. The US has always attempted to destabilize the government, has attempted to change the leadership. So in some sense, we've been schooled to defend ourselves, schooled in the hard way of years of imperialist aggressions, years of attempts to destabilize this country. And we will confront this current aggression with the same equanimity and the same fierceness and the same unity between the people and the government, between all the people faced with this irresponsible, illegal, and newly criminal kind of enemy we're facing.
Ask you from a regional perspective, Venezuela has had an influential essence in regional organizations such as CELAC, such as CARICOM, such as ALBA as well. What's the role of these organizations in facing these actions against Venezuela? What's their stance in these circumstances?
These organizations are of different characters. You mentioned ALBA and CELAC. ALBA is an organization that has a definite social character. It was founded by Cuba and Venezuela together. Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez founded it together. And it's a left-leaning anti-imperialist project with an attempt to reach into the social movements. Of course, ALBA directly rejects this. We've also been able to rely on the support of CELAC. CELAC was formed as an alternative to the OEA, the Organization of American States, which Fidel Castro correctly called the Colonial Office of the United States. It represents the OAS represents the principles of Pan-Americanism. As we know, Pan-Americanism is a veil for essentially the U.S. imperialist project, the U.S. colonial project. So it was important to form another organization that did not include the United States, and that was the CELAC. So the CELAC is a sovereign alternative. It represents, you could say, Bolivarian principles in the face of Monroeist principles. That would be the Monroe Doctrine on one side and the Bolivarian sovereignist project on the other side. And the CELAC represents that. Of course, the CELAC has also stood up for sovereignty. There are other organizations, CARICOM in the Caribbean, that is also important for maintaining the idea of the Caribbean as a zone of peace. So all these things are examples of continental integration, regional integration. They're extremely important since there could be nothing worse than balkanized countries. Balkanized peoples cannot confront US imperialism. But these organizations help us to come together to form a regional unity in the face of this kind of aggression.
Also, the US, after this attack, maintains its massive deployments of US forces in Caribbean waters. On your opinion, what is the risk that the Caribbean becomes a sustained theater of maritime incidents? And also what consequences would have for the region? And also, what's the stance as well in this context from these organizations we were speaking of?
Well, in fact, the Caribbean has long been a site of violence. Even before the existence of the United States, it was a site of piracy and colonial aggressions. Almost so many European nations, including Sweden and Finland and Norway, had their, excuse me, not Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark had their little pieces of the Caribbean. So it was a case of an example of predatory European colonist attitudes. And then with the emergence of the United States and US imperialism coming to dominate the world capitalist system, coming to be the almost unique pole of imperialism, essentially unique imperialism today is led by the United States, with Europe and Japan playing secondary roles. Standing efforts to insist that the Caribbean remain a zone of peace. Bolivar himself organized the Congreso Anfitriónico 200 years ago in what's today Panama. And that was an attempt to establish what he called the equilibrium of the universe. In other words, a kind of counterbalance to the United States and its growing power. And importantly, CARICOM was established in the late 70s, and CARICOM has long insisted that the Caribbean should be a zone of peace. So this incredible deployment of US military forces, Navy, Air Force, an aircraft carrier, numerous destroyers, missile boats, numerous aircraft. This, of course, represents a huge, one of the most gross violations of that notion of the Caribbean as a zone of peace. And it absolutely needs to be rejected. And we are seeing the expressions of it. We've seen the extrajudicial assassinations of probably fishermen. Some 100 people have lost their lives in boats through these extrajudicial killings, through drone attacks. And now we're seeing a new episode, the direct attack on a country, our country, Venezuela, and the kidnapping of the president and the first lady. So this is a new level of aggression. And of course, this needs to stop. The aggression against Venezuela needs to stop. The militarization of the Caribbean needs to stop. And the United States needs to go back into its hole. It needs to step back, and it needs to cease this gross colonialist attitude towards Latin American countries and other countries in the world. We should not forget that the United States continues to to show an aggressive attitude, carry out wars in numerous parts of the globe.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your time hearing from the South and helping us getting through the day as everything is unfolding following this deadly attack against Venezuela.
Thank you very much.
We were speaking to Chris Gilbert. He's a professor of political studies of the Bolivarian University of Venezuela. He's been walking around the capital of Venezuela, Caracas, at this hour. He has been a witness of everything that has been unfolding following the first moments and everything.
Okay, let's bring in Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor and Heritage Foundation VP of National Security. Great to see you this morning, Victoria. Thank you for joining us. So, what do you make of what you're seeing this morning?
Now, this is really a new day for the Western Hemisphere, and this is so much bigger than Venezuela. You know, what the purpose of this mission was to take out Nicolas Maduro, who, as Wes was just pointing out, is an indicted criminal. He's not just the head of state of Venezuela. He's an indicted criminal under U.S. law. So this was entirely authorized by the president under Article 2. And it's very typical of President Trump that he does a surgical strike to take out a high-value target like the Iranian nuclear program, like Qasem Soleimani in January of 2020, get him out of the country, and he's going to try him under U.S. law. But as I said, this is broader than Venezuela. We've been talking about Cuba all morning. Cuba may now collapse. That's 90 miles off of the shores of Florida. That is a direct threat to the United States. We could get rid of that hostile communist regime at long last, 60 short years later. So I think this is a huge day for the United States. It is just a new dawn for the Western Hemisphere.
What would be the impetus for Cuba to collapse in the wake of this?
Well, it would be economic, because since the fall of the Soviet Union, which was Cuba's old patron, Venezuela has been supplying Cuba with cheap oil. And the island has been so hideously mismanaged economically that is their lifeline at this point. So if that is cut off by the new interim government, which I hope is being run by Maria Corina Machado, that then could be the end for the communist regime in Cuba, and Cuba could once again become a good friend to the United States. So strategically, this is a great benefit to us.
Victoria, currently the regional nations, but also globally, there's been a very muted response. We haven't heard specifically from Iran and China and even Russia regarding this. What do you think the response today from the international community? What do you think we can expect?
Nicole, I think it's going to stay pretty muted, because just as with the Iran strike, these are capabilities no other country has, including China and Russia. They can't do this kind of activity. They're just not capable. And when the president exercises that kind of exquisite capability, and they see what we can do in terms of advancing our own interests, there's really not much response that they have. And so just as you saw very little out of China and Russia around the B-2 strike on Iran, I don't think there's going to be much on this.
Hey, Victoria, you said it's bigger than Venezuela. I agree. I want to take you, though, to Mexico. Mexico is a big question mark in all of this. 23 minutes ago, Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, simply appearing to condemn what has happened because she cites Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United Nations, which says the members of the organization in their international relations shall refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. So that's not a direct condemnation, Victoria, but it is suggesting that she doesn't approve of what has taken place. That comes, by the way, in the full context of the fact that the Trump administration has not recognized Maduro as a legitimate leader or his regime as a legitimate government of Venezuela.
No, that's a really important point. Last July, Secretary Rubio put out a statement on the anniversary of the stolen Venezuelan election saying Maduro is not the legitimate head of state of Venezuela. And so I think Claudia Sheinbaum is probably legitimately concerned, given her ties to the drug cartels in Mexico, that she could be indicted and she could be subject to this kind of thing. But the good news here is that Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations is not binding U.S. law. Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution is, and that was the authority the president used.
Indeed. And of course, the president has at every turn pointed out that this operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement agencies, the DEA. How do you expect to see this trial unfold? We assume it's going to happen here in New York. President Trump told Fox News earlier this morning that that Maduro and his wife were being brought here to New York, where I guess he will be imprisoned. They will be imprisoned here. How do you see that trial playing out?
No, I mean, just as we've seen the just consummate professionalism of our extraordinary men and women in uniform, and just all compliments to my friends at Fort Bragg who carried out this operation, just extraordinarily competent. We will now hand these people over to our very competent Department of Justice, led by Attorney General Pam Bondi. And I'm quite sure that this trial will proceed by the law. I mean, it'll be by the book. And as Wes was saying, the evidence is overwhelming here. Venezuela has descended into just being a narco-terrorist state. And that's what really changed the calculus here, is Maduro went from being kind of, overseeing the narco-terrorists to being one of the narco-terrorists and creating this De Los Soles cartel. And so that's what made this different. That's what makes him actually a criminal like Noriega in Panama. But the other thing here then is that this becomes a vital national security interest of the United States. We're not in this out of altruism. I mean, right. I hope for a better day for the people of Venezuela, but this was turning into a direct threat to the United States, just like Panama, because of the existence of the Panama Canal, was a direct threat to the United States in 1989. So that's what's different here. I think the trial will be, again, a textbook case of the rule of law. This will be good for other rogue actors around the world to observe.
Hey, Victoria, just real quickly, before we let you go, I did want to get your reaction because I've been struck out of all the responses from members of Congress this morning, some on the left saying that this was unauthorized, some Republicans praising it, thanking President Trump for this effort and this operation. But Congressman Jimenez, Carlos Jimenez from Florida, is saying that this is the equivalent to the fall of the Berlin Wall. Do you agree?
Well, Congressman Jimenez, of course, who's of Cuban descent, has a strong interest in this. His constituents are all part of this community. And yes, for them, this is the fall of the Berlin Wall. This is the possibility for the opening up of Latin America. Because bear in mind, Griff, it's not just Venezuela, it's Bolivia, which just elected a conservative government for the first time. It's Argentina. These can all now be great, good friends to the United States. So yes, I agree strongly. This is the equivalent.
All right. Victoria Coates. Thank you, Victoria. Insight.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Well, residents in our area, originally from Venezuela, reacting to this historic news. 10 on your side's Angela Bohan spoke with some of them and shares their feelings.
Here off Pleasure House Road in Virginia Beach, inside this Venezuelan restaurant, the emotions were raw just hours after learning the news that U.S. forces had captured President Nicolas Maduro.
We're so excited. We're really grateful for what's happening. This is the best thing that can happen to Venezuela right now.
This Venezuelan native, now living and working in Hampton Roads, didn't want to be identified, but she wants everyone to know what a momentous day this is for her home country. And while some are celebrating, they know it's a work in progress.
The bad part is that I don't think that anything is going to end until they take all his people.
President Donald Trump vowing the U.S. will run Venezuela until a transition of power can take place. Fabian Quiroga is originally from Colombia and has been watching the news closely.
It's hard to believe because Maduro was the president for a long time, but it was not the right one.
The strike comes months after U.S. military buildup in the region. Norfolk-based ships were directly involved in Maduro's capture, something that didn't surprise Quiroga.
What do you hope will change?
I think everybody is expecting a different kind of leader, a leader who cares about people in Venezuela, who cares about their economy.
So do you think this would change things for you as far as wanting to go back and visit Venezuela?
I would love to visit my country one day. I don't think that right now or soon is going to be the best time, but I would love to do it.
I'm really excited for all my friends, for all my coworkers, for their families. And I hope this is going to be the beginning for a new life, for a new chapter.
He says a memorable way to start 2026. In Virginia Beach, Angela Bohan, 10 on your side.
Tonight, we are also getting a look at reaction from Venezuelans across the U.S., some celebrating, like this group in Miami, saying President Maduro was a dictator, and this gives their people a chance to be free. Others are gathering in protest, arguing the U.S. should not be interfering and provoking foreign powers. We also saw one of those protests right here in Indy today. People gathering on Monument Circle this afternoon to push back against the strikes. These people say the U.S. should not be getting involved in conflict with Venezuela. Some of the protesters we talked to say they do not want to see the U.S. involved in another war. Tonight, we're also getting reaction from Indiana lawmakers. Senator Todd Young posting a statement in support of the strikes, saying in part, quote, "This should be an opportunity to bring Maduro to justice for his many crimes and a day of new hope for the Venezuelan people." However, some lawmakers are also pushing back against the strikes. Representative Andre Carson saying in part, quote, "Trump's move in Venezuela is a dangerous misuse of taxpayer dollars and an intolerable abuse of power. Only Congress has the power to declare war." Now, this is a major international story still developing tonight. You can get more details on NBC Nightly News coming up at the bottom of the hour, and we will keep you updated every step of the way on our website, WTHR.com.
Cheers, hugs, and tears of relief today among many in Houston's Venezuelan community. This gathering outside a popular Latin market in Katy brought together families celebrating what many describe as a long-awaited moment.
When I wake up in the morning and I see the news, Maduro is captured, oh my God, thank you, God. Because it's the people from Venezuela is suffered to around 25 years. So this is a good news for the people from Venezuela.
John Marquez works at a Venezuelan bakery here in Houston, supporting his two daughters and parents still living in Venezuela. He hasn't been back home in 6 years. He says today brings powerful but mixed emotions.
Right now, I feel like it's a combination, they celebrate because I'm waiting for a lot of time, me and the whole people from Venezuela waiting to this day. In the same time, you feel the sensation like scary.
Among those who helped organize today's gathering, Carmen Montiel. She hasn't been back to Venezuela in 14 years.
It's like we have been in a prison that we didn't choose.
And says many families here lost everything along the way.
We have this feeling of this eternal mourning of that we thought was never going to end. And today we see that we are en route for this regime to end, to regain freedom.
Dana Jimenez came to Houston 10 years ago with her daughter, escaping what she describes as life under Maduro. An activist with Venti Houston, she says today felt like something she never thought she'd witness.
I haven't seen my family in almost 11 years, and I thought it was a dream. But now, thanks to the actions of President Trump, it's going to be a reality. I maybe be able to see my family, to go back to my country and walk free, to not fear for my life anymore. I'm grateful, I'm thankful, and we are united.
In Katy, Michelle Choi, KHOU 11 News.
Here in the Tennessee Valley, emotions are high for some local residents after today's strikes. Local 3's Lydia Nathan joins me now in studio. And Lydia, you spoke with a family who used to live in Venezuela before coming here to Chattanooga.
Grace Masaris Choate lived in the South American country for most of her life up until 3 years ago. She tells me she thinks this will be a step in the right direction for Venezuela. Masaris and her husband went to Little Venezuela today, a locally owned restaurant in Chattanooga, to be with other Venezuelans. They both say that the overnight mission will hopefully lead to peace in the end.
Yes, I can tell 100% that the majority of Venezuelans would be in agreement with what's going on because we all want the best for our country and we've been waiting for 27 years for this to happen.
Knowing people that are still there and continuing to struggle and try to, be optimistic when they have no reason to be. It's really eye-opening to see, the hope in humanity in that sense.
Contacted all of their family still in the country, and they say they're doing well and are excited about this change. I spoke with the owner of Little Venezuela about the strikes and what this regime change could bring to the nation. That sound and more coming up tonight at 11. Grace.
Lydia, thank you so much for that. Well, here's what local lawmakers are saying about today's actions. Tennessee Congressman Chuck Fleischman shared this statement saying in part, quote, "For too long, the narco-terrorist criminal regime in Venezuela under now deposed dictator Nicolas Maduro has trafficked illegal drugs into our country, killing countless Americans and kidnapped and tortured innocent Americans, including our fellow East Tennessean and former Marine Matthew Heath. My fervent prayers, heartfelt gratitude, and congratulations are with our brave military personnel." And here is what Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene said, quote, "I'm 100% for strong, safe, secure borders and stopping narco-terrorists and cartels from trafficking deadly drugs and human trafficking into America. If prosecuting narco-terrorists is a high priority, then why did President Trump pardon the former Honduran president Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted and sentenced for 45 years for trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into America?" You can read her full statement up on our website right now.
Little after 9 o'clock here in North Texas, 11 p.m. in Venezuela, where a historic U.S. military operation was carried out. Here's what we know at this hour. Early Saturday, a flurry of U.S. military strikes pounded the Venezuelan capital of Caracas. U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They arrived by plane in New York, where they will face several charges, including narco-terrorism. The pair has been taken to a detention center in Brooklyn, where they will be held. At a news conference earlier today, President Trump said the United States will run Venezuela until there can be a safe transition. But right now, there is no indication of how the U.S. is running that country. New tonight, Nicolas Maduro being perp-walked at the DEA office in New York City following a long-day affair that started early this morning. Maduro and his wife were led off of an airplane at Stewart Airport in New York, surrounded by law enforcement late this afternoon. They will be held at a detention facility in Brooklyn. Maduro arrived at the facility around 7:30 this evening. This morning, President Trump posted a photo of Maduro wearing a blindfold and sweatsuit on board the USS Iwo Jima. Maduro and his wife now face a slew of charges in the Southern District of New York, including narco-terrorism conspiracy. The new indictment describes Maduro's regime as a corrupt, illegitimate government, claiming the president is responsible for flooding the United States with illicit drugs.
The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
So the new indictment includes Maduro, his wife, and also his son. Maduro and other Venezuelan officials were indicted on similar charges in 2020. In recent months, the Trump administration carried out strikes on several boats off the coast of that country, claiming they were involved in drug smuggling. Maduro is expected to face a U.S. judge sometime next week. U.S. military leaders say this morning's strikes were months in the making, with intelligence leaders working to track Maduro. In fact, 150 aircraft were launched from across the world to converge on that South American nation. Several blasts were seen in the capital city of Caracas. A team eventually captured the country's president and his wife, Celia Flores, from their home on a military base. Officials say no U.S. military members were killed in the operation, and despite one helicopter being hit, all aircraft were able to complete the mission and return safely.
Our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
The White House releasing photos of leaders watching as the attack happened. Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez said some civilians and members of the Venezuelan military were killed in the operation. At this hour, we do not have an idea of just how many are dead. Some took to the streets of Venezuela following that attack. By law, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who was picked by Maduro, should take power. Rodriguez held an address on Saturday calling Maduro the rightful leader and demanded the U.S. free him. President Trump says American officials have been in contact with Rodriguez, but the United States will run the country until there can be a transfer of power. The United States plan also involves taking over the country's vast oil supply. Reactions have been coming in from around the world, and here in the U.S., much of the response has been along party lines. Congress was not notified ahead of Saturday's attack. Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer says the plan for the U.S. to run Venezuela should, quote, strike fear in the hearts of all Americans.
Hear President Trump say that he intends for the United States to run Venezuela. It was reckless. It was dangerous. And looking at the president's demeanor, he didn't even seem to be aware of how dangerous and reckless it is. Let me be clear. Maduro is an illegitimate dictator, but launching military action without congressional authorization, without a credible plan for what comes next is reckless.
It's very clear what the president is saying, and he's been very clear about it. Not only today, by the way, but he's been very clear since the beginning of this administration, which is that regime, that cartel can no longer be part of Venezuela. They cannot be controlling Venezuela. He's declared war on these narco cartels, including by name El Cartel de los Soles, headed by Maduro. But logic will tell you, because this is real, this is not a TV episode, that there's going to have to be a transition period. And the United States, as the president has been very clear, does not want to allow for the head to be taken out and all of a sudden the same regime to stay there, the same cartel. So the U.S. is going to be involved in that process.
Today's news drew crowds across the U.S. In Florida, some Venezuelans living in the U.S. celebrated the removal of Maduro. Since 2017, around 8 million people have fled that country. Protesters opposing the attack gathered outside of the White House, many carrying signs which read, "Stop bombing Venezuela now." Similar protests were held in other parts of the country as well. Those protests, in fact, carried over here into North Texas. We want to show you the scene this evening in downtown Dallas. Sky 4 over a crowd of about 100 people who were speaking out against President Trump's actions, others praising him. And while Venezuela may feel like worlds away, according to the latest census data, more than 190,000 Venezuelans call Texas home, and about 30% of them reside right here in the Metroplex. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo was in the middle of all of the action and continues our coverage tonight live. Hi, Vanya.
Hi, Casey. Yeah, from protest to celebration, people here in North Texas are divided over everything that happened in Venezuela today.
Venezuela is free, is no dictadura.
As news of the U.S. capturing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro reached the United States, Cinia Gonzalez and a group of Venezuelans huddled in her restaurant around the TV.
No hemos dormido. Aquí estuvimos hasta las 2 de la mañana.
She says she cried and hasn't slept, saying she's been at the restaurant since 2 a.m.
Pronto vamos, mi amor, pronto.
For Cesarini Nacherino, her reason to celebrate is different. She left Venezuela with her daughter when she was just a baby and hasn't been back.
Ella no conoce Venezuela, sus tradiciones, sus comidas, lo poco que conoce porque yo se lo he inculcado y quiero que conozca Venezuela, su tierra, porque ella es de allá y yo quiero que ella sepa todo de Venezuela.
Saying her daughter doesn't know Venezuela, its traditions, its foods, and that the little she does know, she knows because she taught her, saying she wants her daughter to know her land. But not everyone is in agreement about the strike. At least 100 protesters gathered in downtown Dallas in disapproval of the Trump administration's involvement in Venezuela.
And we're also here to protest the abduction of President Maduro and his wife. That's an act of war. It's an act of U.S. aggression, and we don't support it. Our message is no more war for oil, no more intervention, and we want President Maduro free.
Protesters saying they fear the U.S. has ulterior motives for Venezuela.
An escalation of the war and the usurpation of oil. Venezuela has more oil than anywhere in the world, and this is clearly a war for oil.
President Trump said that the U.S. would take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves and, quote, get the oil flowing.
UMDAR.
This man, a Venezuelan American, interrupting our interview, saying that the people protesting are not from Venezuela and don't know the struggles people living there face under Maduro.
But I would like to invite them to go there and see how people is living there, how people is starving, how people is without medicine in the hospitals, and how people is being tortured,
He says he prays for new Venezuela.
They are in a free country. That's the difference. They can express themselves. So they have the right. I have the right here to be here. But we couldn't do this over there.
Well, overall, it was a peaceful protest. There were a few hecklers who did try to rile up the crowd, and Dallas police did have to get involved, asking people to step away from each other. Back to you, Casey.
An impromptu rally there in the streets of downtown Dallas. Thankfully, nobody hurt. Thanks, Fox 4's Vanya Castillo reporting live for us tonight. Thanks, Vanya. Major airlines have canceled flights to and from the Caribbean due to FAA restrictions. Texas Representative Venton Jones, who represents parts of Dallas in the Texas House, says he is stuck in St. Martin. Jones posted on social media that he is okay. This evening, we also spoke with a North Texas man who is visiting St. Croix and cannot get back home to Dallas to visit his grandmother, who was just put in hospice care.
I've, had to deal with that on top of all of this, airspace cancellations. And it's hard, but I've been able to FaceTime my grandmother with my cousin and see her and talk to her, even though she's not responsive.
For further context, check this out. A flight radar animation shows planes avoiding airspace over Venezuela and the region earlier today. Between 10 p.m. to midnight Central Time, flights were in parts of Latin America, with the Venezuelan airspace practically empty. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the FAA will lift those airspace restrictions when it's appropriate. We will continue to bring you the very latest details as they come into Fox 4. You can watch the latest developments live from anywhere on Fox Local. The Fox Local app is free, no subscription required. Also, make sure you're following our socials for up-to-the-second headlines.
All right, let's bring in now Wes Tabor, former DEA agent who served as the DEA country attaché in Venezuela from 2010 to 2013 and helped investigate the Maduro regime. And Wes, you are very familiar with not only Maduro and his wife who have been taken into custody, but the inner circle that operated around him. What are your thoughts this morning about what has transpired, and what do we need to know about that inner circle, which we presume the Trump administration may continue to pursue?
Listen, we have like 15 people that have been indicted. The indictment was released in 2020 talking about the charges. We have conspiracy to import controlled substances, narco-terrorism. We have providing material support. We have drug trafficking conspiracy. I mean, listen, these guys are responsible for many deaths, taking the citizens of Venezuela, removing their freedoms, destroying the country, bringing in a myriad of characters from Iran, the proxies. You have Hezbollah, Hamas, narco trafficking terrorists, ELN. You have FARC terrorists all coming in. And at the same time, he builds what? He builds the Cartel de los Soles, which is all the generals, which is all of the cabinet members. We have officers on the streets that were involved in this, captains, lieutenants. We had the head of the equivalent of the DEA down there, Nestor Reverol, indicted, right? So listen, everyone had a piece of this, and as they destroyed their country, their goal was to destroy the social fabric of our country. And hats off to President Trump, because for 30 years almost, we've been dealing with this plague in our hemisphere. And the only man to take it on was President Trump. Look what he did. In a matter of 3 hours, we went in, we extracted a president. He's not a legitimate president. We extracted the president of a country and brought him where? To our safe, warm arms, where he's going to be prosecuted. This isn't over by any means either. Listen, we have a lot of bad actors. You know, I wrote about it in my book, Infiltrate America. We have a lot of gang members there that are controlling in the streets. We have so many different individuals that called colectivos that are in the streets as well. And then we have all these other bad actors and proxies that are there. So, you know, this isn't a clean sweep by any means at this stage. We still have to make sure that Maria Machado, who is probably going to be the people's choice here to go as an interim president, to carry the torch forward and then have presidential elections.
So clearly it was a remarkable surgical operation to get him out of the country along with his wife in literally a matter of minutes or hours. Tell us what that would have looked like. You know, President Trump is very particular to always point back that this was an operation in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. So would DEA agents have been on the ground with our military people? Would they have been in the room when they grabbed him? Describe for us exactly how that operation would have looked like.
Sure, let's back it up, right? So let's go back for the last 20 years. Law enforcement officers like myself were there collecting evidence, right? So we build a case over decades of time like this. This isn't something that's just rolled over overnight. So we have decades of investigative effort against these people. And let me tell you something, we had a lot of dangerous situations. They wanted to kill me at one point, right? So I had a contract on my life from them. So, I mean, these guys, they're not playing games by any means, but we have other officers that were there, other agents, and we had other people within the United States that were investigating as well. And we pull it all together and we make this case. And in 2020, they came out and said, this is what we have, right? Which is a huge collective effort of all the law enforcement. But when you go in with a military force like this, okay, and I can't speak to too much of it, but there's a lot of people that were providing intelligence to the military in Fort Bragg, right? Okay, so I'm not going to talk to my involvement in it, but I was involved in some aspects of that. And the intelligence that goes into this, you're going to take anything you can that's going to be legitimate, solid intelligence, right? So those military operators going to go in. DEA is not going to be with them in the helos and all that stuff. That's not what we do. We investigate, right? However, when they brought him out of Venezuela, they turned him over immediately to DEA agents who took him into custody. And then DOJ is obviously going to prosecute him with the help from DEA and other law enforcement agencies as well, because everyone has a case on one of these guys somewhere down the rung, right? So that's what happens. But DEA agents are not going to be flying in the helos there to go grab them and so forth. But we do provide intelligence as well as other people. Remember, there's a $50 million bounty on this guy's head. $50 million.
And Wes, it's important to remember that this isn't just a humanitarian effort because for the Venezuelan people. This is a national security crisis because of the narco-terrorism and all of the drug trafficking coming through Venezuela. I mean, you look at all of the routes, and they all lead to our southern border here in the United States. And while President Trump has done a miraculous job at shutting down the southern border, he's not stopping there, and he's actually trying to go to the source, whether it is from China or others, but a huge route is through Venezuela. And so this is him staying true to his word on tackling narco-terrorism. What does it look like from here? Because while he did cut them off at the knees through this military operation, what more can we expect to be done to ensure that these narco-terrorism efforts become dampened?
Yeah, great point. And a lot of people miss that because, and I call it the accordion effect, right? We're playing the accordion. When you shut down the western side of the border, what do? They come to the Caribbean corridor. And when you shut down the Caribbean corridor, what do? They go to the side. This time, President Trump said, hey, we're not playing games here. We're going to choke off both sides of the accordion, and we are not going to let it go. And then we do the transit country, right? And as we cut off Venezuela, now what is Colombia going to do? Because we have, listen, this leftist former guerrilla, this terrorist that they had, he was a former guerrilla at Petro, and now he's the president of Colombia. And he's offering lifelines to Maduro and support for Venezuela and all this stuff because in his mind, he wants to support the radicalness, right? He cut the spray program for cocaine, and that's why cocaine was being abundantly grown, processed, and shipped through Venezuela, okay? So when you're looking at Venezuela being taken off the chart now, right? Hopefully, we don't have too much of a mess in Venezuela. We know everything has gone very smooth, but we have to follow up with it because you have colectivos, you have Tren de Aragua, which are already in the street creating chaos there, okay? So you have to quell that. And then you have to get the support of the police and military that were not corrupt, right? And then you have to kind of rebuild that country again. But think about this. Now you have Mexico, you have Nicaragua, you have Cuba, you have these other left-leaning areas, and Mexico is probably going to be the worst. I mean, just think about it. Everyone in that country almost is touched by some level of violence or crime caused from narco trafficking. The fentanyl is coming through there, and it's killing not tens of thousands, not 100,000. In the last decade, it's killed over 1.3 million people in our country, right? So enough's enough.
Wes, I want to bring you back to, you mentioned, of course, that Maduro and 14 other individuals in Venezuela were indicted in March of 2020. And I'm just seeing that Senator Tom Cotton posting this morning to X saying Nicolas Maduro wasn't just an illegitimate dictator. He also ran a vast drug trafficking operation. That's why he was indicted in U.S. court nearly 6 years ago for drug trafficking and narco terrorism. He adds he spoke to Secretary Rubio, confirmed that Maduro is in U.S. custody and will face justice for the crimes he committed. And in the last part of it, Wes, he says the interim government in Venezuela must now decide whether to continue the drug trafficking and colluding with adversaries like Iran and Cuba, or whether to act like a normal nation and return to the civilized world. I urge them to choose wisely, Senator Cotton said. Now, that tweet comes, Wes, as we have heard from Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela, taken to state TV, demanding proof of life of Maduro. What do you know about Delcy Rodriguez, and what do you predict will be the choice that the Venezuelan government makes in the near future?
Right. I have one word to describe her: feckless. Feckless. She is feckless. She is not going to do anything. She has no power. She has no pull. No one is going to follow her. Let me tell you something. The sources that I have in the country were telling me that a lot of the intelligence officials and military guys were just going home. When they saw the bombs falling, they just went home. And the surgical strike, when they hit, my sources are telling me they went right in and they were hitting Sabine, like the intelligence centers and communication centers. This was such a well-coordinated strike, guys. They have not left people like her, Miss Feckless, in charge. She is not going to get any legs on this whatsoever. And I really do believe that Maria Machado is going to be the people's choice. And this is an interim choice, right, guys? Because there's going to be an election there. This country just wants to be a democratic country again, just wants to be free again. And it all began with the open arms of socialism. Hey, guys, with Hugo Chavez, socialism. Everyone deserves to have everything you want. We're going to share everything. And when they did that, the next step was, well, you really don't need this. And the next step was, you don't need this. And then it turns into a full dictatorship, because that's what happens when you allow socialism into your country, right? So They have had enough. And Miss Feckless, she's not going to get any legs. So I wouldn't even be concerned about that whatsoever.
So Attorney General Pam Bondi just posting on X, Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism, conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns, and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil, in American courts, on behalf of the entire United States. So obviously you have, DOJ, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people, and a huge thank you to brave military and conducted this incredible and successful mission to capture those two alleged international narco traffickers. So obviously, you have been a major, a part of the investigation over these years. How do you see this trial playing out? And will it be in New York or will it be in Miami?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be in New York. A lot of these high-profile cases are in New York, but they'll use the evidence from every jurisdiction that they can. I mean, they're just going to cooperate on this effort and make sure that it's done properly. So that's not going to be an issue whatsoever. But, I'm telling you, this has been so well coordinated over the years. It's going to be a slam dunk. There's so much overwhelming evidence against all of these individuals. And this is just the beginning, guys. Listen, you have these two that have been taken into custody. We've got like 13, 14, 15. We got 20 more of these guys that are floating around, and they're going to be scurrying anywhere they can to try to get away from the long arm of the law. And that's not going to happen. We're going to get a lot of these people, and they're going to be locked up too. This is just the beginning, because look at, when you start looking at this, the effort that we put through, we've arrested many other people in this, throughout the years. And those people helped, obviously, to cooperate and provide even more casework and effort that we move forward to get all the indictments on these, because this is just the way it's worked. This is public information. You can Google this stuff and take a look at the history behind this case. It's not going to be a problem whatsoever, guys. You're going to see a lot of them, when they do get arrested, they'll plead out because they're just looking at overwhelmingly huge, hard time for many, many, many decades.
Wes, do you see that this trial really will track in parallel to the operation that captured, prosecuted, and put behind bars Manuel Noriega back in 1989?
Yeah, I've been talking about, Operation Just Cause for the last 3 or 4 months, that we've had a lot of the upswing of what's going on in Venezuela. But the true difference in this strike was we didn't lose 26, 27 guys. Right. Let me tell you, these guys in Bragg and the gals and the Marines and the naval and the air men and women, what a wonderful job they did. And the agency did a great job providing the intel. Other people provided intel. It was critical that you take as much as you can that's really good, solid information, and give them the best package you can, because lives are at stake. This isn't even, when you're going in there on the ground, they're not thinking about the prosecution. They're thinking about grabbing this guy and getting out safely with them and delivering the package where it's got to be delivered. Because every one of these soldiers that are going and doing this are thinking about the 1.3 million people that have died from overdose and fentanyl and drug abuse in the United States. And we've had enough of it. And nothing feels better than going in there and taking those people off the street and bringing them back for justice. Nothing feels better than it. And that's the part I miss about being with DEA.
Yeah. Wes Tabor, former DEA agent, thank you so much for your insights this morning.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
The U.S. military went in, again, with some civilian agencies, if you will, probably the FBI. The CIA did some prep work on the ground, we know. But the U.S. military went in and was able to neutralize any opposition force and also go into the presidential compound, pluck out Nicolas Maduro and his wife without suffering a single American casualty. As Lucas Tomlinson reported earlier, there was one helicopter that was, or one aircraft, I should say, we don't know that it was a helicopter, that was slightly damaged, but it was continued to be flyable afterwards. Senior strategic analyst General Jack Keane joins us now. General, give us your assessment of the operation that U.S. forces pulled off here last night.
We got a sense of how complicated and comprehensive it is with the chairman's, brief description and summary of it. But that certainly begins with intelligence itself. The mission was attempting to capture Maduro and his wife. I mean, obviously, we had another option, which reduces the risk considerably, just to destroy the compound and people in it. Obviously, that would be Maduro and his wife. But they truly wanted to capture him. They wanted to bring him to justice. They wanted to have a trial. They already had an indictment. And that increases the risk, obviously, for the troops that are participating. But it's really the intelligence that permitted us to select that option. Because Maduro knew for weeks that this kind of an operation was a potential. And he was doing everything he can in terms of where he was staying, not the same place over multiple times, changing his habits. But even in changing habits, there's always a pattern, John. And our intel guys picked up on that. And we have other sources than just visual. All source intelligence is being used here to gather information on what is happening, not just surveillance, but listening, penetrating cyber, penetrating phones, the rest of it. A huge capability here that was able to track Maduro and with some assurances know where he would be and whether we could get in there and get out safely. The scale of the operation is all about getting the ground force in safely and extracting it out safely with helicopters. So what took place here? Multiple command and control sites were hit. And why is that? To destroy orders being given to reaction forces. Radar sites were hit. Air defense systems were hit to obviously fire at our helicopters or our fighter jets. Multiple Army bases were hit for obvious reasons. No reaction force able to respond. Air bases, multiple across the entire width and depth of the country were hit for the same reasons. No response against our fighters or helicopters. And then selected naval bases. Over time, the scale of the operation will become known, even if the Pentagon doesn't release it, because social media, neighborhoods, everybody knows what's happening, taking videos of it, and will see the breadth and depth of it. But the chairman certainly outlined the significance of it. And what makes this operation possible, in addition to the intelligence and our ability to deal with these complicated, comprehensive operations, is who the people are that are doing it. The intelligence of the people, the imagination of the people, and then the boldness, daring, and courage that they have in executing these operations and the skills that go along with all of that. It is truly a brilliant operation. And when we see these things, we have a tendency to take them for granted. And it's so true what the president said. Nobody else can do this on the scale that we can do it.
Yeah.
And it really is quite remarkable.
It is reminiscent.
And,
go ahead. Go ahead, General.
No, you go ahead.
No, it's reminiscent to me of the raid that captured Osama bin Laden, but much broader in scope, in that, those defense mechanisms that you talked about were all targeted and disabled.
Yeah, well, with bin Laden, it was a matter of just getting in there without being detected, and then once detected, get out of there as quickly as possible. We took no action against Pakistani forces, and we weren't going to intend to do that unless they fired upon us. So that operation, while certainly bold and daring, didn't have the complications that this operation had as well. But look at the implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people. 27 years, if you package together Chavez and Maduro, think about that. 27 years, they have had their grip on this country and they systematically destroyed it. And now the opportunity for the Venezuelan people is just nothing short of remarkable. I'm assuming we'll transition to elections. The Venezuelan Constitution actually has a provision for an unforeseen transition of power where the vice president is the interim leader, and that's who the Trump administration has selected. And I'm assuming we'll eventually transition to elections and have a duly elected through a democratic system, assume power in the country. And we've seen what those candidates can be and who was the candidate the last time in terms of Machado. But that's the pathway ahead. And what a remarkable day that will be for the Venezuelan people after multiple fraudulent elections. And then the region, John. I mean, the implication for the region, we have opened the door to a paradigm change in the region, not just against narco trafficking, not just against the imposition of fentanyl, but think of these other regimes who have relationships with cartels and the pressure that they're going to feel as a result of this. I think over time, we're going to see that government changes taking place as a result of elections to moving away from these authoritarian regimes, these leftist socialist regimes, to more what they had in the past in Latin and South America in terms of democratic form of government. I think the Trump administrations and the boldness of the president, his patience and perseverance here have really opened the door. It's much bigger than Venezuela. It is about the region itself and our concern about the region over close to 30 years in the direction it has been taking. And then let's think about it strategically. All of our adversaries are watching. Russia and China, another setback for him here because they had vested interests here, just like in Iran. When we did the decisive blow, that was a blow also to Russia and China and other adversaries. Allies are watching it and seeing the world leader, President Trump, step up and use strength on a limited basis to make a powerful change for the benefit of the Venezuelan people and the region writ large. And they have to have confidence in the president's strength and leadership in doing that and dealing with the issues that they have in their particular region, whether it's the Indo-Pacific region, the Middle East, or certainly in Europe or even in Africa, where China and Russia have a significant presence. Huge strategic implications here going forward, John.
The leaders of Brazil and Colombia, not surprisingly, Cuba, have all suggested this was a terrible thing. But sometimes those leaders might say something in public and then pick up the phone and call the White House, talk to the president personally and say, hey, thanks for doing that. Should we necessarily believe everything we're hearing out of the region in terms of complaints?
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, this has been very selective what our presidents have done in the region, and it's only when it's so compelling that action has to take place and they look around and no one else is going to do it. H.W. Bush, Noriega, and Panama, he came to that conclusion. Reagan came to a conclusion earlier than that with Grenada in 1983. It felt action had to be taken. President Clinton did the same thing when a military dictator deposed a democratic elected president in Haiti and reinstalled the democratically elected president. These are not things that we do routinely here. We don't put pressure on the region routinely. But when we see things like this happening, they're so destabilizing. Millions and millions of people here are affected by this. I mean, there's 27, 28 million people in Venezuela. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 8 million left because of Chavez and Maduro. This is such a plus when you just focus on the people and what it means for them in their everyday life.
They have a much brighter future.
Quite significant.
They sure do.
Yeah, absolutely.
General Jack Keane, our Fox News senior military analyst. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Some Venezuelans in Chicago say they are celebrating. Others are cautious about what this could mean for their country. WGN's Angelica Sanchez is live from Lakeview with their reaction. Angelica.
Good evening, Taman. Well, many Venezuelans that I spoke with say it's been an emotional day, telling me that the living conditions in their home country were simply unbearable to witness. Today, many are out celebrating with joy, while others remain cautiously optimistic about what's ahead.
First, it's like we didn't believe what was happening.
Venezuelans in Chicago tell us this is a day they thought would never come.
It's a lot of emotions. I don't know. I'm so proud of being Venezuelan in this moment. I'm so proud of being here in America.
It's been a historic Saturday, the hour since the United States removed Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro from power through an overnight military operation. American officials say Maduro and his wife will face narco-terrorism charges in U.S. courts.
We came here to celebrate this day. Yeah, we'll eat some arepas and empanadas, and we'll see.
Those working inside Rica Arepa, a Venezuelan restaurant in Lakeview, tell us in Spanish there have been tears of joy and crowds of customers coming to be together.
Debemos de ser fuertes, debemos de tener paciencia y sobre todo tenemos que tener mucha fe en Dios, mucha fe en lo que Él tiene preparado para nuestra nación.
President Donald Trump says the United States would run Venezuela, at least temporarily, and tap its vast oil reserves to sell to other nations.
We should be the Singapore of Latin America, and we're not. We're close to being poor as Haiti.
Luciano Pedota is the president of the board of the Illinois Venezuelan Alliance. He says he's been in touch with friends in Venezuela who tell him many are staying inside their homes for now.
Venezuelans are frustrated. The living conditions in Venezuela are dire. The cost of living it's high. It's not just, the whole world has gotten inflation, but inflation in Venezuela is even higher. So it's very difficult to be there.
Dr. Ana Gil Garcia is the founder of the Illinois Venezuelan Alliance and is also a prominent Venezuelan American scholar.
We can't really celebrate something that we don't know in what direction this is going to go.
She says there's cautious optimism as there are a lot of unknowns ahead for the country, but she's hopeful a democratic process can soon be underway.
We don't want anybody to run our country. We want Venezuelans to run our country.
Now, we have been seeing people all day coming in and out of the Rica Arepa restaurant here in Lakeview. We're also told that there will be a larger gathering of Venezuelan people here at the restaurant scheduled for tomorrow. Meantime, this evening, a protest is scheduled downtown against any kind of war in Venezuela. Live in Lakeview this evening, Angelica Sanchez, WGN News.
For more, let's bring in political analyst and CEO of Project Pulso, Liz Alarcon. Liz, thank you for joining me. How do you expect the people of Venezuela to react to the U.S. running the country now in the meantime?
Venezuelans today are celebrating that the dictator is out. Now the question is, will the dictatorship be out too? Everyone is, of course, rejoicing that the illegitimate leader of Venezuela is out of the country, but we don't want to replace one unwanted regime with another. I think that goes so far as to include, of course, the allies of Maduro that are still remaining in Venezuela, but that also means not respecting the democratic will of the Venezuelan people who elect.
These eyes need a rest.
They take it all in.
These eyes deserve better care.
From the best doctors.
So these eyes go to America's Best,
where they get truly seen.
Get better care that works with your insurance at America's Best.
For more, let's bring in political analyst and CEO of Project Pulso, Liz Alarcon. Liz, thank you for joining me. How do you expect the people of Venezuela to react to the U.S. running the country now in the meantime?
Venezuelans today are celebrating that the dictator is out. Now the question is, will the dictatorship be out too? Everyone is, of course, rejoicing that the illegitimate leader of Venezuela is out of the country, but we don't want to replace one unwanted regime with another. I think that goes so far as to include, of course, the allies of Maduro that are still remaining in Venezuela, but that also means not respecting the democratic will of the Venezuelan people who elected Edmundo González Urrutia and the opposition leader who just won the Nobel Peace Prize, Maria Corina Machado, in July of 2024. We, both inside of Venezuela and outside of Venezuela, want to see a peaceful democratic transition towards those who the people elected with more than 80% of the vote. And I think that's where so many of us are still holding on to our seats to see what is going to happen with the future governance of the country, of course, as we see everything unfold over the course of the last hours.
Liz, you mentioned allies of Maduro. There are still many of Maduro's people in charge. Do you think they'll oblige to the U.S. here?
Look, there are so many conversations happening here on our phone, whether it be that the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez may be a contender to lead, or the very preoccupying statements, honestly, from President Trump disavowing the leader of the Venezuelan opposition, you know, putting her to the side and saying that she doesn't have the respect to the country. Quite the contrary, right? I think what I would like to see from the United States is a commitment to a democratic transition led by the Venezuelan people, led by the folks who were elected into power, and honestly, to turn down the rhetoric around staying in control until American interests are met, until American financial interests are also met. And again, the big question of who is controlling the oil is something that we are all privy to. So what I would like to see is for those still in power in Venezuela to receive guarantees, to exit peacefully, and to give way to the liberty that so many Venezuelans here in Doral, where I live, at El Arepaso, were screaming and chanting and wanting. And that means liberty from everyone, and to see the country governed by those who we elected.
Now, Liz, Maduro lost his re-election by almost 2/3. Is there a chance we see support for Maria Corina Machado to run this country by her own people?
That is exactly what exists already. That's why I emphasize that from listening to Donald Trump's words a little bit earlier, I get nervous, right? Because what we want to see is, of course, the support of the entire international community, including the United States, to oust an illegitimate leader like Nicolás Maduro from the country, which is why so many are celebrating. But we also want our will as Venezuelans, inside and outside of the country, to be respected. And that will is for Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo González Urrutia to eventually take hold. We don't know how that transition is going to happen. We know that geopolitics is complicated, that many negotiations we hope are taking place to, one, make sure that the least amount of people lose their lives, and to make sure, again, that we don't replace one unwanted regime, those in Venezuela that don't want to leave, with an intervention from U.S. Forces that is also not what the Venezuelan people voted for in July. And so, as a Venezuelan American, you can imagine how many emotions we're feeling. We also want to see protections for those with TPS, right? There's 600,000 Venezuelans in limbo here in the country. And so we have Venezuelans here, Venezuelans there, a democratically elected opposition that we want to see in power, Maduro's allies still governing, and no word yet from the U.S. administration on how they are going to help usher in what Venezuelans want, which is a transition to democracy and freedom from any internal malaligned forces or external forces that won't allow the people to govern as they voted to.
All right, Liz Alarcón, thank you for your analysis.
At DQ, we're all about and. Like our new limited-time crispy onion cheeseburger $7 meal deal with
crispy onions
and a fry for me.
And here's your drink.
And a sundae.
Try our new crispy onion cheeseburger $7 meal deal right now at DQ.
Meantime, local Venezuelans are sharing a different opinion on Maduro's capture. We spoke with multiple LA residents who lived in Venezuela on why they prefer uncertainty over the country's future compared to Maduro's rule.
It is uncertain, but it is, even whatever happens, it's gonna be better than what it was. That's what everybody's thinking. Like, nothing can be worse than what they were going through before this happened. So now we have Maria Corina Machado. Everybody has their trust in her, and she's doing great. Like, she just got the Nobel Peace Prize, and she just keeps going, and she is actually doing what she promised. She said, I'm gonna help Venezuela become free, and we see it. Like, it's not just words, we see actions.
I think it was the only option that we really had, since Venezuelan people were not allowed to own guns and protect themselves, and we couldn't really fight against them, against the regime in Venezuela. So the only option was intervention from the US. So we really support what Donald Trump has done.
Why we're so happy? Because we've been in jail for so many years. We've been in this country, my country in Venezuela, can you imagine, there's no food, he control everything. We be controlled by these people. Not only him, Diosdado Cabello, and everybody is around him. We cry because now somebody do something. This president is the first president that do something. We don't know what is going to happen, but at least this is the first step. It's hope for every Venezuelan. This is a hope.
Well, those are just the words and opinions of a few local Venezuelans living here in Los Angeles. They expressed optimism about what happened in their native country and what it means for the country's future. But we also spoke to Professor Miguel Tinker Salas from Pomona College. He is also a Venezuelan historian. Here's what he had to say about what occurred.
I think there's a big distinction between those who are supporting Maduro and those who are against U.S. intervention. There's a strong tendency in Venezuela, a strong trend, a strong position in Venezuela to be critical of Maduro, to want his ouster, but to be against the U.S. intervention. This creates a wound in Venezuelan society that will not heal overnight. This was an armed invasion of a country. Let's not mince words about it. The president can call it whatever he wants. This was an armed invasion of a foreign country by U.S. military forces. They can kidnap a president, but they don't control a country. And the real issue here is what will be the future of Venezuela and what is best for Venezuelans. Once the party's over, what happens to the country? What happens to the people? What happens to its resources? Who controls them, right? Venezuela has the largest deposit of oil in the world. I was saying for a long time, this was not about oil. It turns out I was wrong. Trump proved me wrong. It is about oil. It is about power. It is about U.S. hegemony. It is about keeping Russia and China out. And that's what this is about.
A lot of geopolitical uncertainty this afternoon and concerns about what happens in the so-called day after.
Right. Who's going to control the oil? And President Trump mentioned he wants it to be the U.S. and U.S. billionaires who are going to come in there and take over, rebuild the infrastructure and do, he has mentioned in the past the U.S. being kicked out, ExxonMobil getting kicked out of Venezuela as they privatized, as they opened up private business. The government took over the oil industry decades ago, and President Trump obviously upset. You heard him say, you can kidnap a president. So that's how that historian is terming this. The president, the United States, has kidnapped the president of Venezuela. Now, there is some question about Maria Corina Machado. She, by all accounts, won the election in Venezuela. Maduro negated the results. She has fled the country. She is not in Venezuela as of now. By most accounts, you heard those native Venezuelans. They want to see Machado come back and take over and run their country. President Trump today said, quote, I think it'd be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
We should also note that she won the Nobel Peace Prize for her efforts for her opposition efforts in Venezuela.
Right. So again, we'll see how this plays out. As that historian notes, and many others are saying, it is about the oil. This isn't about the drugs. This isn't about humanitarian efforts. It's going to be who controls the oil. We'll see what President Trump and the oil companies, the U.S. oil companies, do moving forward.
Problem solved, sir. Intelligence down.
Bombings, abductions, and a country turned upside down. After recent attacks on Venezuela and the capture of the president and first lady today, Minnesotans and Democratic lawmakers are voicing their concerns. Protesters gathered at Minnehaha and Lake in Minneapolis to speak against President Trump's strikes on Venezuela and the capture of President Maduro and his wife. Organizers say Trump is escalating the war and is lying about rampant drug trafficking claims, claiming a UN report recognized Venezuela as being free of illicit drug crops. Protesters say they think the war is a way to take control of Venezuela's oil.
We are literally threatening a regional war in Latin America. What? So that President Trump can pretend that he's like this great warrior? This is ridiculous.
Minnesota lawmakers also voicing their thoughts. Senator Amy Klobuchar said she opposed sending troops without congressional authorization, saying wars for regime change can lead to unintended consequences, and urged a vote to stop unauthorized actions from continuing. On the other side, Republican Representative Brad Finstad said the actions made the world and country safer, saying, thanks to President Trump's leadership, Maduro will now face justice for his crimes against the American people. Tomorrow on WCCO Sunday Morning at 10:30, Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan joins Esme to talk Minnesota fraud and her run for Senate, and a businessman seeking the GOP nomination against Governor Walz. What sets him apart from GOP frontrunners? Tomorrow with Esme.
And back in South Florida, while many people are celebrating the end of the Maduro regime, there are some who have families living in Venezuela, and we have video from people there who witnessed the U.S. enter the capital of Caracas in the dark of the night to capture President Maduro and his wife. CBS News Miami Steve Majori is your reporter live in Doral. And Steve, these families are overjoyed, but also worried at the same time.
That's right. These families are glad that they can celebrate the capture of Nicolas Maduro and essentially the end of his regime, but they are still worried for family members down in Venezuela here. You can see, to show you what this has been like. This crowd has only grown throughout the morning here outside of El Arapazo here in Doral here. And we've spoken to so many families, and some of them have actually sent us video that their relatives took down in Caracas as these strikes took place. Take a look. Maria Estanca's family took this video in Caracas as the U.S. military launched strikes in Venezuela's capital and captured the president, Nicolas Maduro.
It's so scared. The explosion is so very hard, but it's okay. Everybody is okay.
Estanca is hoping this is a step towards democracy after decades of oppression under Maduro and Hugo Chavez.
I'm waiting for freedom fast. And the next days, we're waiting for freedom and the transition.
I think it's the end of that era.
Danny Ortigoza says this is a new chapter for his people and says it's the winding down of generations of tyranny. He says he misses his family down there, but hasn't been able to go see them.
I haven't been my family for the past 10 years. My father died 2 years ago, and he couldn't be there.
Gabriela Ramos also misses her family, but wasn't comfortable taking her daughter there. But she says today's action could make her more comfortable going back.
I have a daughter that I haven't been able to get over there, and have been able to go to Venezuela about 9 years already. So for me, this is a great day.
And families here are glad that the U.S. government will be running Venezuela for the time being instead of potentially leaving the country in charge of Maduro loyalists. And many of the people that have been here throughout the day tell me that this is essentially a liberation day for Venezuela. Live in Doral, Steve Majori, CBS News, Miami.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026. Watch this.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced
Protesters gathered this afternoon on Boston Common, calling the operation outrageous and a violation of international law. Our team coverage continues now with WBZ's Logan Hall, who is live for us on the Common tonight.
All right. Yeah, Ken, that's right. Good evening. There are lots of emotions right now being felt across the greater Boston area about what's happening in Venezuela. I've had conversations with Venezuelans who tell me that they feel liberated today, but there is also that protest that happened here on the Boston Common, a sizable protest with a large crowd of people. We're going to show you some images from that protest featuring signs showing people holding these signs saying, "No war for oil," and protesting the U.S. involvement in Venezuela altogether. People that we spoke to today had concerns about the motive for the attack and what the future would hold for Venezuela.
for people to be able to live with sovereignty, to stop just the resource extraction that's just fueling wars and violence all over the world. We don't see this as a single event. We see this as part of a much bigger phenomenon that people are saying no to.
The actions we saw from the Trump administration are a violation of international law. They're also a violation of American law. I think no matter how you feel about our president, if another country came into the United States and kidnapped the U.S. president, we would be outraged.
So coming up tonight at 11 o'clock on WBZ, we'll hear more from folks from this protest. We'll also hear from local Venezuelans about how they feel about what's happening in their home country. For now, reporting live in Boston, I'm Logan Hall, WBZ News.
All right, Logan, thanks for that.
Now at 5:30, American forces conduct a secret operation taking President Nicolas Maduro captive in the capital city of Caracas in Venezuela in the middle of the night. Both Maduro and his wife are now in U.S. custody in New York, where they will face criminal charges. Today's events follow months of mounting pressure.
And now there are questions as President Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela until there can be a proper transition. Here at home, reaction continues to pour in on the U.S. military intervention. KTLA's Rachel Menitoff is live in downtown L.A. with the latest. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Karine. Hi, Sandy. Good evening to you both. Yes, the reaction is divided down party lines. You've got Republicans celebrating the capture of the Venezuelan president, and then Democrats saying it's an abuse of power. And as you'll see, the Venezuelan American community is also expressing mixed reaction. Yasica Baker moved to the U.S. 25 years ago from Venezuela and hasn't been back since. She's the owner of Chamo, Venezuelan cuisine in Pasadena. She says the toppling of President Nicolas Maduro's government brings her hope of reuniting with loved ones after years apart.
We don't know what is going to happen next, but at least this is the first step. And we are so happy. We're waiting for this moment over 30 years.
Greg McLemore's mom is from Venezuela, and he's been following its troubled political climate from afar.
I've just seen the basically decline and destruction of Venezuela since then. And so when I heard the news today, I'm like, I wanted to come kind of help celebrate for the hope this brings to the Venezuelan people.
Stop bombing Venezuela! Stop bombing Venezuela!
At the same time, many in downtown LA braved the rain to denounce the Trump administration, saying he's misused our armed forces and could be starting an unwanted war.
What they do is they bomb first and ask questions later. They don't keep any evidence because that's what a good criminal does, right? They hide the evidence.
Trump fuera de Venezuela!
Union del Barrio calling the attack illegal and a violation of the South American country's sovereignty.
What happened in Caracas and all over Venezuela was a cowardly, criminal attack that even violates the own imperial laws of the United States.
President Trump now promising to run Venezuela and take control of its massive oil reserves. California Congressman Brad Sherman says he can't do that without approval.
If you're putting the American military, boots on the ground, by the thousands, to occupy a country in hostilities, you had better involve Congress, and I'm not so sure it's a good idea.
And there is still a police and military presence on the streets of Venezuela, but people tell us they don't know exactly what's going to come next. And so this is obviously creating a lot of uncertainty at this point. That's the very latest in downtown LA. I'm Rachel Menitoff. I'll send it back to both of you in the studio.
Rachel, thank you.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get ripped again with Tai Chi.
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just
Heads Gabriela Arzola. She is joining us live from Doral. She is outside in Arepaso, which we know is the mecca
of the Venezuelan community there. And Gabby,
the scene's pretty busy behind you, Gabby. It's 6 a.m. and people have been out there. Can you tell us about what you're seeing and how long you've been seeing people out there reacting to this news?
Guys, history is being made in real time. There are hundreds of people here in El Arepaso, which, like you said, has been the mecca for Venezuelans speaking out against injustices in their country for decades. I'm here joined by Edgar. Edgar has been here since he was 11 years old, born and raised in Venezuela, out here since early this morning. Tell me, why did you want to be out here?
Well, okay, before I begin, I just want to talk to you, America, and I hope you have your coffee when I tell you this, but these are great news. All eyes on Venezuela. These are historical news. This is history in the making. I mean, my chest, it feels like it's gonna explode with joy. Because before I was even born, there have been struggles. My family has been fighting for so many years. Before I was even here, they have told me about it. They told me about a time where democracy existed, and now I can finally look forward to that. And that's just everything that I can ask for. And I just want to tell you people, America, Venezuelans are good people. The greatest people that I know, I can vouch for them. We are good. We are working hard. And this is President Donald Trump and Maria Corina Machado just created an opportunity for us to begin working harder than ever, because that's what we have always been doing. But now we will be working in our country. But we also have worked so hard here in the United States to build so much things. And I just want to thank you, America. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to work.
There's a lot of pride that comes with Venezuelans. He actually wore this flag just like this for his college graduation in the University of Florida, just to show you how much love there is for this country that has gone through so much for so long. Being here has been incredible. People are dancing, people are cheering, and we've been here so many times, Christian, like you said in the past, when there have been so many issues, and they would cheer, "Si se puede, si se puede." Now they're cheering, "Si se pudo." Yes, we did it. It happened. What do you think now this means for Venezuela, for family back home, how people can move forward after this?
Well, that's where the uncertainty comes. I plead, America, again, I plead for you, for mercy for us Venezuelans. People such as me, I have been here almost my whole life, all of my youth. And I do believe that the future of Venezuelans is in Venezuela. But I also think that some of us and some people here also want to continue working here in the United States, building a beautiful nation. Doral. I mean, this is the stronghold of Venezuelans, and it's a beautiful city. I recommend everybody to come here to Doral. I recommend everybody, if you're Venezuelan, everyone, come down here to El Arepaso. Yes, yeah, come celebrate with us. We love everybody because you, America, has loved us so much, so much. Thank you, America.
Edgar, thank you so much for sharing those sentiments. Guys, this is something that I find really interesting here. Everyone here, American, Venezuelan, have said they're so happy for the freedom that they experience here, and they just hope that freedom translates into their home country, Venezuela. All we've heard was freedom, freedom, freedom. Yes, we did it. Now we can continue to move forward. By no means are any of them saying now comes the easy part. Certainly the hard parts are on the way, but they're saying now is finally a step in the right direction that they've all been waiting for so long. I want to give you a little bit more of a scene setter here, guys. Look, people with flags, holding them up, holding them high. Hundreds of people here, cars, playing music, everyone here dancing. It really is wonderful to see so many people coming together. There are a lot of emotions behind this. I mean, they're not just cheering because of what just happened today. This comes from generations upon generations of stories of struggle, stories of hurt, stories also of hope. out for a better country and a better life for their family in Venezuela. Since I've been here, I've seen countless people FaceTiming their family members from Venezuela, checking off on them. Like we said, these strikes, we still don't know if there have been any casualties. We have had a lot of people here checking up on their family. Thankfully, all of the FaceTimes have been answered. A lot of things we still do not know. But overall here, the sentiment is hope. Like we said, we covered this in the past. A lot of times we've heard people cheer "Si se puede," and now they're saying "Si se pudo." Now we did it, guys.
Gabby, it's so loud behind you that we actually we can hear you, but we can't hear you as clearly as we could maybe a half hour ago. And we see the jubilation, right? The joy behind you of people that have been sitting on the edge of their seats waiting for this moment. Still unclear, where things will go, if there in fact will be a regime change. And I don't want to sound negative because by all indication, that is where we're going, but there's a lot of question, a lot of concern. You see a lot of celebration behind you, but of course in Caracas, Venezuela, there is a lot of fear of what happens next.
Yes, Gabby. And have you felt that while you've been there interacting with people? Have you felt that there is any sense of fear, or you felt like it's just been right now everyone's staying pretty much positive?
Well, you know what? It's mixed, right? I'm glad you asked that. There's a lot of emotions, like we said. Like I mentioned, though, there are a lot of people that are FaceTiming, WhatsApping, trying to get in contact with their family, especially in Caracas. And overall, from the family that we did hear back from, they say that their families are okay. Obviously, still very much shaken with the strikes that happened early this morning, but overall, we have not heard yet of a report of a casualty or family members that are not answering them back. Actually, the opposite. We heard several family members in Venezuela that are celebrating at home quietly, despite everything that's happening right now in their home country. So it is very interesting, but of course, this is still very much developing. We'll be hearing more stories throughout the morning. So, of course, stay with us because we'll be here all day. Guys.
Thank you, Gabby, reporting live for us from Doral. We'll check back in with you later.
All right, look, I don't know who needs to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 87 cents a pop from Friday Plans. We were having problems in the bedroom, and it was messing with us so much, we were desperate. It sounded like a...
Welcome back to Fox and Friends. Could privateers help take down cartels in the Caribbean Sea? Republican lawmakers Tim Burchett and Mike Lee hope so. They're introducing bills to both the House and the Senate, respectively. The president would issue a letter of marque, which lets private citizens act against U.S. enemies and seize property, something that has not been done for over 200 years. And it's already gained support from Elon Musk, who says, quote, it would work super well. The man behind the mission, Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, joins us now. Congressman, so great to have you on. So why do you think this is necessary to have a bill to allow private citizens to do this?
Well, first of all, we're basically under attack, and there's constitutional consequences. This was done by, I believe, President Jefferson first, the Barbary Pirates. It's in the Constitution. It's provided for. It just has to get congressional approval, and I think it's a legitimate way to go after these cartels. They're not they're armed combatants, so they're not necessarily military. So there's a constitutional question, and Congress is like a sieve made out of chicken wire, ma'am. And there's no secrets in this bunch, and there's no loyalty to this great nation, especially our military. And as soon as I remember back when President Trump took out some Soleimani, I believe it was, who's an evil man, and the Democrats in Congress, Pelosi and the rest of them, they were mad that they didn't get his approval, as if he had to take out this dirt bag. And I think it just gives President Trump just another tool in his toolbox to go after him. And Mike Lee is a superstar, man. There's outside of Andy Biggs, I think he's probably my favorite Mormon in Congress.
All right. Well, do you think that private citizens will actually do it?
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. And they would be, look, they're not going to run an ad in Soldier of Fortune magazine or down here at Toddy's Backdoor Tavern in Knoxville. They'll have privateers that will be former operators. You'll have SEALs, special operations people. It'll be top notch. There's an insurance provision in this There's all kinds of things that that are. It's just not some ragtag thing like you'd see on some movie somewhere. These are going to be first-rate operators. These are men and women possibly that are some of the most patriotic, well-tuned as maybe as you could say, military folks. And I think it's a great way to do it, and it saves all the constitutional back and forth, and it keeps our military out of it.
Well, really quick, 3 days ago, the president reclassified fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. This has huge implications for Mexico, not just Venezuela. The fentanyl comes from Mexico, and we know that the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, has a lot of cartel ties. So what do you think this means for the hemisphere and for bilateral relations between us and Mexico?
I think they better watch out. I think there's a new sheriff in town. His name is Donald J. Trump. And on the world stage, there's nobody better. Ma'am, I don't want him teaching my daughter's dadgum Sunday school class, but I sure as heck love him in the White House because he goes after bad people, and they understand that. That's why you don't see us insulted internationally anymore as we did the last 4 years. Under Biden, we'd write a strong letter or ask the UN for permission. We've got a real president in the White House, and he gets it. He gets the world stage. That's why America is stronger than it ever has been militarily and economically. And the left just can't grasp that. And that's why they continue to trash him, because they want the control.
Well, things are definitely heating up in the Caribbean and now also in Mexico. Maduro and Claudia Sheinbaum on the radar. So we appreciate you so much for joining us and breaking down what all these latest moves are by our president and our administration. Thanks so much, and Merry Christmas.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
I lost $50,000 because I didn't buy a domain name. My advice, head to Wix and grab yours now. It's quick and it can make all the difference. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I wasn't ready. That was a huge mistake. Someone else grabbed it, built the exact same.
Now at 10:30, swift reaction pouring in following the United States' large-scale strike on Venezuela and the capture of its president, Nicolas Maduro. Some political leaders say that the military operation sets a dangerous precedent.
Some also said the military action was a violation of federal and international law. Chris Wolf joining us live from the News Center, where he spoke with political and policy experts. Chris?
Yeah, that's right. Sandy and Karine. Everyone we heard from tonight agrees that Nicolas Maduro was a brutal, corrupt, and authoritarian leader. However, some experts say that reality does not give the American president the justification to take military action to oust him.
I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight, with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence.
President Trump addresses the world after the U.S. blitz on Venezuela and capture of the South American country's president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. Mr. Trump calls them narco-terrorists who launched a deadly drug and firearms-filled campaign against the United States and its citizens, explaining the couple will now face charges on American soil. A White House account is posting footage that apparently shows drug enforcement agents escorting the embattled Venezuelan president through a detention center in New York. Not everyone supports the U.S. action, including political and policy and legal experts who spoke with KTLA.
Nicolas Maduro was a dictator, was an authoritarian leader, stole the elections, was corrupt. However, that does not justify the invasion of military operations.
Ariel Dulitsky is a human rights law professor at the University of Texas in Austin. He considers the U.S. military action illegal, violating international law and the United Nations Charter. So, what would have been a better resolution, in his opinion?
Well, we have to support the opposition in Venezuela.
Dolitsky believes the Trump administration is basically pursuing economic gains for the U.S. oil industry and putting Americans in Venezuela at greater risk.
The U.S. could see this as a template and could take similar actions in other countries, and other countries could take similar actions. If the U.S. takes this action and there really are no specific repercussions on the global stage, then you could see other powerful countries with powerful militaries potentially opting to do the same thing.
Professor Jessica Levinson believes there's a strong argument that many international laws were broken with this U.S. action, but the Trump administration is standing by it, saying it should serve as a warning to those who threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Reporting live in the news center, Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
Wolfie, thank you.
Reaction is growing in Sacramento following the U.S. military operation in Venezuela that President Trump says resulted in President Nicolas Maduro's capture. Protesters taking to the street from coast to coast, including here in Sacramento, weighing in with sharp divisions over the decision and what should come next.
People united will never. It's extremely frightening that our president invaded another country, kidnapped the president of Venezuela.
Demonstrators gathered in Sacramento Saturday as news spread of the U.S. operation in Venezuela and the detention of President Nicolas Maduro.
No matter what you feel about Nicolas Maduro, we have no right to go in and abduct him.
Supporters of the operation say it was necessary to fight drug trafficking and protect American interests, praising the military action, calling it a step toward what supporters say is holding Maduro accountable for narco-terrorism. And many Venezuelans say they are relieved after years of political repression and economic collapse under Maduro.
As a Venezuelan American, I can't tell you how happy I am. There's tears in my eyes. We've been waiting for this moment since 1998.
This as demonstrators took to the streets across the country to voice their thoughts on the issue. In Miami, people with ties to Venezuela were seen celebrating Maduro's capture.
After years without any good news regarding our country, this feels like the light at the end of the tunnel.
We're very hopeful. There's still a lot of work that needs to get done, but we're still extremely excited and hopeful, and praise God that finally justice is coming.
But other demonstrators, like Sacramento protest organizer Eric N. with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, believe there are other motives for the U.S. action in Venezuela.
We know that this war is for oil. This is not a war on drugs.
Critics warn the operation could draw the U.S. into a longer conflict, echoing concerns raised during the Bush administration's war in Iraq.
This is fabricated entirely just like the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We cannot, as the American people, be allowed to be lied into another devastating war that is going to displace millions of people.
And as debate continues, the Trump administration says the U.S. will temporarily oversee a transition in Venezuela, but has not released details. Lawmakers from both parties are calling for briefings as questions continue about legal authority and what comes next.
Let's take a closer look here. We're getting answers from a UC Davis law professor, an expert in immigration law and policy, breaking down what this means, what's changed, and what could come next. Early Saturday morning, U.S. military helicopters swarmed Caracas. President Trump later announcing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were captured and flown out of the country. The president says that the U.S. would, quote, run Venezuela on a temporary basis during the transition and get oil flowing.
I think we have to really ask ourselves what is truly the motivation behind why the U.S. is invading Venezuela, because frankly, that has been muddled.
Raquel Aldana, an expert in immigration law, says the strikes come after months of building tension in the region, with President Trump promoting the ouster as a way to stem the flow of drugs into the U.S.
It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice,
while also giving the U.S. a greater stake in the country and control of its oil.
We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Either of those two examples, even if we take them at face value, are not valid reasons to invade a country.
Aldana says Maduro is an illegitimate leader and a human rights abuser, and that there would likely be celebrations among some Venezuelans in the U.S. But it's the why behind the strikes that she says bring up more legal questions.
It should never have been done unilaterally.
Still, Aldana admits the military operation is not entirely unprecedented, even for the region.
I think the most parallel example to this very issue is probably the time we went in militarily to depose then President Noriega of Panama. So in that sense, we have both directly and sometimes indirectly militarily intervened in the toppling of regimes that we have considered to be unfriendly to our interest.
We're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place.
That's President Donald Trump discussing plans for Venezuela following the capture of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. Maduro and his wife have arrived in the United States to face multiple charges and could make their first appearance in court as early as Monday. Good evening. I'm Chelsea Edwards. Angelenos here at home are reacting to Maduro's capture. Many local Venezuelans are celebrating, but there was also a protest today over President Trump's actions. Fox 11's Nick Garcia live in Pasadena with a response from both sides tonight. Nick.
That's right, Chelsea. Well, Chamo here is a Venezuelan restaurant in Pasadena. The owner grew up in Venezuela and then fled the country more than 2 decades ago. All day, though, people were coming in here to celebrate. Venezuelans in Los Angeles gathering to mark a historic day.
Sentimental, we've been waiting for this moment for 30 years. And finally, we have a little bit hope.
Jessica Baker owns Chamo on Colorado Boulevard. She's cautiously optimistic after the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
We don't know what is going to happen tomorrow, but it's something today.
All day, customers came into her restaurant to get a taste of home.
It just feels like home, and just to be able to celebrate this with other Venezuelans, because I can't be in Venezuela right now. So this is the closest thing I have to home.
Many of the people gathered here have friends and family back in Venezuela.
They have a sensation of happiness, sadness, fear, because you don't know what's going to happen there.
But not everyone is celebrating. Dozens filled Pershing Square in downtown LA to protest the United States presence in Venezuela.
So what I want to see happen is the end of the sanctions regime against Venezuela. No more bombing campaigns. The president needs to be returned immediately because, again, it's sick and sadistic to steal the president of another country.
Mayor Karen Bass saying in a statement, quote, the administration's reckless decision to strike Venezuela to remove Nicolas Maduro risks chaos, violence, and entrenching the United States in a conflict the American people did not ask for. Los Angeles will continue to stand for peace, democracy, and diplomacy. Now, obviously, people pretty divided over this, but I will say even the people here who were celebrating, they did note to me, everyone I spoke with noted the uncertainty, and that's why they're pretty cautiously optimistic about this. Live in Pasadena, I'm Nick Garcia, Fox 11 News.
That cautious optimism, something we're hearing so much of tonight. Nick, do you get any sense that there are any other protests or any other events planned around this tomorrow or in the coming days?
I was pretty surprised to see the crowd that turned up, even with the rain that was happening earlier today. So that was quite a showing. I don't know of anything else that's planned for this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw stuff pop up, especially as we learn more that happens with those charges.
All right, Nick, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it. Delta canceled flights today after the FAA closed parts of Caribbean airspace following the U.S. military action in Venezuela. The airline issued a travel waiver for flights to and from 13 different Caribbean airports through January 6th. Other airlines were also affected. The FAA also temporarily restricted airspace over Puerto Rico, including San Juan, citing security concerns. And breaking news tonight, you're taking a live look at LAX, where right now passengers are facing some major delays because of a ground stop. We're told that's caused by staffing issues. So far, more than 1,500 flights have been affected, and we'll continue to get more information on this. The good news is that weather is not to blame for those delays, at least as of right now. That is a ground stop issue.
Shop Mathis Home and save during the annual clearance event for huge discounts on all the latest styles. Here's a great value. This sofa from Ashley is a bestseller. It's just $4.99 and comes with 2 accent pillows. For the best value.
Tonight at 11, new video showing Nicolás Maduro handcuffed and in federal custody after his overnight capture in Venezuela by U.S. forces. Video of what appears to be Maduro's perp walk in Manhattan, where you can hear him say in English, Happy New Year.
Good night. Happy New Year.
And that was video just released from the White House.
Meantime, protests erupting outside the federal detention center where him and his wife will be held until their first court appearance. You can see people there waving flags. You could see police lights as they try to hold this crowd back.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Lauren Pastrana.
And I'm Chelsea Jones. Federal authorities say this is being handled like a bust of a drug kingpin. The couple will face a Manhattan judge on federal charges related to drug trafficking and narco-terrorism.
The mission began with a green light from President Donald Trump. Strikes executed in Venezuela's capital of Caracas by U.S. Special Forces.
Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea.
After months of surveillance and practice, Nicolás Maduro and his wife were successfully captured within 2 hours of the Army's Delta Force touching down.
Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost.
These are images of President Donald Trump and his team watching it all unfold from Mar-a-Lago. More than 150 U.S. aircraft participated in this overwhelming operation.
The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans.
This picture of Maduro shows him handcuffed and blindfolded aboard USS Iwo Jima. From there, Maduro was then on board this plane. Here it is as it touched down north of New York City. This is him being escorted off the plane before being flown by helicopter to New York City.
Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Sometime in the coming days, Maduro will face charges in a Manhattan courtroom in the superseding indictment unsealed Saturday, alleging not only drug trafficking and narco-terrorism, but also Maduro's alleged ties to the gang Tren de Agua, which allegedly engaged in extortions, kidnapping, murders, and other crimes. As Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez contradicts President Trump's assertion she's being cooperative, Trump says, for the time being, the American government will be in charge.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
And sources tell CBS News House Democrats will hold a virtual caucus meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. A United Nations Security Council meeting is also in the works and could happen as soon as Monday morning.
Venezuela's deposed leader Nicolás Maduro has arrived in the United States after being seized in Caracas during a surprise U.S. military operation. Maduro and his wife Cecilia Flores have been taken to New York to face criminal charges, including weapons trafficking and narco-terrorism charges. They were seized during an overnight raid by U.S. forces that capped months of military pressure on Maduro and his government. In the aftermath of the operation, President Trump said that the United States will, quote, run Venezuela for the foreseeable future, but gave few details on what exactly that might mean.
Mr. President. At a press conference from his Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff.
President Donald Trump called the U.S. military operation in Venezuela a huge success. He also surprised reporters by announcing Washington would take over running the country now that U.S. soldiers had captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years.
It's not clear if the U.S. will become an occupying force or install a leader approved by Washington. At one point, Trump seemed to suggest Venezuela's vice president had agreed to help the U.S. run the country.
She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious.
But Delcy Rodriguez, seen here in the purple suit next to Nicolas Maduro at his last public appearance hours before his capture in Caracas, gave a live address to the nation soon after Trump's press conference to denounce what she called the U.S. attack on her beloved nation.
Exigimos la inmediata liberación.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Cilia Flores. The only president of Venezuela is President Nicolas Maduro.
The U.S. released this photo of Maduro aboard the USS Iwo Jima on his way to New York to face drug and weapons charges. Trump, who watched the military attack unfold live from his Palm Beach resort, also says the U.S. will tap into Venezuela's large oil deposits. He says American companies will fix the country's, quote, badly broken infrastructure and start making money for the country.
We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela.
When he was asked how taking over Venezuela and its oil fits into his long-stated goal of putting America first, the president responded, "We want to surround ourselves with good neighbors."
Let's bring in journalist Norris Soto now, who joins us from Caracas. So, Norris, Maduro has been brought to New York. How exactly do you think Venezuelans will react to that news?
Hello, Aaron. Thanks for having me. So far, the news is developing. So people are very much in shock. I think that Venezuelans are glued to their phones and waiting for news on what's going on in the country, and also what would happen with Nicolas Maduro. It's really early to see some reactions. Nicolas Maduro has just landed in New York. This is just news of about 5-10 minutes ago. So it's really hard to sense the people's reaction at this moment. What I've been able to sense is a lot of, suspicious, because Venezuelans we're used to a perpetual state of madness and disaster. So at the early hours of this morning, people couldn't believe that this was actually happened. It seemed like a movie from a streaming series on TV or a TV show. So it's all been very confusing for Venezuelans. What I can tell you is that Venezuelans have been very cautious on going out on the streets. If they did, it was in the early hours of the morning, just to purchase basic goods to survive any catastrophe or any potential disaster in the country, like basic goods, water, batteries, lanterns, trying to get their cars, the cars full of gasoline. And this has been pretty much the situation in Venezuela as of right now.
All right, so it sounds like very dramatic times, both on the ground and also online. But the buildup to last night's military operation was months in the making. Can you describe exactly what you witnessed last night?
It was just that even though the rhetoric was very strong, going back and forth between the U.S. Government and Maduro's regime, And also we saw the deployment of the U.S. in the Caribbean and the seizure of tanks, and of course the attacks on these boats allegedly from drug smugglers. Venezuelans didn't think that this was a situation that could end up this way, that Maduro being actually taken out, evicted from the country and taken into custody in the U.S. This was a very surprising situation, a shocking situation for all of us.
No, of course, we were also shocked here in Europe when the news came through. And also there's the question of the transition now moving forward. Trump says his administration will run the country until a proper transition is completed. Meanwhile, Delcy Rodriguez has been sworn in as president. So the question is, do Venezuelans know who runs their country at the moment?
Well, there are two ways to see this. One would have expected that the elections of the 2024 were respected, where allegedly Edmundo González Urrutia won this election, of course, hand by hand with Maria Corina Machado. We expected that these results were respected, but today Trump suggested that he was willing to work with Delcy Rodriguez for a transition because Maria Corina Machado was a nice woman, quoting, but she didn't have the respect of the people and the support from the military bases. And of course, that's true. That's the case. I mean, Maria Corina Machado has been fighting relentlessly for the freedom of Venezuela, but she doesn't have the support of the military bases, the military forces currently, and the one who has it effectively is Delcy Rodriguez. If you look at the Constitution of Venezuela, it established that if the president can take over because of an unusual situation, the one who should be taking power is the vice president, in this case, Delcy Rodriguez, which has been, in fact, the vice president of the country for the last year or so. And if she can do it, the next one in line is his brother, which is the president of the Congress. This is the Constitution, just playing by the Constitution. So it makes a lot of sense that Trump suggested her as an ally to work with in this transition led by the U.S. government. But what we saw after that intervention, that Trump intervention, was a message from Delcy Rodriguez. And let me say, it was a very radicalized message. It wasn't very much aligned with what Trump said. And it was surprising because she published an international emergency decree. This has to be first run by the National Assembly, the Congress, voted, and then published at the National Gazette. So this is very anti-war. This is a strange situation. It doesn't seem to align, and one wonders why Trump would suggest her if the Trump administration didn't have an accord or even talks with her beforehand.
All right. Now, another question in this transition period is what exactly is to become of Maduro's supporters? How exactly are they reacting to him being removed from power?
Well, there were little people on the street. But let's be clear, even though he has a lot of rejection from the Venezuelans, he still have a kind of support. He still have a political base. And those were the people we saw on the streets early in the morning, protesting and asking for proof of life. But it was very little compared to the huge manifestations that we saw in previous years, even in the Chavez era. This was nothing compared to that. So one could say how much support he still have, other than the remaining personnel from his inner circle.
All right, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. That was journalist Nora Soto in Caracas. Thank you very much for your reporting. Let's bring in Phil Gunson. He's a senior analyst at the International Crisis Group think tank in Caracas. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So first of all, with Nicolas Maduro now in U.S. custody, can you give us a sense of what the next steps are for Venezuela?
Well, a lot of question marks still in our minds. Well, number one, now that Maduro appears to be completely out of the picture, will the government that's left behind in Venezuela, which is everybody else except the president, essentially, will that government be able to maintain its grip on power? Will there be divisions? Is this going to lead to some form of regime change, to a gradual process towards free and fair elections, for example? How will exactly the US-Venezuela relationship play out? What Trump seemed to be saying there is that the US is going to be running Venezuela, but of course, there's nobody here to do that. The US doesn't have troops on the ground. Classically, it's very difficult to organize a political transition, a hostile takeover, if you like, of a foreign country if you don't have what they call boots on the ground. There are no US soldiers here. And the government, with the exception of Maduro, remains in power. So, an enormous number of questions remain, and especially because President Trump in that press conference was very dismissive of the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who has been absolutely adamant that once Maduro left, then pretty much automatically she and the candidate who was the opposition candidate who was elected in 2024, but whom the government of Maduro refused to recognize, that they will return and they would assume power. There doesn't seem to be any clear path to that at the moment.
Now, we heard earlier from the U.S. government that Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez would work with the U.S. forces, but at the same time, she held a press conference quickly after that saying Maduro was the country's, quote, only president. So are you expecting there to be resistance to this apparent U.S. takeover?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life.
Yeah, absolutely. They have always sworn that they would resist. I think this idea that that Trump again is presenting, that somehow he's turned Delcy Rodriguez and presumably other members of what is now her government into kind of loyal allies of the United States, is rather fanciful. I think when Trump says that he and the US are running Venezuela, what essentially he's telling us is that the Venezuelan authorities will have to do what the US tells them to do. Otherwise, as he said in his initial statements today, there will be another round of bombing, and it will be even worse than the one that was unleashed in the early hours of what is still in Venezuela, what is still today. So it's not exactly a comfortable alliance, and I think it really does remain to be seen what the nature of that relationship is going to be.
Now, of course, it's often said that the U.S. is good at winning wars, but bad at winning the peace. And thinking back to the United States experience in Iraq and Afghanistan, do you think Washington has a plan for a successful transition moving forward?
I don't doubt that there's a plan. In fact, there may be several plans. But of course, there's another saying, which is that no plan survives, a first contact with the enemy. And this is a very tricky situation. There's no clear path to a democratic transition in Venezuela, which doesn't involve an agreement with particularly the Venezuelan military. It's been the military that has sustained the Maduro government. It's the military that will sustain Delcy Rodriguez if she remains in power. And unless that military agrees to a transition, it's not going to happen, because it's quite clear that the US doesn't want to bring in ground troops. There aren't going to be US forces introduced into Venezuela to carry out this transition. So how is that agreement going to be made? How are they going to convince the military to do what they want, bearing in mind that many of the people who lead the military in Venezuela, as well as the civilian administration, are potentially facing, just as is Maduro right now, jail sentences for drug trafficking, for even crimes against humanity. These are not people who are going to be easily persuaded to give up power.
And another question that is on the minds of many right now is where exactly is the opposition in all of this? We've seen a lot of support both for Maduro and also support for Trump's actions there. So what role is the opposition playing at this moment?
Well, it seems to me that the opposition under Maria Corina Machado has, if you like, outsourced its political strategy to the United States. They essentially went to Washington and said, we can't do this. We can't produce a political transition on our own. And the only way for it to succeed is if external forces come and help us out. So that has made the opposition, in a sense, under Maria Corina, into a sort of an appendage of Washington. They're entirely dependent on what Washington decides to do for its own reasons. And today, Trump was extremely dismissive of Maria Corina Machado, saying that she clearly wasn't the person to lead the country because she didn't have enough support or respect from the Venezuelan people. That's a very curious thing to say about somebody who led the opposition to a stunning victory in 2024.
Now, another question that some people have been asking in Europe is if the opposition was aware of these plans of Trump moving ahead to it. And of course, we've seen this pressure campaign ramping up over the last several months. So do you think the opposition was aware that this strike was coming?
Well, they were certainly aware that it was threatened because Trump was very public about that. He'd been promising or threatening for a couple of months now ground strikes on Venezuela if Maduro didn't step down, if he didn't agree to, as the US would put it, dismantle what they say is a narco-terrorist cartel, not a government. So, there was no secret that it was coming, but there have been several occasions on which the opposition appeared to be absolutely convinced that this was about to happen, and it didn't happen. So there's a big question in my mind as to the extent to which the opposition has really been made privy to the plans that the US has. Is the opposition really a partner of the US in this regard, or are they simply bystanders waiting to see what the US does? Trump has made it very clear that there are, very significant US interests involved here, and some way down the list in his list of priorities lies democracy and human rights for the Venezuelan people.
Mm-hmm. And let's stay with the people just for a second. They woke up to a new reality. So is there relief or anxiety on the streets of Caracas?
There's silence for the most part on the streets of Caracas today. People have not wanted to go out on the streets. There have been some small demonstrations called by the government in repudiation of the kidnapping of President Maduro. But opposition sympathizers have mostly stayed indoors. They know the consequences of staging demonstrations on the streets. I think there's a good deal of anxiety. It doesn't mean that people are not happy to see the back of Maduro. I think they are. But they're puzzled and a little disconcerted as to why it is that whilst Maduro may have left, the rest of the government remains intact. And we're hearing from Trump that he appears to be willing to do business with these people rather than supporting the representatives of the opposition.
Some mixed signals and mixed emotions in Caracas. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. That was senior analyst Phil Gunson of the International Crisis Group in Caracas. Thank you very much for your expertise.
Thank you.
Now, the leaders of other Latin American countries have also reacted to the strikes on Caracas. Argentinian president and Trump ally Javier Milei praised Maduro's capture, posting on X, "Long live freedom, damn it." The president of Venezuela's neighbor, Colombia, Gustavo Petro, condemned the U.S. intervention and immediately increased military presence along the border with Venezuela. The leaders of Mexico, Cuba, and Chile also took to social media to denounce the U.S. attacks and voice their concern. Now here in Germany, Chancellor Friedrich Merz has reacted to the U.S.'s intervention in Venezuela. On X, he said, Nicolas Maduro has led his country into ruin. The most recent election was rigged. Like many other countries, we have therefore not recognized his presidency. Maduro has played a problematic role in the region. The legal assessment of the U.S. intervention is complex and requires careful consideration. International law remains the guiding framework. At this stage, political instability in Venezuela must be avoided. The objective is an orderly transition to an elected government.
I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face.
You can have it in the Franklin or Washington. Powder on my nose, celebrity, yeah, I'm popular. I'm keeping the blow, I gotta go, I'm making a mob move. No, everybody can't do what I do. I'm a nigga from the streets and run with the beast. There's a pimp from the east, that's Oakland, nigga. I'm a nigga that's a creep and gotta roll deep, cause I carry big heat while I'm smoking, nigga. Stop getting super high, you acting all funny. You be off that sawdust cut, plain dummy. Funny nigga, I laugh cause I've been watching. Locked up, out now, still niggas be talking. Get your money, yeah, powder for a rich nigga. Powder off a brick, on a bitch, I'm pimp, nigga. Making money, I'm fast, just like a money counter. I got bricks, but love to keep the powder and the dollar.
I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face. I'll never be invited to the president's place, but get indicted just for trying to keep my residence laced. I'm excitement, eating bison on the Liberty Saint, and that's a yacht out the dock with cocaine in our place. I pour a 5 and a pop, sipping lean for the chase. One cup will knock you out like a brick to the face, but this coke will wake you up like a clip in your face. I'm getting stoned on the stove, turning kicks in the bass. Real niggas show me love when I visit they states. Gave us drugs and guns, so our visits were safe. Mother, turn the club up when I enter the place. If you test the dog, that'll be the end of your life. We the illest niggas cause we remember the life. 2001, we was sending them ice. Strap their young boys up and we sent them on flights. We got back with the guap and bought whatever we like. I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face.
Well, just cop me some blow, time to give it a taste. Sniffing grams of that clam off the president's face. Us blacks came a long way, you see the president's race. Surveillance cameras and hammers control my president's state. 30 bands in my pants, finna get it connected with my hammer on his ass and make him give me the rest. Major Coke, just make a quote and I can get it for less. I'm catching bodies to Illuminati, pay their respect. I've been patient trying to make it, now I'm finally free and digging deep, trying to find me every time that I speak. I looked at everyone around me, now I finally see the bigger picture's getting richer, not just grinding for sneaks. We was all young and dumb, even shot at police. Now I'm scared my son having bad karma for me. Until then I'm in my bins while I'm thumbing through cheese. We really appreciate the come up when you come from these streets.
I buy some blood and it better be great. So you'll never relate. Hard to know how much cheddar we make, cause it's cocaine on the president's face. You wanna see the feds running my place? I ain't scared, I got my gun on my waist. It's hard to know how much money we make, cause cocaine cover up the president's face.